Sea critters. Hello, Jerry. You are first. You beat Joe by a couple seconds. Good food deals? Oh, man. Food deals are hard to come by lately. There are a couple good ones, though. Um, Ibotta is still running that $1.20 coupon off of Pompion olive oil. You can get Pompion olive oil as low as $8.21. So that's $7 for 32 ounces of Pompion olive oil. So that's not bad. I'm grabbing that up every time that coupon recycles. I've got a very large stockpile of olive oil. I mean, I buy 5 of them, I get $6 back. So yeah, I'll take that. Ibotta has a thing going where you get $25 cash bonus if you use 79 offers, but it's very, very difficult to use 79 offers. I've tried multiple combinations and I can't do it, so I'm not going to bother. There's some snack food deals. Michelle likes these. They're kind of like a mix between s'mores, Kit Kat, and moon pies. It's like a wafer cracker layer thing called Knoppers. Those are $1.50 off with the Ibotta app. They're only $2.68, so you're getting them for $1.18, which for a snack food like that is really cheap. What else have we got? McDonald's is about to do for Hamburger Day. They're about to do a free double cheeseburger with a minimum $1 purchase. So you just buy a $1 soda. There you go. You get a soda and a burger for $1. Hard to beat that. Let's see. Oh, the most restaurant apps aren't all that great, but the McDonald's app is amazing. I mean, for example, my liquid crack, 99-cent iced coffee. Yeah, I've run the numbers. I can't make an iced coffee for 99 cents at home. Wait a minute, they raised the price of your soda to $1.30. Are you outside the US? Is there like a currency conversion going on there? I thought that was nationwide, $1 any size soda. Wow. Still $1 here. Boy, that sucks. Especially since they already shrank the large from 32 ounces to 30 ounces. Boy, that's lame. Let's see here. This is a really good one. If you like yogurt, this is a really good deal. In the Ibotta app, they have this. It's called Light and Fit, Oikos, and To Go. Too Good. So those 3 brands, you buy $15 worth, and you get $10 back. So you get $15 worth of Greek yogurt for $5. Oh, hell yeah. She loves Greek yogurt. So the Light and Fit one there up top has 4 packs for $3.88. So 4 packs is $15.36. So she gets 16 yogurts for $5. Wow. That's insane. I would just straight up stop buying soda from there. Go to Sonic. You have a Sonic. Sonic in the app. It's like a semi-permanent thing they're doing. You get half off drinks and slushies. So for like $1.40, you get 44 ounces. I want to check that on my app. See if they change that. Maybe that's why I'm starting to see a coupon for any beverage for $1. Like, Why would they have a coupon, any beverage for $1 when it's already $1? Because in some places it's not $1. Wow, okay. So here you can see any drink here is $1. Now that makes more sense. I was wondering why in God's name would they have a coupon for something that's already that price. I'll show you. Here it is. $1 any size soft drink, sweet tea or unsweet tea. At least they'll let you use it 2 times a day. So it looks like they might be changing the price of $1.39 and making it $1 through the app, which would really suck because that would make then you wouldn't be able to use it as the $1 item for a minimum purchase. But here's the 99 cents any roaster iced coffee and a $1 large fry. They seem to be relatively permanent. They seem to have them every day. Today's free bakery day. So there's a free bakery suite with a $1 purchase. If you ever want to get you want to share nuggets between 3 or 4 people, get the 40-piece nuggets, and then use the 20% coupon they have there for $12.97. Boy, that's disgusting. They're going to raise the price of the sodas 40%. That's absolutely disgusting. Considering that entire soda, including the cup, probably cost them a dime. That is super, super lame. Well, they raise the price, I'll stop buying it. They can take $1 or they can take 0. That's their choice. They don't have any other choice. But that yogurt deal is a really good deal in the Ibotta app. I mean, you get $10. You spend 15, you get 10 back. Hell yeah. Let's see. This used to be a good deal. I have it checked. You can't uncheck it except on the PC, but the Turtles candies, they used to be 98 cents. And then you get 75 cents back, and you're getting it for you're getting it for 25 cents. They raised the price of that damn thing to $1.78. I'm like, yeah, no. If you use coffee creamer, there's a $2 back for the 35-ounce Coffee Mate. It's like $6.78, so for $4.78. Oh, did you get that Power Station? He is talking about this bad boy here. No, wait a minute. This is the Blue Eddy. That's the Blue Eddy. Is it still out in the car? It's still out in the car. Yeah, I used that to run my freezer during my Denver trip. Last week we went to Denver. My buddy who came down to visit here, he invited us up to Denver. He offered to pay for the hotel room there, and so I got bacon. I got up 6:30 both mornings to make sure I got bacon because the Hilton had free breakfast, a little breakfast buffet. They had bacon. We don't buy bacon anymore because it's freaking $8 a pound. Like I'm not paying $8 a pound for bacon. I'm just not. I'm just not. Like no, I'd rather just not have it. I think I have 2 packs of right thick cut bacon that I got for $1 a pack back in Pennsylvania, still in the deep freezer. We save those for special occasions when we really, really crave bacon, because I just refuse to pay. Hey, Pygar. See what else do we got? Triangle might not be such a great deal for groceries anymore. Every now and then they'd have deals. They're under new ownership and they're making big changes to the grocery store, so we won't know what's going to happen until we see what happens. Let's see here. Oh, here's the knoppers. Those things there. Michelle really likes them, and you know, for $1, it's a pretty good deal because you actually get 6 of them. It's a pack of 6, so they're surprisingly cheap. Here's the Pompion olive oil. It's any size, any variety. So the trick is to get the $8 32-ounce bottles. That's going to be your best bang for volume versus quantity versus price. And then they have $1 back on the State for corn dogs. They're actually pretty good. They seem like a better deal than they are until you realize they're short ones. They're not full-length hot dogs, but they're still pretty good. It might run the 5,000 BTU air conditioner, but keep in mind it's only going to run it for about 45 minutes. And you cannot plug sufficient solar into it to run it continuously. Like, it's just not enough. What the closest well maybe. This is called Ibotta. This app here is called Ibotta. So I guess I'm going to be making another video about this on Life and Nerds. So I guess I could just give you guys a sneak preview of this now. But let me show you some of the apps I use to save money. Legit apps. I don't do bullshit. Okay, so let's enable the spot cam. Okay. So these are the apps I use. Nope, wrong phone. Let me use the other phone. That phone does not have all of them in it. So I use Fetch. You're not really seeing, are you? Can I rotate this? Transform, rotate counterclockwise. There it goes. Hey, that'll work. I didn't realize I could do that. Cool. Need to get that squared up. All right. Come on. Get it a little closer. There we go. So I use not too much with 3D printing today. Just going to be a relative quickie. I've actually got to go see somebody about getting a quote for a dumpster. I got to get rid of some of the garbage around here. It's getting out of hand. But today's going to be a quickie. I use Fetch, Receipt Pal, Point Out, and Ibotta, and of course the Amazon app. Now, Fetch and Ibotta, if you use my links in the description, I get a spiff and you get a spiff. So I appreciate that if you do that. Okay. So now the first one is Amazon Shopper Panel. You need to, if you don't have this, if you're in the US, I'm pretty sure this is US only. If you don't have this, get it now. This is not even a question. It's called the Amazon Shopper Panel. It's from Amazon. It's totally legit. And what it is you scan 10 receipts every month. That's all you got to do. You just take any 10 receipts you have from anything, and scan them, and you get $10 a month, free money. Like literally, it goes right on your Amazon account, gift card balance, and you get free money. If you log in, it might say you have to go on a wait list. Just go ahead and put yourself on the wait list, and you'll eventually get in. As long as you use your Amazon account, you'll get in. And they also do surveys. So we've done one this month that was worth like 50 cents, I think. It's like usually 1 or 2 questions, and they give you a quarter, 50 cents, something like that. But it's $10 a month, absolutely free. And the other one is Fetch. Fetch is a kind of a combo receipt scanning and deals app. So you scan your receipts, you get 25 points. Every 1,000 points, you get $1. The minimum payout is $5. You just pay out as an Amazon gift card. and then you just you get the number, you punch that number into your Amazon account, and boom, you get $5 on your account. So you see, I got 8,000 points, so I could cash out a $5 gift card right now if I want. So you just come in here and you scan your receipts. So again, anything just like normal receipts, you just scan your receipts, whatever they are. The only receipts you can't scan are receipts from Amazon properties. No, that's for the Amazon Shopper panel. This one you can scan anything. You can also link it to your online accounts. So it'll actually go online. It'll check your email. It'll check your Amazon account. It'll check your Walmart account. And you'll automatically get credit for any receipts you get from those. So you can see I have no recent orders. Now, these guys sometimes offer more. Their referral bonus is $2. Sometimes they offer $4. Do I have a receipt? I don't think I do. Yeah, okay, Walmart receipt. There you go. So I just got 25 points at Walmart receipt. It's slow. You're not going to build up points fast, but who cares? It's passive. You're just scanning receipts. That's all you're doing. As you get your receipts, just scan them into the app. That's all you got to do. Take a picture. You're done. So you just click here, and then it would show up in here, and you would just take a picture, and you get credit for it. You're getting paid 2.5 cents per receipt. 25 points is worth 2.5 cents. No, 0.25 cents. Every 4 receipts get you a penny, or something like that. Yeah, 1,000 points is $1. So 100 points is a penny. So yeah, 0.25 cents. So you're getting a penny every 4 receipts. And now grocery store receipts are worth more. So any of these brands that they have listed get extra points for those. So you scan your receipt from the gas station, you're getting 25 points. But if you scan your receipt from the grocery store, you can get anywhere from 25 points to 1,000 points to 2,000 points, depending on what deals they have and what receipts they have. They also have specials. So for example, if you buy $10 worth of Yoplait yogurt, you get 1,000 points. It's $1. So you can either target what you buy based on the deals they have. Hey, Darren. Or just be passive, and if you happen to scan stuff, you'll get it. Check in here often, though. Usually several times a year, they have a Unilever deal. They haven't done it in a while, so I'm hoping they still do it. But Unilever deal is really nice because that gives you $5 off every 15 that you can use 4 times. So you're basically getting 30% off Unilever. And then sometimes they have, like last time we did this, I got $10 off every $15 Unilever. So I bought $15 worth of Unilever products for $5. So I bought those Knorr packets, the packets of rice and pasta dishes. They're $1 a pack, $1.25 a pack. If I buy $15 worth of those, and I get $10 back. I get $5 back from the Unilever and $5 back from the Albertsons. So that's why I went down to Albertsons to do that. And since you were able to do it 4 times, I paid $20 for $60 worth of Knorr packets. Yeah, we have a lot of Knorr packets now. I have like 5 years worth of pasta and rice dishes. So you keep an eye out for deals like that. Then the other one here is Coin Out. I just cashed out. Let's see it. I just cashed out $10, and that's going directly to my bank account. Here. I don't know how to see it. You see it. I don't know how to see it, but I just cashed out $10, so by tomorrow I'll have $10 in my bank account. You can cash it out by PayPal as well. I've already got another $1.21. This one gives you this one's the highest payout for receipts. You get anywhere from 1 penny to 15 cents per receipt. Usually you're going to get 2 to 3 cents per receipt, but that adds up pretty fast. It adds up surprisingly fast. I mean, if you have enough receipts, especially if you collect all the receipts from other family members, this could really add up quick. And this can also connect to your Amazon, Walmart, Instacart. I don't use Instacart, but I connected it for the 100-point bonus. And it'll scan your digital receipts. And you'll get credit for those too. But yeah, and then this is cashed out to your bank account. It's cash, it's money. And then the other one is a direct couponing app called Ibotta. So this is direct coupons. It's not generic discounts. You look for discounts for very specific things that you're going to buy. So this is the one, like, here we go. 50 cents on General Mills. I wouldn't use that. It's not worth it, even with 50 cents off. If you buy the Kraft refrigerated Parmesan, there's $1 off. Ben's Ready Rice, $1 off. Greek yogurt. This is a nice one. You buy $15 worth of Greek yogurt, you get $10 off. And what you do is you set up one of these accounts, fetch, coin out, and just have it on one phone. If you don't want to dilute your savings. If you're saving $10 a month across 3 phones, that means it's going to take you 3 months to collect enough for a cash out. But if you take all 3 of those and put them on one phone, then you cash out once a month. Ibotta, however, is the opposite. This, you want as many accounts as you can. So I have an Ibotta account here, and then I have an Ibotta account on my dad's old account. What the hell did I just do? I don't know what I just did. How did I somehow lost the video on this feed. I don't know how I did that. Seemed to touch something. Probably just a pure coincidence. Oh, great. The one camera I need, it's showing it there. What the hell? Okay. Guess we're going to do this. Would you select it, please? Thank you. Guess we're going to have to do that. Why won't you let me pick that? That is so weird when it does crap like that. I don't know why I did that. It's OBS being weird. Yeah, see, the camera is from this profile. The camera is gone, and I have no idea why. OBS. So this deal here, you spend $15 in yogurt and you get $10 cash back. I mean, hello. Oh yeah, you're right. The phone is mirrored. What the hell? Let's see. Transform. Flip horizontally. That's why it was rotate counterclockwise instead of clockwise like it was before. Because it was mirrored. Oh, that's just weird. What are you gonna do? But especially if you like yogurt, that's a great deal. Now here's the cool part. Because I have an account on this phone, and Michelle has an account on her phone, we have 3 Ibotta accounts, which means we can claim that offer 3 times. And it's legit. These are 3 separate accounts. It's not just us duplicating accounts. We all have these accounts. And that my dad's old phone number. So that account's still active. So now we can claim this 3 times. So for $15, we get $45 worth of yogurt. Yes, please. I'll take that. 40 cents orange juice. That's only worth it if you're already going to get that brand of orange juice. The $1 on the crackers, not that great a deal. They raised the price quite a bit on those crackers. A lot of these are this. I will go and get it because of this deal. But a lot of these, it's an opportunistic thing. It's coupons. It's literally coupons. Now you have to check the coupons before you go to the store. But if you're already going to be buying these products, you might as well get the coupons, right? So that's what we do. Most of my time is spent here in the Ibotta app. The fetch is relatively passive. You check for any big deals. Otherwise, you just scan your receipts. You just check it. So there you go. Now it's claimed. Now, if I were to go into Smith's, I would actually take a picture of the receipt, and it might even ask me to scan the UPC. But This is for, this section here is for Walmart. So what I do is I pick Walmart and I pick online. And this is connected to my Walmart online account. So it's fully automatic. Hey, Mad Max. So this is fully automatic, meaning about 5 minutes after I get done at Walmart pickup, you know, where you go and pick up your groceries, about 5 minutes after we pull out, it says, hey, you got cash back. And I get the money. What other really good deals are in? I bought the corn dogs are actually pretty good if you like those. I love the Sargento cheese, my favorite cheese. The Coffee Mate's a pretty good deal. The Pompion olive oil, it keeps coming back and I keep reusing it again and again. I think I've gotten over $100 back just from the Pompion, because I love olive oil, especially because they have like the bold and robust versions where it's really flavorful, which I prefer. So the trick is to make sure you get the 32-ounce bottles that are right around $8. Now you're getting a 32-ounce bottle for $7. That's about equivalent or better than the Walmart generic brand. So you're getting the quality stuff, or better quality stuff, for the generic price. Let's see. These are crazy expensive. These are crazy expensive. Well, I guess they're not too bad. These are $14 for a dozen. So this brings it down to $12 for a dozen. If you happen to buy those, then that's a great deal. But, you know, don't go out of your way to buy something you wouldn't otherwise buy. Just like any other coupon. If you like Butterfingers, you know, they're 98 cents and you get 25 cents off. So not bad. The Oi is not such a good deal, unless, of course, you're already buying it. Usually, if I get a nice coupon for Oi, we'll go out and buy it because of the coupon. We like this yogurt, but we don't buy it often because it's expensive. This one's not a good deal, though, because you have to buy 4. So really, you're only getting 25 cents off. And that's not enough to trigger my, okay, let's buy it price. I love the freaking Lipton tea, except they're constantly out of the good flavors. They have not restocked strawberry mint or orange blossom in like 11 months. It's really pissing me off. um, the tuna is a horrible deal. It's horribly priced. The turtle is no longer a good deal. They've almost doubled the price of the candy. So with the coupon, you're still now paying more than what you paid without a coupon, you know, 6 months ago. So I don't buy them anymore because I don't tolerate price gouging. If you're going to price gouge, I'm going to stop buying your product. And nearly doubling your price, that's price gouging. See, I love Dave's Killer Bread, but my God, it's so expensive. Jesus, $5 or $6 a loaf. But I'll tell you how I use those coupons in a minute. Here's the breakfast bread. I love their cinnamon raisin. Oh my God, the cinnamon raisin's so good. They had a deal that was really good with this. If you bought 3 jars of sauce and a box of stovetop, you got $2.25 back. So we got a couple of those. So we're stocked up on gravy for a little while. This was good when I bought my Neutrogena, because they were out of SPF 100, but I got a jar of SPF 70, and hey, I'm buying it no matter what, so I'll get $1.50 back. They had a really good deal on the yogurt. It was 25 cents back each, but now it's 40 cents back on 4, so it's only 10 cents. I think we're doing okay, Rick. Thank you. We're making some changes that I'm hoping are going to do good things. The way you can sometimes save on those sketchier coupons, because you have to go to each individual store because the offers are different. Some of them, like here, you see the Light and Fit is only $5 at Smith's, but it's $10 at Walmart. So different stores give you different deals. Oh, interesting. They have a separate thing where, well, you have to buy 2, so it's only $1.50 off each, which is still not bad. That's actually not bad. But you gotta check each individual one because whatever store you're going to. Like here's a free after rebate. So this is the kind of thing where I would buy it even if I wouldn't have bought it before because I'm getting it for free. So it's $4.99, but you're getting $4.99 back. The problem is I live in rural New Mexico, so a lot of the times this stuff is simply not available near me. So it's unlikely I'll be able to find that at the store. Anything particularly good? $1.25 on Dave's Killer Bread. So here's how I save on this. This is $1.25 back, but the loaf of bread is like $6 or $7. But what you do is you check that and you just keep it in your back pocket. When you're going into the store, yes, usually there's a limit of 5. Like this one here is a limit of 5. So I could buy 5 loaves and get $6 back. Or $6.25. No. 5. Yeah, $6.25. So that'd be your maximum discount. But this bread's just too expensive. It's way too expensive. I can't buy this bread. But sometimes you'll get things on clearance. And if you buy it on clearance, you still get the coupon. So, every now and then they'll have the bread, on clearance for $2. And then oh yeah, $1.25. I'm getting a freaking $7 loaf of bread for 75 cents. Yes, please. Okay, so you keep an eye on deals like that. They had a coupon for Cracker Barrel mac and cheese. It was a $1 coupon. Now keep in mind, Cracker Barrel mac and cheese is like $3.50, $4 a box. Well, they had the Havarti cheese ones on clearance for 88 cents a box. So they paid me 18 cents a box or 12 cents a box. Yeah, 88 cents. And it was a $1 coupon. They paid me 12 cents a box to take that. Yes, please. You just got to keep it in your back pocket. You got to just remember that you have that there. And keep an eye out for it. Let's see. Anything else good in here? Probably not. Some things that were a good deal are no longer a good deal. So, for example, they had laundry detergent. It was a good deal with the $4 coupon, but now they've reduced the amount of the coupon and they've increased the price of the product. No longer a good deal. It's not worth it anymore. This is something that I'm having difficulty. This used to be $1 back when you buy 2, which means you're basically getting buy one get one because they're $1 each. They're 98 cents each, and you're getting $1 back. But now that it's buy 3, you're only saving 33 cents on each. When it was buy one get one, essentially, it was worth saying, okay, let's buy a couple just to make the place smell a little nicer. But now that's only 33 cents, it's not worth it. Here's $1.50 back on ketchup. Now, see, here's something I have to explain to Michelle. Something that can be very hard to explain to her. She will see something like this for a coupon. And then I'll have to explain to her. I was like, Michelle, is that actually a good deal? So we go to Walmart. You can't make laundry detergent for $2. Well, depends on how much you're making. Yeah, it depends on how much you're making. I do have the ingredients to make my own detergent. I did buy the what was it? The something soda. No, I realized it depends on how you make a detergent. I have to make mine a little differently. I can't make the regular homemade detergent because that will cause problems with a front loading washing machine. When you have a top loader, you can put basically anything in there. But when you have a front loader, you got to be a little more careful about what you put in it because it'll clog up the internal works inside there. But yeah, well, on with the prices that I have around here, um, it's more like $4 for a 5-gallon jug, like $4.50. Now I could lower that quite a bit because a was it a $1.75 of that is water, so it costs me $1.75 for 5 gallons of water. Okay, so right there I'm already at $2. I'd also have to factor in the fuel cost to go get that water, which is not much. It's an electric car. I'm only driving 3 miles. 4.5 miles per kilowatt, so 10 cents of electricity. So it cost me $1.85 not counting my own time. It cost me $1.85 just for the water. Then I still have to pay for the ingredients to put in that water. I can't use the tap water. Tap water is bad. I have to buy the water to make that, and it's 35 cents a gallon. So it depends on where you live, and it depends on the price of those ingredients. But yes, I did get the I live in the desert. When I finally manage to capture rainwater, it's not going to laundry detergent, it's going to drinking water. Oh yeah. The Walmart was open like 2 weeks later, 3 weeks later. They're all good now. So I tell her, you gotta come into the app and look it up. This is actually really hard, typing in an app sideways. That's actually really hard to do. So I tell her, okay, so hunts, we don't know. The 398. Here we go. This is $1.28. So how much are they charging for that ketchup to be able to give you $1.50 off? They got to be charging $3 or $4 for that ketchup to give you $1.50 off. So tell her you have to look up the actual brand, see how much it's selling for, and then look up the alternatives that are available. So this is Fody Foods, to see if it's actually worth getting. Let's see, where's Smith's? There's Smith's. So FODY Foods. If our store even has it. One result. Here we go. So I tell you, you have to look at it from the this perspective and see that it's $4.79 for 16 ounces of ketchup. There it goes. Well, if you go to actually the same store, you'll assume you're in the same store. And here's 24 ounces of ketchup for $1.50. So yeah, sure, they might be giving you a $1.50 coupon, but then when you subtract, you take the price, 4.79 minus $1.50, you're paying $3.29. So for less than half of that, after coupon price, you can get 24 ounces instead of 16 ounces. Or, to put this in perspective, you could buy 2 of the house brand ketchups and get yourself 48 ounces of ketchup for 30 cents less than what you're going to pay with the coupon to get the Fody Foods 16-ounce bottle. She sees coupon and goes, "Oh, I want." It's like, no, you have to look at the prices and see if it actually makes sense to buy that. I mean, here, even this 20-ounce organic ketchup is only $1.67, and you can get 3 for $5, which is actually a pretty good deal. So 5 divided by 3, that's $1.66. Oh, it's the same price, $1.67. So for the same price as the Fody Foods, you could buy 60 ounces of this organic ketchup versus their 15.8 ounces of their ketchup, even with the coupon. So you have to look at that. Best mayo in the world, brand called Kewpie. We don't get that here. Eating mayo straight. I love mayonnaise, but not straight. Come on. Oh. So Then you also have another problem with making your own laundry detergent. So now I haven't even bought the ingredients for laundry detergent, and I've already spent $1.85. That's for the $1.70. That's for the $1.75 worth of water, and the 10 cents it's going to cost me to drive to there and back. The reality is, if you truly count it correctly, it's 62 cents a mile. So it's going to cost me 3 miles there and back. Now, in reality, my electric car is going to be more like 40 cents a mile. So it's going to be $1.75 for the water and $1.20 for the mileage on the car. So now I've spent $2.95, and I still haven't made soap yet. All I have is a bucket, which we're going to assume I already have, and I do. I have plenty of buckets. So but if you don't have a bucket, there's another $5. You have to buy a bucket. Now, of course, that bucket will get cheaper as you make more detergent, because the first time you use it, that bucket cost you $5. The second time you use it, well, now it's only $2.50 each time you've used it, so you can amortize that cost out. But now you need a fuck ton of electricity because you got to heat that water up. You can't use cold water; it's not going to mix. You got to heat that water up, and now you have to spend the electricity to heat up 5 gallons of water. So this thing will heat up a half a gallon of water in about 3 minutes. So 5 gallons is going to take 10 times 3, 30 minutes. And yes and no. I am on what's called a co-op, so a community cooperative electric company. So our electric is, well, it's not horribly priced, but it's definitely not cheap. We pay about twice what they pay in Albuquerque. I'm on time of use power. So during the day or night, I pay 11 cents a kilowatt hour. That's delivered. And during peak time, which in the summer, which in the tri-season is 6:30 to 10:30. In the winter, it's 6:30 to 10:30 plus 6:30 to 9:30 in the morning, or something like that. I'll have to look up the time of use chart. During the peak time, it's 20 cents a kilowatt hour, which is why I do everything after 10:30 or during the day. So we shower during the day or after 10:30 p.m. Which means 11:30 because it takes an hour to heat up the hot water tank. Mayo and cornflakes. Oh, that's just disgusting. Oh, well, what the fuck is wrong with people? Mayo and cornflakes? Oh, man. Well, I prefer everything being electric, but remember, I live rural. So by everything being electric, I can control what I pay. So by everything being electric, I can use less or I can purchase equipment that's more efficient. And eventually I can go solar. So for example, one of the first projects I plan to do, and I'm gonna use 3D printing to do this because I'm gonna have to create channels and stuff like that along my ceiling. I'm gonna run oh, I figured out how to do it without channels. If I use what do you call the household wiring? Begins with a B. I cannot believe I forgot the name of it. Are you kidding me? Can't remember the freaking name. Oh, that is so sad. That is so lame. I have it in here. Romex. That's it. Well, I found out I can get white Romex. So I'm going to 3D print the little clips. And I found I can get... Hey, where is it? It's not in my list anymore. I wonder why it's not on the list anymore. I knew that. There it is. It just took time to load. Here we go. So once I have the money, I will buy this. That's 250 foot of 14.2 Romex, which is more than enough. I mean, I can use 18 gauge wire for what I'm going to do with it, but I want to buy the good stuff. Plus, that's the best bargain as far as price versus footage versus quality wire. So 250 feet. Now the plan is, and I keep hitting the wrong button. The plan is to run a line of Romex along the ceiling from one end of the house to the other. So straight down the middle of the house, I'm going to run a single Romex line straight down the middle. And then that Romex line will come over to my electrical panel, and I'm going to install my own electrical panel. I'm going to put a little breakout panel, and this will not be connected to the grid. This will be just my own power. Now, at first, I will simply have a plug. So it'll go into a box, and the box will have a C13 connection on it. You know, this your standard C13 connection here. You know, your standard connection there. I'll just plug it into the grid. Now, the plan is to use something like this. Because this is actually how I'm going to test it. This has UPS capabilities. So this can plug directly into AC. And then this will take 270 watts through AC. That's more than enough for what I need, because I only need about 150, 200 watts. So the plan is to run my own circuit for the lights and the ceiling fans. So there's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 ceiling fans, maybe 6. I might put one in the bathroom. And then I will have, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 9-watt light bulbs. And that's it. All of that will be on one single cord. And it's all LEDs, very low power. If I were to run everything all at once, it would be 450 watts maybe. And that is going to plug into this. And then my AC power from the grid is going to plug into this. And then this is going to plug into this. And then this is going to be set up on a timer. So that every day at 6:30 in the morning, this is going to turn off. And when this turns off, this will simply stop charging. And anything I turn on will be powered by the inverter built into this. And then at 9:30 in the morning or 9 in the morning, whatever time the time of use goes back to 11 cents per kilowatt hour, I will it'll switch back to grid power, in which case it'll the lights will be running off of grid power, and this will begin to recharge, because this has pass through. When you have the charger, when you have grid power plugged in, it bypasses the inverter. In this, it bypasses the battery and just feeds the power directly to the outlets. And then there's a relay inside, so it works as a true line interactive UPS. When the power goes out, it switches over to the battery. Well, I'm going to make the power go out twice a day for exactly the time that power is 20 cents a kilowatt hour. So this will be set up with a timer, a programmable timer. Oh yeah, easily. This has got a 600 watt output, so this will run any printer. So by the way, you can get these on eBay for under $200, and this is a fantastic UPS for 3D printers. But you got to test it with your individual printer, because there is a certain millisecond delay from when this switches over from power to inverter. And some printers will reboot with that small delay. Like my APC UPS, no problem. They survived that. But the orange battery pack I had wasn't fast enough. The millisecond switchover wasn't quick enough. I guess we could test it. Yeah, let's test it. Hang on. Do I have... I need another cord. I don't know if I have another cord here. I don't know if I have a cord, and I'm not going to go outside and get one because I took the cord with me when we went to Denver, so it's out in the car. Yeah, I was going to do it with the whatever this is, the WeDo, because it has a touchscreen, and those are usually the ones with the 32-bit boards, and the 32-bit boards are usually the ones that do not tolerate too long of a delay in switchover. So the 16-bit boards, no problem. Like my old Ender 2 and the old CR10, they handle these just fine. But the newer 32-bit boards, that split-second power switchover is enough to reboot them. I don't have power cord. Oh, wait a minute, that's it right there. And I just knocked over the camera. Of course I did. Seriously? Are you going to mess with me like this? I will eat you. We're not 3D printing today, but we're about to see if this will run a 3D printer. No, I still need power. I still need 2. Because I know this will run the 3D printer. That's not the important issue here. The issue is the relay fast enough to keep the printer from rebooting? Yeah. Okay. This will plug into here, and then the 3D printer. Printer will plug into here. It is in UPS mode. We are on. 3D printer is on. Get this out of the way now. We don't need this anymore. Oh, would you stop turning on the goddamn light? You have a fetish with turning on that light. Okay. So now I'm going to yank the plug and see what happens. It stayed on. Okay, so this might be fast enough. Let's apply a little power. Let's see here. Maintenance. Preheat. We are now applying a load. Woo! 463 watts for this thing to kick on. Wow. 467 watts. So you need at least 500 watts for these big 334 printers. All right. All right, 465 watts. It's stabilized. Now let's yank the power and see what happens. It stayed on. Okay. 440 watts. Okay. So the Bluetti EB3A is fast enough to act as a proper UPS for a printer. And how long will that run? Well, that'll run about half an hour. 30 or 40 minutes. So it's like a 30 or 40 minute UPS. A whole lot longer if you turn off the bed. So if I turn off the bed, it drops to 50 watts. 50 or 60 watts if you turn off the heat bed. So that's freaking awesome. Okay. So now I know I want more of these for for 3D printers, because that'll give you let's see, it's 210 watt hours of usable power. So you're going to get about a 20-minute, 25-minute runtime at full tilt, at full, 460 watts. Now, of course, once your printer is fully heated up, it'll actually use a little bit less power, because you run it at max power to heat it up, and then you cycle to keep it at that temperature. So it's probably going to consume around 350, 400 watts at once it's at steady state. So this should give you 20 to 30 minutes of full power runtime. Now, if you can turn off the heat bed, this should give you over 3 hours of runtime. Because 3 hours would be about 180 watt hours, and it's got 210 watt hours. So about 3.5 hours. So this is a 3.5 hour UPS if you can turn off the heat bed. If you now, for an Ender 3, that's going to be a lot lower, because the Ender 3 is not going to consume nearly as much power as this behemoth does. It's a 300 by 300 heat bed. So I will have to plug this into an Ender 3 and see what kind of runtime I get. Now, sadly, you can't run it directly off of DC unless you run without the heat bed, because the DC port on this is limited to 10 amps. And you need a little bit more than 10 amps in order to run a printer. That's for a 12-volt printer. Now, from what I understand, I think internally, this thing is 24 volts. And right here on the back, this is actually pretty easy to open this up. It's pretty serviceable. It's pretty user-friendly as far as servicing. You can actually dismantle this and open it up. There is an XT60 connector that connects the battery to the brain board. So it would not be that difficult for you to put a T on that XT60 connector and have a separate XT60 connector on the side of the machine here, which would give you 24 volt DC direct from the battery. The advantage of that is you could run up to the amp limit of the battery, which means you could plug 2 or 3 printers into it. Now, the downside, however, is you're bypassing all of the brains inside of this box, which means this box will have no way of determining if you are over discharging or drawing too much power from the battery. So you're going to have to buyer beware, we avoid warranties. But in theory, this could run a 24 volt printer direct, which should be significantly more efficient because you won't have the losses from running the converters inside the box. But there's also nothing to stop you from fully draining the battery dead and killing it. So you're going to have to pay attention to that. Now, the other advantage of the Bluetti is rapid charging. So this is capable of accepting 28 volts, 8.5 amps. So if you could regulate your output to 28 volts, would you stop it? What? Wow. That's a good deal. The Chiron is their Anycubics large format printer. So 400 by 400 by 425 or something like that, or 450. So that's awesome that this is fast enough. Let's see, let me turn off the AC. Now what I don't know is down here, these ports are a combined 10 amps. So can I draw 10 amps from each, or is it 10 amps total? If I could draw 10 amps from each, then I could plug into here and plug into here and get the necessary power I need. So I got to find out about that. I got to find out if this is combined 10 amps or 10 amps each. But the AC inverter on this is actually very efficient. The only reason I want to run 12 volt direct is because the Ender 2, which is what I use as my travel printer, is significantly easier to manage if I don't need the power supply. So the whole printer is more compact and easier to transport if I don't need the 12 volt power supply. So I would need to be able to get enough 12 volt power to run off of the 12 volt port. And the problem is, without the heat bed, no problem. With the heat bed, it pushes right up against the limit of what the the control circuit will permit. Because in reality, I need like 13 amps. This only puts out 10. It's a regulated output, which is good. You want a regulated output. So I will test it on a few other printers. I have a couple of printers that I know for a fact do not like certain battery UPS units where they will reset. So I will test this on those because you can get these for under 200 bucks. And it's got a 600 watt inverter. And the most important thing to me, lithium iron phosphate batteries. So it's not going to burn your fucking house down. So, I wonder, I need to, if I can get, I guess I need a 1 kilowatt hour battery. Because I would like to run my 3D printers, but only run them when it's 11 cents a kilowatt hour. Instead of running them when it's 20 cents a kilowatt hour. So what I need is I need a battery large enough to run for 6 hours. I need a 6-hour loiter time, what you call it. Because then I could use something like this to turn off the power when we're in peak time, when it's 20 cents a kilowatt hour, and then let the printer run off the battery, and then at 10:30 turn the power back on, and that will continue running the printer and also recharge the battery for the next on peak time. Now, you're still using 100% of the power from the grid, and you're going to use about 10% extra power for those 6 hours because you're still drawing the same amount of power during that 6-hour period. You're just drawing it from a battery. Then you have to put that power back in the battery so that you can do it next time. Okay? So you're still drawing the same amount of power plus the 10% penalty for running conversions. But when your power jumps from 11 cents to 20 cents a kilowatt hour, that's a pretty big difference. No, it's 11:46. We actually started a little late. So this is not big enough to do that. This even without a heat bed running an Ender 2, this isn't big enough to do that because this will only run the printer for 3.5 hours. You need at least 500 watt hours if you want to run a printer without a heat bed for 6 hours. Because figure, okay, it was pulling about 60 watts, so let's call it 65 watts to be safe. That means you need 650. No, I got that wrong. How much do you need? 65 times 6. 390 watt hours. So the Delphini box is enough. You can do it with the Delphini box. But that box has a problem. And the problem that box has is you can't charge it fast. Now, the good news is the charging ports are additive. So this one can charge via DC or via AC. Now, this one's not a problem because it can charge at over 500 watt hours if you use both ports. The Delphini box, however, does not have an AC input. You have to, or does it? I don't remember. I don't think it's direct AC. I think you have to plug in an adapter. And that adapter only charges at like 100 watt hours. However, it also has USB-C PD bidirectional 100 watt, which means you can charge it at not this one. This one does not. This one has PD 100 out, but not PD 100 in. The Delphini box, however, has PD 100 in. So if you get an adapter like this with a 5 amp USB cable, this is a 96 watt USB-C power delivery charger. And you can get these for like 15-20 bucks on Amazon. And then another $5 for the 100 watt cable. So if you plug the DC power plug and this into one of these, so that would take up one port, and the other charger would take up the other port, that would allow you to charge the Delphini box at over 200 watts, which is more than enough to power your devices and fully recharge the battery because they support pass-through charging before the next off-peak cycle. So in theory, if you got that Delphini box for 180 bucks, so call it 225 bucks by the time you add the PD charger, cable, and the intelligent outlet. If I were to run an Ender 3 with no heat bed on, or ideally you start the print during off-peak time with the heat bed on, and then you ratchet down the heat bed until you turn it off after the print is good and stuck. And so by the time you get to off-peak time, the heat bed is off. And now that Delphini box, because it's 518 watt hours, but I think the realized power is 460, and that's enough. 460 watt hours is enough to run a 3D printer without heat bed for 6 hours. That's actually about 6.5 hours, 6 hours, 40 minutes runtime, which is enough to get me from 4:30 in the afternoon to 10:30 at night. And then once 10:30 comes around, you turn on the chargers again, and now the printer is running off of grid power again. Now, the only downside is that is a little harsher on the battery. That's a little rough on the battery. So there's another way you can do it, and this is the way I'm going to do it. Okay. So what I do is I take a cheap battery like this. I take something like this. Okay. And I have the AC port from this going to the AC input port of the Bluetti. So now I have 290 watt hours plus 210 watt hours. That's 500 watt hours. So when the power goes off, this actually won't discharge because this unit here will discharge first, keeping this unit charged. Now, there is a downside to that. I'm not sure if it's going to work because when the power comes back on, this is going to begin recharging. But will the AC inverter turn back on? I don't think it will. I think if this battery fully depletes, I don't think the AC inverter is going to turn back on. And I don't know how to fix that. I mean, the problem when you kludge together a solution like this, ideally you would need. How would I do that? I need some way of turning the AC inverter on this unit back on again, so that when the next off cycle occurs, this will be fully charged and ready to go to power this. I don't know how to do that. Depending on how intelligent the circuitry in this unit is, let's see, how would I do that? The simplest automated way to do that would be to buy another battery. So, for example, I would take one of these, and I would have a 12-volt charger connected to this, and that 12-volt charger also going through this, and then have the DC output from this battery going to the DC input on this battery. This way, this will keep this charged until this is depleted. Once this is depleted, it'll then run off the battery inside of here. And as long as that battery makes it the full 6 hours, this will never shut off. Power will come back on. This will begin recharging from AC, and this will begin recharging from the 12-volt port. That could work. So how much power is in here? This is a 20 amp hour battery times 12, 240 watt hours. So that is enough. This is 240 watt hours. This is 210 watt hours. So let's just assume this is only 200 watt hours. That's 410 watt hours. So as long as I'm not using the heat bed when the power off time occurs, that 410 watt hours is enough power, because I only need 6, 12, 18. I need 360 watt hours. So I need 400 watt hours to run the printer for 6 hours. Ideally, you want a slightly bigger battery. You want like 25 amps, maybe 30 amps to be safe. But theoretically, a 20 amp hour cell is enough. The only problem is over time, that cell is going to degrade. So the SOC for lithium iron phosphate batteries between 2,000 to 4,000 cycles until 80% SOC. So what you really want is a 30 amp hour battery, so that after 3,000 cycles, your 80% is still above 20 amp hours. So your 80% will still be sufficient to keep all of this running. It's capable of putting out 1C. So that's 240 watt hours, which is plenty. So yeah, that would work. One Bluetti box, the EB3A, plus one 12-volt lithium iron phosphate battery, 20 amp hours or more, plus a charger for this battery. Now, you could run the charge off of this. This has a built-in BMS, so you might be able to recharge this from this 12-volt port. I'm not sure. I'll have to look into that. I'll have to see if that can work. I think it can. I think in theory that should work. So a straight, 5510 from here to here. And then when the power comes back on, it'll recharge this and recharge this. And then when the power goes off for the next cycle, these batteries will be enough to keep the printer going. That'll allow me to run the printer 24/7 at 11 cents per kilowatt hour. Well, call it 12 cents per kilowatt hour, because you're going to lose 10% in conversions between AC and DC power. But that's still a hell of a lot cheaper than 20 cents a kilowatt hour for the 10 hours a day that they charge 20 cents a kilowatt hour. I might have to try this. And these are cheap. You can get these for under 10 bucks. Ideally, you want ones that monitor, meaning they'll tell you how much power you're using. But technically, you don't need monitoring. You just need the ability to schedule. So with these devices, where's my phone? Especially now that we're getting rid of daylight savings time, this will be a lot easier. So with these devices, you can do what's called scheduling. Not that one. Boost heater. This one should do it. I know it's offline. I don't care. When it's online, here we go. So here we go. So I can set up schedules. So I can tell it start time, end time, tell it whether I want it to repeat, tell it whether I want the power to turn on or off. So what I would do is, so for example, for the spring, summer, fall season, I believe that is March through September. We only have one on-peak time, and that's from 4:30 in the afternoon until 10:30 at night. So what I would do is I would set up a timer for every day that at 4:30 I want you to turn the power off, and at 10:30 I want you to turn the power back on again. So at 4:30, this device would cut off power to this device, at which point this device would switch over to UPS mode and power from its battery. And then at 10:30, this device would turn power back on, and then this device would continue powering the printer and recharge itself. In the wintertime, there are two on-peak times. I don't remember exactly what it is. I want to say it's 6:30 to 9 a.m. or 6:30 to 9:30 a.m. I think it's 6:30 to 9. I think it's like 2.5 or 3.5 hours. Let me look it up. Let's see here. Get this out of my way. Get this out of my way. TNMET, time of use. Let's see here. Here we go. Alrighty. Winter months, it is 6:30 to 9 and 4:30 to 10. So it's 8.5 hours every day. That's not bad. That's not bad. The 2.5 hours is no big deal. So, and that is October 1st to March 3rd, so end of March. So April through September is just 4:30 to 10:30, and then October through March, so 6 months. Wow, that's 6 months out of the year. Yeah. So for 6 months of the year, we have two on peak times, and for 6 months of the year, we have one on peak time. And so what I would do is I would program those on and off peak times into this little gadget here. And so that I would only ever be paying for power when it's off peak. Now, the idea is to eventually extend this to as much of the house as possible. So, for example, when I get my circuit set up for all the lights and the ceiling fans, I'm just going to plug that into one of these battery boxes with one of these timers set up so that when we are off peak, all of my lights and fans will run on grid power. And when we're on peak, they'll run on battery power. And then when we're off peak again, we just recharge the battery via the grid. Now, that's not solar powered, that's not off grid, but it's time shifting my power. So I'm shifting my actual power grid power usage to off peak time. Eventually, I'd want a battery large enough to go overnight. And then I can get rid of the grid altogether and simply use a solar panel. So because that's expensive, I'll do it a little piece at a time. So run first time shift my power usage as much as I can to off peak time, which will reduce my electric bill. And then eventually, well, for example, one of the lights, I can't tell you. I don't know how much power they use. The only reason I'm doing that is because in a grid down scenario, I want lights and I want fans. Also, until I have them running on their own grid, I won't know how much power they consume. I could tell you maximum power. So if I had all the ceiling fans going and all the lights going, how much is that again? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. That's 14 light bulbs. Well, 15 light bulbs. I'm going to put 2 in that third room. So that is 15 times 9. That's 135 watts for the light bulbs. That's nothing. It's irrelevant. Let's assume I have, all 4 ceiling fans going. I don't know how much power ceiling fans consume. Let's call it 100 watts. So that's plus 400. That's 535 watts. That's actually a lot of power. If you want to run that for 12 hours, you need a 6 kilowatt hour battery. That's a big fucking battery. You would need basically $2,000 batteries. You would need $2,000 worth of battery power. Now, the reality is you're not going to use anywhere near that amount of power. The amount of power you use during the day doesn't matter because solar panels are cheap. What matters is the amount of power you use at night. And the reality is things are off most of the night. At most, we might have a single nightlight on and 2 ceiling fans going. So you're talking, probably less than 200 watt hours. So 2 kilowatt hours would be sufficient to run that all night. And that's assuming they take 100 watts. I don't think that fan consumes 100 watts. I don't think it does. Maybe on high it might, but I don't think it consumes. I can't find specifications. I've tried finding specifications and I can't find any. So the only way I'm going to figure it out is by putting a meter on it, seeing how much power it consumes. So let's talk about something a little different, since those are hard to tell how much power. The other thing that I want to get off the grid is my refrigeration. So my refrigerator and my freezers. I want to get those off grid because that's the kind of thing where if the power goes out, it's going to really suck because you're going to lose all your food. So and those are also a relatively low power but constant power device, meaning it uses a pretty consistent amount of power throughout the year. So you can think of a freezer as consuming about a kilowatt hour per day. So a 3 kilowatt hour battery should be enough to run 2 freezers and the fridge for about 1 day, easily overnight. And I could do that with a single $1,000 battery. So actually, you sometimes get them for as low as $700 in one sale. So let's assume I get a sale. You're talking $700 for a battery that will run those devices for 1 full day. Ideally, you want 2 full days, but we have grid power. So I can always plug in a grid charger to charge that battery and just have it set up on a meter. So for example, if the battery drops below 20%, turn on the grid charger. This way, if something happens to the solar panels or whatever, it'll switch over to AC power. If nothing happens to the solar panels, it'll never switch over and you're fine. You want redundancy. So you're looking at $700 for a battery. You're looking at about $80 for a decent AC inverter capable of running those 3 devices. So 1,000 to 1,200 watt inverter is more than enough to run 2 freezers and a fridge. Even if they all 3 kick on at the same time, it's probably only going to draw demand of about 1.5 kilowatts. So a 1,500 watt and pure sine wave inverter should be sufficient for that. So now you're looking at $800. The solar panels, a single 500 watt solar panel should be sufficient. So figure you're going to get 400 watts out of that 500 watt panel. There's a couple available I'm looking to buy. I just don't have the money right now. Once $140 a piece for them. They're print-on. He's got 3 of them. I want to put 2 for this project, and I want to put 1 on the roof of the car, the Kia, for when I travel. So you're looking, let's call it $300 for solar panels. So that's $1,100 in equipment. Okay. You also need an MPPT charge controller. That's about $40. So I'm going to build that into the $300. So you're looking at, let's call it $1,200. You're going to need a little bit of wiring. Okay. So you're looking at about $1,200. Now, how much electricity do those devices consume? About a kilowatt hour per day. So 3 times 365. That's 1,095 kilowatt hours per year to run the 2 fridges, or 1 fridge and 2 freezers. Now, my 24-hour cycle average is 15 cents per kilowatt hour. So if you're drawing a consistent amount of power 24 hours a day, you're going to pay about 15 cents per kilowatt hour on average. You're going to pay 11 cents per kilowatt hour off peak, 20 cents per kilowatt hour on peak. That averages to about 14.7, 14.8 cents per kilowatt hour. It's called, no. What the fuck, cat? He went right for the goddamn keyboard. What the hell? Right for the keyboard. He went right to lay on that keyboard. What is it with cats and keyboards? Oh, cat. So, so 1,100 kilowatt hours times 0.15. That's $165 per year. So $1,200 divided by 165. That's a 7-year payoff. So the ROI is 7 years. That's actually not bad. That's truly not a bad ROI. The solar panels are going to last longer than I'm going to be alive. And the battery will last at least 15 years, especially since I'm running at a half C. So the lower the demand on the battery, the longer it lasts. When they say a battery has 3,500 charge cycles, that it's full. 100 to 0, 100 to 0, 100 to 0. Since I will almost never be draining the battery below 50%, I'm going to get the equivalent of 7,000 days before the battery drops to 80%. So that would be divided by 365. That's 19 years. That's 20 years that that battery should last. And then when you factor in that 80% is still more than enough to meet your demand, in theory, unless something internally fails inside that battery, it should last you the rest of your life. That's why lithium iron phosphate is so nice. The thing is, you need, a pretty big battery. For example, I would need, this is 240 watt hours, and I need 3 kilowatt hours per day, so I would need 10 of these, or one larger battery. I probably have enough batteries that I got for free from that review program, but the problem is I don't have enough of all the same size. And the batteries need to all be the same size. You can't mix and match batteries. That's bad. You can't do that. Now, I might be able to do it with the right charge controller. Some charge controllers allow multiple inputs. So if some charge controllers allow you to plug in 2 different battery banks, and they will draw from the 2 battery banks separately and also input charge to them separately. That would allow me to use more of my batteries, because I have some 12 amp hour batteries and I have some 16 amp hour batteries. So what would the 12 amp hour give me? 12 times 12, that's 144 times 4, that's 576. 16 times 12 times 4, that is 768 plus 576. That's enough. I mean, it would be close. It wouldn't be the full day of runtime that I want, but it would be enough to go overnight. Close. I need 12 hours. And that means I need 1.5 kilowatt hours for 12 hours. That would be really close. It might be enough. Depends on how efficient the freezers actually are. I have to put them on meters, but that might be enough. If I can affordably get a multi-input charge controller, I might actually have the batteries I need to make this work. Meaning my battery cost would be 0. But if you were to buy the battery, ideally you want a 300 amp hour battery to do that. Now the cool thing is that 300 amp hour battery is also enough to run all my lights. So if I got the solar set up for the fridge and freezers, I already have it set up for the lights too. I could just plug them into the same inverter. So that would further reduce my costs. Especially because daytime running doesn't cost anything, because you're getting it from the solar panels. And 1,200 watts of solar is more than sufficient to power all of that and recharge everything before nightfall. So how would that further reduce my ROI? If we assume, let's see, at full tilt, let's assume I'm running at 25%. What did we figure that out? We figured it was 535 watt hours. 535 divided by 4. That's an average of 133 watt hours times 24 times 365. That's watt hours divided by 1,000 to get kilowatt hours. That's 1,171 kilowatt hours. Plus the 1,100 kilowatt hours for the fridge and freezer. That's 2,271 kilowatt hours times 0.15. That's $340 a year. So that $1,200 system divided by 340 would pay for itself in 3.5 years. That's well worth it. I mean, I can't do it because I just don't have the money. But once I do have the money, that's worth doing. A 3.5-year ROI is incredible. Most people would kill for an ROI that cheap. ROI is return on investment, meaning how long will it take for the savings to equal the cost of the equipment? And what is the cheapest that I can get a battery like that for? So a 300 amp hour battery is about $1,000, but you can get them. I see them as low as 900 here. That one's 900. Here's one for 850. Let's see. 850. So far, 850 is the cheapest. Here's 752. You know, a bare bones battery. I'd have to have my own BMS for it. Not bad though. I have to look into what a BMS costs. But this battery here is $752. 200 amp hour is $519. That might actually be the better way to go. Because if I bought two of those, it's about $1,000, but you get 400 amp hours. 400 amp hours is absolutely enough to run fridge, 2 freezers, all the lights, and the ceiling fans for 24 hours. No problem. Or if I'm miserly. And again, I'm still going to have a grid connection, so I can have a grid charger plugged into this battery. And if something happens and the power goes too low, I just turn on the grid charger. Not a big deal. Yeah, I'd be better off going with the 200 amp hour. I'm going to save that in my list. In fact, it might even be better to go with 100 amp hour. Because they have 100 amp hour. What? Oh, that's a lead acid battery. Ew, nobody wants that. How did that get mixed in there? Huh. Let's see here. That's 310 amp hours for 900. That's a deep cycle. We don't want that. PGM, we don't want that. It's because I didn't restrict my search to lithium iron phosphate. But it should be possible to do it for about 800 bucks. That should be within the realm of possible. 650 for 190 amp hours. That's not bad. And the price is coming down. That's one of the few things that's continuing to drop in price. Is batteries. Oh no, that's pretty nice. 24 volt, 200 amp hour. Expensive, 1,400 bucks, but that's 400 amp hours of capacity, relatively speaking. That's 200 times 24. That's 4.8 kilowatt hour. That's a 5 kilowatt hour battery for 1,400 bucks. That's pretty good. That's pretty damn good, actually. What does that cost? Uh, 4.8. No, 1,400. That's 290 watt. That's $290 per kilowatt hour. That's pretty cheap. And that's a big enough battery I could run other things off of it. So at 5 kilowatt hours, I could also run, like, for example, my kitchen, as long as I'm careful. Um, so yeah, sure, my induction cooktop takes 1,300 watts at full power, but you're only running it for 10 or 20 minutes. That's only 600 watt hours. That's not a big deal when you have 4.8 kilowatt hours available to you. Um, so I could take the microwave off the grid, the air fryer, the stovetop, the coffee machine that could go off the grid. Um, which would make your ROI even faster because it would reduce your electric bill even more and make your payoff even quicker. Probably under 3 years. Under 3 years is unheard of. That's incredible. And I've already got a south-facing roof. I could just mount the solar panels to my carport on the back here. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, it's about the same price. 12 volt, 200 amp hours, $700. So two of them is 1,400 bucks. And you're probably better off going with two batteries instead of one bigger battery. Because two batteries will have two independent BMSs, and if one fails, you at least have the other one give you partial power. I'm starting to try to do something about our weight. I've been talking to people, and I found out Michelle and I should be able to lose a pound a week if we keep our calories under 3,000 calories. I'm waiting to hear back from the doctor on how far can I reduce our calories safely without causing a problem. I know if you cut calories too much, it causes a big problem. Your body will basically cannibalize itself. So I got to find out how much can I cut it back. Can I do 2,500 calories? Can I do 2,000 calories? Is that safe? Um, so I found a new app that I'm using. I found out in the past, I always work better when I have accountability. So when I track exactly what I'm doing. So this thing tracks how much I move, and it tracks, and I track what I'm eating. So I just come into here and I just, I pick whatever it is I'm eating, and most of this stuff it actually has built into it. Really? Can you get me the name of that medication? If it's not dangerous, um, maybe the doctor can get me some. Because appetite suppression would go a long way. Let's search for that. Oh, it's an injection. I've already got a lot of heartburn. I eat these goddamn antacid pills like they're candy. I think I'll just start with just trying to eat less. Like I said, it's a lot easier to do when I'm tracking it. I've always done better when I'm tracking, but the app I was using in the past went to freemium, so it became difficult to use if you weren't paying, and so I stopped using it. Now they have a new one called Lose It. It's also freemium based, but it's not restricted. So it's still usable for the free version, and so far it's working. In the last 2 weeks, I have not gone over 3,000 calories. Look at Noom. Search. Well, anything I have to pay for, I can't use. Is it just an app? Are you going to tell me anything? Or hey, I don't want to go through all these questions. I'll look into that later. I was going to try to teach Michelle to use the app, but there's two problems, and one of them is a solution. First of all, I don't think she's going to learn to use the app, and I think even if I did teach her to use the app, I think she would just lie and cheat. She would just eat something she wants and then not record it. And her brain would have a disconnect between, but I'm not losing weight. Well, no shit, because you're cheating. But Michelle, the solution is actually pretty easy. Michelle eats whatever I eat. So if I'm using the app, then she's already using the app through me. So as long as we, stop buying snacks, she's a very heavy snack person. It's a psychological problem because it's hard to tell her no. I mean, she has very little in the way of creature comforts. We have lots of stuff. We have nice TVs and stuff like that. But as far as beyond material things like that, she doesn't have much of a life. She just lives in this house, and whatever we do when we go out, which is not much anymore because we don't have any money. So it's hard to tell her no from small creature comforts like, cookies or chips or crackers or stuff like that. But we're dead if we don't. So I guess I need to just, suck it up and deal with it. Find some other way of giving her a rewarding life besides snack foods. But I control what gets bought. She can't really go out to the store on her own and buy whatever she wants. She doesn't have the money, neither do I, and she can't drive. I know snacks are very cheap. I mean, right? They still have the Oreo cookies, buy one get one. You pay $4 for a pack of Oreos, you get a second pack for free. That's $2 a pack. I mean, when you look at the dollars per calorie, that sucks because that's cheap fucking calories. All the worst stuff is the cheap foods. People say, well, eat healthy. I was like, okay, no meat, no rice, no beans. Go. Good luck. That's the cheap stuff. Rice, beans, and pasta. That's the cheap stuff. Meat's healthy, but it's also $10 a pound. Why do you think, macaroni and cheese with hot dogs is a common meal here? Because a box of macaroni and cheese is 43 cents, and hot dogs are about the only meat you can buy for less than $3 a pound. I did find out I can get chicken for $1.67 a pound. If you go to Costco and you buy a rotisserie chicken, it's $5. You're going to get between 3 and 4 pounds of meat out of that chicken. Let's assume worst case scenario, you only get 3 pounds. That's $1.67 a pound. Back bag it, vacuum seal it and freeze it. But the problem is, I only have my Costco membership, I think, until November, and I don't think I can afford it past that. I think I'm going to have to dump my Costco membership just because I can't afford it. I could probably afford Sam's Club, and they also have rotisserie chickens for $5, although they're not as good as the Costco ones. But I don't think I can go to Sam's Club. I think it's too far away. Costco, I can barely make it there and back on a charge. But I think Sam's Club is over 24 miles away. Let's find out. Wait a minute, this says Eubank Road. Eubank Road is close. 23 miles. Okay, so I could do Sam's Club. Because I think Sam's has a $20 membership and you get a $20 coupon. And it's literally directly, it's slightly closer than Costco. It's right down the street from Costco. So I could do Sam's Club. They do have $5 rotisserie chickens as well. Yeah, but a member has to buy the gift cards. So I would need somebody who's a member to buy me gift cards. That can get, and plus, not all stores will let you do that. Some stores, now, corporate policy is if you have a gift card, you're allowed to go in without a membership and shop. And you're not limited to what's on the gift card. You could have a $10 gift card and buy $100 worth of stuff. That is perfectly legitimate. However, some stores violate that policy and won't let you buy anything unless you have a membership or unless the member is there. Because they know people are using it to get around the membership requirement. And even though it's against corporate policy, what are you going to do about it? You can't make them let you buy it. So I don't know whether. Why'd you do that? What? Set up a scamming operations and get them to pay for Amazon refunds using Costco cards. I don't understand. How does that work? How would you pay for Amazon refunds using Costco cards? I don't get it. You can only get Costco gift cards from Costco. You can't buy Costco gift cards from a third party. Like, you have to have a membership to buy a Costco gift card. You can't just walk into Walmart and buy a Costco gift card. They're not for sale. But that is a way to get affordable chicken. There's a little work involved, but one thing we have plenty of is time. Why does it keep doing that? Actually, the Costco pizza is pretty damn good considering. Why the fuck does this keep switching windows on me? But you get a better deal at Domino's. Not only is the pizza much fresher, but it's $7.99 for a large 3 topping. And the $1.50 hot dog and soda you can't beat with a 10-foot stick. And it's a big freaking hot dog. It's not even bun length. It's those extended length hot dogs. No. No, Costco gift cards are only available from Costco. Like, you know how you walk, well, here in the US, you can walk into any convenience store and they'll have a rack full of gift cards you can buy. You'll never see a Costco card there because you can only buy Costco cards with a membership. You can only buy them from Costco. Yeah, the $1.50 hot dog and pop is unbeatable. I mean, you can't make that at home for that price. Something I'm about to start my first batch of vanilla. So I got these 4-ounce glass jars, and I'm thinking about making a I'm thinking about 3D printing a fancy case to put it in. You know how you'll get a bottle of wine or alcohol and it'll come in a fancy box. And I'm thinking about 3D printing a fancy little box to hold them. It'll also protect them for shipping. And I'm making my own vanilla extract. I have a batch of vanilla that's proofing right now. It's been over 12 months, so that's long enough. By the time people get it, it'll be closer to 18 months aged. And so I'm going to make my own vanilla extract and try selling it. I estimate I can sell a 4-ounce bottle, a 4-ounce bottle of homebrew vanilla can sell for about $20 a bottle. So I was like, hell yeah. It takes a long time. You know, you have to buy the vanilla beans are not cheap because you want the Madagascar vanilla beans because that's what everybody wants. They're not cheap and you need more of them than you think. The vodka's cheap, obviously. That doesn't cost much. And you basically just you slice open the beans, put them in the vodka, and then you let it sit for 12 to 18 months. Theoretically 6 months, but it tastes better the longer it ages. So the minimum for good tasting vanilla. That's wrong. Camera sales have kind of tanked. Nobody wants to buy them now. I waited too long. I should have done it during the pandemic. That's when they were selling like hotcakes. Um, so I'm gonna have to hang on to them until demand goes back up again. I think because of this, the price gouging that's going on right now, and with rent prices going through the roof, people are really cutting back on what they're spending on. So people just aren't buying. Just they're holding off on purchases right now in order to conserve cash. But I want to make my own rice pudding. I made it a couple of times. It never quite came out the way I'd like. Um, I don't want the rice to be hard, and I also don't want it to be mushy. I want the rice to be distinct but not mushy. And I haven't figured out the proper way to do that yet. I do have this new basmati rice, and it seems to be a lot softer than the basic white rice. So the jasmine and basmati rice. So I'm going to try making some rice pudding with that. Especially now that I'm cooking it better with the rice cooker. The rice cooker does such a good job. I do 2 to 1. So 1 cup of rice, 2 cups of water. And it comes out absolutely amazing. Oh, it comes out so good. I also found out there's a trick um, to making rice low glycemic to reduce the glycemic impact of rice for sugar. Apparently, if you allow the rice to fully cool down to room temperature, then heat it back up again, something chemically changes in the rice and it has a lower glycemic index. So what I'm gonna, and that this is actually proven. This is factual. This is scientifically proven, not just internet bullshit. So I'm gonna start making a couple of batches of rice in the rice maker, bagging it up, put it in the fridge, and then use the refrigerator rice throughout the week for whatever we want to use rice with. Because, for example, one of my favorite breakfasts is just rice with dippy eggs on top, and then you pop the yolks, and the yolks go through the rice. So good. um, so I want to start doing that. I don't want to freeze the rice because now you're using the one of the nice things about rice is that it's shelf stable. It lasts basically forever. As long as it doesn't get wet or moldy, it lasts basically forever. It never goes bad. Why? 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 Well, why do you keep doing that? The browser keeps this browser window keeps taking focus and it keeps coming back up to the top. Is it something to do with maps? Is maps doing it somehow? Close maps, see if it stops doing it. Why would it be bad for you? I have a feeling that's probably a myth. Okay, well, I trust the NHS, but I don't trust a statement that says do not reheat rice more than once without an explanation as to why. Okay, I need a why. You know, just telling me is not enough. I know it's something to do with Bacillus cereus. Okay, so with rice, you want to keep it below 40 degrees or above 140 degrees Fahrenheit. That 40 to 140 range is the danger zone because that's where the bacteria can grow rapidly. And you want to rapidly cool leftovers to avoid the bacteria or the spores becoming bacteria. So the problem is you'll get people who will take the rice out. Um, the reason they say don't reheat more than once is because people typically leave the rice out. And when you leave it out at room temperature range, the bacteria grows rapidly. So the problem is not reheating it more than once. The problem is people don't treat the rice correctly. So first of all, I don't see any reason to ever reheat it more than once. Because there's no reason to. I mean, why would you have that much rice reheated? But if you do, the trick is to not leave it out, to get it back below 40 degrees temperature immediately after serving. So take what you're going to take and then get it right back in the fridge. And then, of course, make sure you hit 165 when you reheat it. As long as you keep it below 40 and you reheat it to 165, it's safe. So that makes sense. So proper handling becomes an issue. You have to handle it properly. Okay, that makes more sense now. Yeah, the bacteria is there's the name is here. Would you go away? I don't want to see your crap. Uh, Bacillus cereus. This the spores for this typically come on rice. And if you cook the rice and then leave it at room temperature, that bacteria will turn into, or that those spores will turn into bacteria very, very quickly, and they will reproduce very quickly. Um, so you don't want to leave rice out for more than like an hour. Then you want to get it cold. You got to get it below 40 degrees Fahrenheit. What is that in Celsius? 40. Oh, I did it backwards. Yeah, 4 degrees Celsius. So 40 degrees Fahrenheit is 4 degrees Celsius. I don't think that's gonna have a problem with rice. I've put rice directly in the fridge and I've never had a problem with anything going sour. So maybe other foods you can't do that with, but rice is pretty okay. But I would just freezer bag it, stick it in the freezer. The shelf life is 3 to 4 months in the freezer. But apparently, cooling and then reheating rice changes the glycemic index. Let me see if I find it. Here we go. It's just a small study, so I guess they have to do more checking on this, but it says here it may slow spikes in blood sugar for people with diabetes. They tested it with 32 patients with type 1 diabetes. One meal was long grain white rice, about 46 grams of carbohydrates prepared and served immediately. The other was the same portion of rice, but allowed to cool in a refrigerator for 24 hours, then reheated and served. They found that when participants ate the cooled rice, their blood sugar levels were significantly more stable, with less of an increase overall and a shorter time to peak than when they ate fresh rice. Cooled carbs like rice may help control blood sugar, according to research. It says, thanks to a specific type of carbohydrate called resistant starch, that the chilled portion of rice in the study contains significantly more resistant starch than the fresh rice. Evidence suggests resistant starch is digested more slowly. As a result, resistant starch may help balance out the absorption of other carbs to balance blood sugar, similar to fiber. So it might have a similar effect to fiber. There was also a similar 2015 study without diabetes and found comparable results, with the chilled rice causing less of a spike in blood sugar. It also helps to regulate appetite, keeps you full longer, prevents energy dips. Okay. I mean, that's something that I can easily do. I can make up, it'll also be more energy efficient because cooking a batch of rice takes about the same amount of time, regardless of whether I make 1 cup or 3 cups. So I can cook up 3 cups of rice all at once. What? Okay, that's not for cooking mushrooms in aluminum. That's for growing mushrooms in aluminum. Well, yeah, no shit. Okay, here's something that people sometimes don't realize and why it's so hard. It's one of the reasons why it's so hard to lose weight, why obesity is such a bad problem in this country. Um, Healthy foods have two problems. They're expensive and you can't survive on them. Like literally, you can't survive on healthy foods. Greens, I'm talking vegetables. All right, let's say I want to eat an entire 12-ounce bag of butter lettuce. All right, that's a lot of salad. Okay. All right, that's 20 calories. It's 20 calories. Aroma tomato. The whole tomato is 10 calories. If I have 5 tomatoes, that's 50 calories. And I a lot of times I will put 5 tomatoes in my salad. Um, so let's put 5 tomatoes in my half a bag of lettuce. That's 60 calories. Let's put a cucumber in there. That's 40 calories. That's 100 calories. Let's put what else are we gonna put in a salad? Onions. Um, that's another 10 calories. So a nice, and I'm not talking about a little salad. I'm talking about a big bowl of salad like this. Like that's my dinner. Okay, that's not a side salad with my dinner. That salad is my whole dinner. Um, that's 110 calories. Oh, that's because there's not enough fat in rabbit, and that's actually partially a myth. There is enough fat in rabbit for you to live, but you will become malnourished over time. Malnourishment can become a problem. That applies to any food though. If you ate just lettuce and tomatoes, you would die too because you're not going to get all the macronutrients you need. Rabbit just gives you protein and a very little bit of fat. It gives you almost nothing of anything else. It's a very, very lean meat. I think one of the few simple, cheap foods that you can eat that is actually nutritionally complete, potatoes and butter. If you eat potatoes and butter, that has, if not everything, almost everything your body needs. Potatoes and butter. The problem is you're going to get fat. um, well, no, if he said it, it doesn't have to be true. The media gets a lot of shit wrong all the time. Oh, yeah, 10 websites said it's true, so I'll just tell everybody it's true without actually vetting the fact that all 10 of those websites are referencing the same fictitious source. That's happened quite a lot. Our reporters don't actually, vet their sources anymore, or some of them don't. But the point is, giant salad like this, okay, and that's going to cost you $5. All right, it's 110 calories. You're dead. You need 2,000 calories to live. You literally can't eat enough salad to live. All your calories come from the croutons, the bacon bits, and the salad dressing. The salad dressing is 30 calories per tablespoon. And you're going to put at least 12 tablespoons on that salad. There ain't no way in hell you're putting 2 or 3 tablespoons on a salad that big. Um, yeah, the bad food is cheap and the healthy food is expensive. And it's not only expensive, it's calorically empty. Um, Now, let me give you an example. Let's say you want to make a dinner. It's still doing that. I hate that so much. Why does it do that? Why does it take focus? Um, let's make a cheap dinner. Okay. Okay, chicken. Do you know what a serving size of chicken is? 4 ounces. You ever look at 4 ounces of chicken? Yeah, you're going to stab the person who gave you the 4 ounces and say, you double that or you die. So let's double it to 8 ounces of chicken, a half a pound of chicken. That's 200 calories. Okay? So you've only got 200 calories. Let's say you use 1 tablespoon of butter to cook the chicken, and you're going to eat all that butter sauce. You're going to pour the butter sauce on the chicken. That's another 100 calories. Okay? So now you have 300 calories. Now, you need that meal to be about 1,000 calories, assuming you're going to eat 2 meals a day. You need that meal to get to 1,000 calories. Get to 1,000 calories without filling yourself up while staying healthy and affordable. But for now, let's just forget affordable. Okay, have a side of broccoli. Okay, it's 5 calories. What? Yeah. You take a giant clump of broccoli, 5 calories. Okay, it's 105 calories because you're going to add butter. Because without butter, it tastes like shit. But you can use 0-calorie butter sauce. But in this case, you actually need the butter. So let's add a tab of butter to the broccoli. So now it's 105 calories. So now you're at 410 calories. You need another 600 calories. How are you going to add another 600 calories healthy? I could add a piece of salmon. Yeah, but now you got mercury and now you got expensive. Have you looked at the price of salmon? I could double the chicken. Yeah, you're still 200 calories short, and now your meal just got really expensive. Okay, so add a side salad. Okay, even if you put, 2 tablespoons of dressing on it, that side salad's like 60 calories total. You see what I mean? You have to add, we need fats and carbohydrates. And the problem is when you're fats and or not fats, but carbohydrates and starches are sugar. When you're like me, when you're like you at 200 pounds, add a baked potato, add a side of mac and cheese. It doesn't matter. Add a side of rice. You're good. You have to carb up in order to get your calories because that's the only affordable, practical way you're going to get calories is with carbohydrates. You're going to have to add some sort of a grain, some sort of a pasta, some sort of a starch. You're going to have to add some sort of a carbohydrate in order to get your calories because your body has to have calories. Yeah, well, how much did you weigh though? Like, how much do you weigh? An 800 calorie diet would kill me. Like, I would die from malnutrition. My body would begin to shut down. You see, people think that a human being needs 2,500 calories. So you can eat 1,500 calories and you'll be fine. Well, that's not really true. A human being doesn't need 2,500 calories. A normal, active, average sized human being needs calories. But this fat is living tissue. All of this mass that you see, it's not weight. It's not weight like strap this onto you and now you're a pound heavier. I don't need to feed this anything. It's a pound of dead mass. Well, this left tit right here, that's about 10 pounds of living tissue. And that living tissue has to be fed. So, you're 119 kilograms. You're a big boy. What's that, 250? 261. You're a big boy. I'm damn near double your weight. What am I? I'm guessing 430 divided by 2.2. I'm 195 kilos. But the point is, if you were to put me in a medically induced coma, so all I had to do was lay in bed asleep 24 hours a day, you would have to intravenously feed me 3,000 calories a day to keep me from losing weight. Just to maintain. Because all of this tissue has to be fed. So it's not just mass, it's living mass. And if you reduce your calorie intake too much without doctor supervision and what you're eating for too long, and keep in mind, this is something I would have to do for 6 to 12 months, not 1 month. So I'm nearly twice his weight. So if I ate 1,600 calories a day, I'd be doing exactly what he did at 800 calories a day. 800 calories a day would be suicide. That would kill me. Because my body would be starving. God damn, these little fruit flies love going up our nose. My body would begin to cannibalize its own muscle tissue because your body can actually convert muscle tissue into calories faster than it can convert fat into calories. It's actually a pretty long process to convert fat into calories. And if your calorie deficiency is, if you have a calorie deficiency, your body will begin to use its fat tissue in order to get the calories it needs. But if you deny yourself calories at a greater rate than your body can convert fat tissue, well, your body's going to have to find some other source of calories. Also, you have another problem. And this is the problem that I have with Michelle and me to an extent. You have to move. Here's something that people don't realize. When you lose a pound of weight, where'd it go? Oh, Jesus. Oh, my God. That's horrible, dude. Let me get a fuck cancer in comments, man. Fuck cancer. The first immortal human being, as far as immortal meaning he's going to be remembered in history forever, will be the person who invents a cure for cancer. But when you lose a pound of weight, where'd it go? Where'd the pound go? A lot of people are going to say, well, you shit it out. No, that's not the way that works. Nothing from your weight loss comes out of shit. Shit is literally whatever you just ate in the last 8 hours that your body was not able to absorb. It is really starting to annoy me. So you eat, you eat a pickle, okay? Your body is going to absorb some of that pickle as nutrients, sugars, carbohydrates, starches, whatever, salts, electrolytes, etc. Whatever's left over after that, after it makes its way through your intestines, whatever's left over, that's your shit. Okay? There's no connection between the energy you burn and your shit. Shit is literally a waste byproduct. Huh. That's one of the problems with gastric bypass is that you can bypass the bypass, and my dad did that and it almost killed him. Like we finally convinced him to go to the hospital. He didn't want to go to the hospital. And when we described what was going on and the doctors checked him, they it was almost like an emergency alert type system went off or something like that with the doctors. They freaked out, and I've never seen somebody get through the emergency room so quickly. It's a good thing we took him to Jefferson where he got the gastric bypass, so they were familiar with what was going on. When they came back out an hour later, they said he was 30 minutes from death. They said if we'd arrived a half an hour later, he'd be dead. He tore a hole in his stomach because he overate. He forced himself to eat more. And that's why for gastric bypass, you usually have to go through a lot of psychological evaluations and training and stuff like that because you have to be mentally ready for it before the physical ready for it. The doctors kind of cheated and they forced his approval through because he was so bad that it was get the gastric bypass or die. So they took their chances. Wow. It's a mental game. It's a fucked up mental addiction. So, back to the, it's not shit. Where does the weight go? When you lose a pound, where does it go? Your body actually, well, there's only two ways you can remove weight from your body: chemically, meaning the process I'm about to describe to you, or physically, meaning they cut you open, liposuction, and remove a chunk of fat. That's the only two ways for your body. Actually, liposuction is the only way to get rid of fat. I'll get more into that later. It's one of the reasons why losing weight is so hard. When you get rid of 1 pound of weight, you're getting rid of it as CO2. You are burning the calories, and when you burn something, you're combining with oxygen. Oh, wow. Jesus. God, I'm not that bad. You're literally combining the calories and you're burning it as an oxygen reaction, a degenerative reaction with oxygen. So when you lose a pound of weight, you literally breathe it out. I just lost some weight. That's the only way you can get rid of weight. You breathe it out. Okay? So one of the problems is you can't lose weight by reducing calories. Reducing calories, except to the point where it harms you, will never lose weight. You have to create a calorie deficit. People say, well, wait a minute. If you reduce calories, you're creating a calorie deficit. No, you're not. If you reduce the calories you eat by 1,000, your body will slow you down by 1,000 calories so that you match the calories you're eating. Your body will slow down. Your metabolism will slow down. You'll become lethargic. You'll become sleepy. Your body is trying to reduce your energy output to match what you're eating. So, one of the most important things to losing weight is you have to move. You have to keep moving. Even just doing this, you're burning calories. Okay? And yeah, you have to move in order to lose weight. When you combine motion with a reduction in calories, now you're keeping your body's need for calories high while reducing the calories. I like that. Move it, move it. I love that movie. I love the lemurs. They're so good. um, well, that becomes a problem when you're really big like we are because moving hurts. And when something hurts, what do? You stop doing it because it hurts. When we went to Denver, Michelle got pushed a little more than she should have. She did a little bit more walking than was truly healthy for her. And all the walking she did was, into the hotel and out of the hotel. But you got to remember, here at home, well, there's part of the problem. No pool. And do you have any idea how much it costs to set up a pool in the desert? Oh man. Pools are expensive, especially in the desert. The water consumption alone. I was talking to the neighbor. I wanted to set up a water feature on the property. I would love to have like a little pond with fish in it. I think that'd be cool to have a little water feature. It costs her $8 a month just to replenish the evaporated water in her little water feature on her property. And a little one we're talking about a little water fountain, a little plastic tub with a pond. Well, no, see what Michael means by water exercise, the reason water is so good for fat people is that you're buoyant. Okay? So right now, one of the reasons it hurts to move is that I am undergoing 1g of acceleration. Earth is providing 1g of gravitational acceleration at all times. It's not friction, it's impact. So when I just want to lift, when I want to lift my arm like this, That's the same thing as you grabbing a 5-pound dumbbell and doing curl ups. I can do 5-pound dumbbell curl ups with empty hands. What I'm doing right now is the same thing as the person at the gym curling 5-pound dumbbells, because my arms weigh 25 pounds more than your arms do. So this is no different than you curling 5 pounds. What I'm doing right now is the same thing as a 200-pound guy at the gym curling 5-pound dumbbells. I'm doing 5-pound dumbbells right now with empty hands because I have to lift all of this weight against gravity. When I stand up and walk, that's the same thing as you putting on a backpack and having somebody pour 200 pounds of sand into that backpack. Let's see what your knees feel like after you get up and sit down a couple times. You're suddenly going to be staying in your seat a little bit more often. You're not going to get up so often because it fucking hurts. Just doing this, my knees are hurting. Not a lot. It's not bad. I'm used to it. But just doing that, I can feel the pain in my knees. Because I am now lifting 425 pounds in 1G environment. A swimming pool, you're buoyant. So you don't feel the weight. You float. So number one, the 1G of acceleration it's still there, but because of the buoyancy of you in the water, you don't feel it anymore. So now, walking in the water, your knees don't hurt anymore. Not only that, increased resistance, because now you're walking through water, which is going to provide a lot more resistance than walking through air. So if you just get into a 4-foot deep pool, 5-foot deep pool, and simply walk, take your time, just walk. You're going to get more exercise in a half an hour in that pool than you would, all day otherwise. Just because of the resistance and because of the lack of pain from the lack of the gravity field is effectively neutralized in the pool, your joints stop hurting. And so you're willing to walk more because it doesn't hurt. And well, the problem is, so what we call that, it's called low impact exercising. Okay, we can't jog. I ran the numbers on a person like me jogging on a concrete or asphalt surface. It's only for a few milliseconds, but 900 G's of impact force every time my foot hits the ground. And this is not a linear curve. It's not like the 200-pound guys here and the 400-pound guys here. It's like the 200-pound guys here and the 400-pound guys up here, because it's an exponential curve. So all that extra weight. Yeah, you ever carry a backpack for a while? And then you take the backpack off and you feel like as light as a feather, like you could run a mile in a second? Well, there's your idea. Your body had started to adapt its energy output to compensate for that heavy backpack. Yeah, I bet. My doctor told me, he's like, hey, if you want to run, I'll see you in 3 years for knee replacement surgery. So I only really have two choices for low impact exercise, that are potentially accessible to me. Bicycle, swimming pool. And guess what? I can't even ride a bicycle because I'm too goddamn heavy for the bike. I will break the bike. The frames are simply not designed to hold people as heavy as I am. And to buy a bike that is capable of holding my weight, you're talking $4,000 or $5,000. $3,000 or $4,000 for a used one, if you can find one. I got a semi-recumbent, and even the semi-recumbent tears up the bottom of my legs. Like, it actually breaks the skin and I'm bleeding. And just because I'm so heavy that the force of the bottom of my thighs coming down on top of the edge of that seat every time I pedal just tears the skin. We were riding through Trenton on the Perkiomen Trail that goes through New Jersey and Pennsylvania and whatnot, and we actually kind of hauled ass a little bit to get out of there because we heard gunshots. We're like, we don't want to be any part of that. as we were getting back to the car, now we're in a safe area where we know there's no problems. We're coming back to the car, and we hear the gunshot again. But this time, my head's in a different position. I turn like this. I can only see out of one eye. I turn like this to see my buddy behind me, and my ear is facing down, and the gunshot goes off. And I instantly go, because it came from straight down. Turns out it wasn't a gunshot. It turns out I was breaking the spokes on the bike. I was snapping the spokes on the wheel. That's the gunshot we were hearing. I broke 5 spokes. So I had the bike shop respoke the whole wheel using solid spokes instead of hollow spokes, stainless steel spokes. Because they're stronger. That didn't work either. I did the MS-150. I managed to pedal 85 miles. I pedaled, what was it, 50 miles on the first day. And I did like 30 on the second day. I did like 55, 56 miles on the first day. And I did like 30, 28 or 30 on the second day. I did about 85 miles total. When it was kind of funny because I left with the Century group. So they have 2 takeoff times. They allow a certain group of people to yeah, but I can't afford them. They let the Century riders leave about an hour earlier than everybody else, or a half hour earlier than everybody else. Because the bike ride is a 75-mile ride. It's 75 miles there and 75 miles back. So you're going from Cherry Hill, New Jersey to Ocean City, New Jersey, and then back to Cherry Hill, New Jersey the next day. So you do 75 miles on day 1, 75 miles on day 2. But for the more hardcore riders, they have something called the Century Loop. It's basically you basically drive down to Egg Harbor, do a loop, and then finish the ride. And that makes your ride 100 miles for people who want to do a Century. Well, I left with the Century riders. I was in the first group out the gate. I also kept my stops to a minimum. I would grab a piece of fruit or a oatmeal bar, and I would take off again. Take a couple pictures and take off again. I think once I had to stop and go to the bathroom. So I'm tooling along, and I get down to Egg Harbor City, New Jersey. I get just past where my store was, Egg Harbor City, New Jersey. Except the Route 30 is where the store was, and we were on the road behind Route 30. So we cross over Route 30 down here. We came in behind Route 30. And this guy pulls up next to me, and he's just chilling there next to me. Mostly people just pass me. And he looks at me, and he goes, "Damn it, it looks like you're doing okay, too." And I was like, "Yeah, it's not too bad, I'm just chugging along." And he's like, "Do you know what I am?" And I'm like, "What do you mean? What's that supposed to mean?" He's like, "I'm a sweep rider." Okay, this is my first time doing this. I don't know what a sweep rider is. He's like, "We come up behind the trailing end of the entire ride to sweep up people who aren't going to make it to the end in the time frame that we have available to block off all the roads." And it takes me a second to process what he said. And I look at him and I was like, "Are you telling me I'm dead last?" And he's like, "Yep, you're pretty much dead last." He's like, "There's a couple people behind you, but they're being swept up now. There might be 1 or 2 people on the Century Loop. We got riders who are going to check that." He's like, "But yeah, you're basically last." And I was like, "Holy shit." I left first with the Century Riders. I still had 24 miles to go. The problem is I was only averaging 8 or 9 miles an hour. So that means it's going to take me about 4 hours to finish. It's already 4 o'clock in the afternoon. It would be 8 or 9 o'clock at night before I made it there, assuming I made it. And they can't have that because of safety issues. They can only block off the roads for so long. And so he said, he's like, "It really sucks because you look like you're doing fine." I couldn't go fast enough. So, he told me, 3 miles up was the next bus stop. He's like, "You just pull in there and they'll load your bike up." And they dropped us off about 5 miles before the end of the race. It was 6 or 7 miles, something like that. It wasn't quite 10 miles. Basically, as soon as we got over the bridges into Ocean City, they dropped us off and let us finish riding the race. Because remember, this isn't a race. This is it's for charity. You know, people sponsor you to run the race, and that money goes to charity. So, you know, people want to finish. You know, it doesn't matter if they didn't do the whole thing. You know, the point is the effort to develop the charity money for MS, for multiple sclerosis. And oh Jesus. But oh, because you got swept up by the sweep riders. And so I had the stamina to finish the race. I just couldn't sustain a minimum speed high enough to finish the 75 miles in the time frame that we had. Um, you know, it would take me basically 10 or 11 hours to do that ride. And they can't, you know, they can't block off all these roads for 11 hours for 2 or 3 riders. They just can't do that. So I totally understood. You know, I wasn't upset at the guy or anything, but it just shocked me that I was fucking dead last. Oh my God. Well, you know, there may have been a few other riders, but they were in the process of being swept up. And he even said, he's like, yeah, I kind of feel bad. I mean, you look like you're fine. You're not out of breath or anything. You know, you're just cruising along. But when I got to the hotel room, suddenly the back of my legs started hurting. I was like, what the fuck? It's like sitting down for dinner, it hurt. I was like, what the hell? I get to the hotel room and I look in the mirror and I got blood on the back of my legs. You know the where your butt ends and your thigh starts. You know that little crease part where the butt transfers to thigh. It was all open wound there. Your legs are like this on the seat. My bike doesn't have a pointy seat. It has a straight seat with a backrest. It's a semi-recumbent. It's not fully lying back, but it's halfway there. I can't ride a bike without a seat back because my back can't handle it. I need that backrest. And also I can't ride a bike over like this. Um I'm so heavy that the weight pushing my hands into the handlebars, even with gloves, tears my skin. Like literally, it rips the skin because I'm pushing into the handlebars so hard. So I have to sit upright when I ride a bike so that my hands are just loose on the handlebars. So I got those big, you know, those grips they use for people to lean forward on the bikes. I got them to allow me to stand up. So my grips stick straight up into the air like this because even with an extension on the neck of the bike, it was still the handlebars were still too low. So I had to get he had 2 extensions on there and he couldn't put any more because the bolts wouldn't handle it. And then I got those grips so that I could sit up like this and ride the bike like this, and that would keep my back erect. Well, like sitting in a chair, what would happen is your legs. So imagine this is your butt, and your legs are doing this as you're pedaling. Well, this part of your body right here is grinding into that seat every time you pedal. It literally tore the skin. So the next day, I only made it like I made it like probably like 25 miles, and I just couldn't handle it anymore. I couldn't. The pain was just too high. And so I took the sweep to the end and let me ride the last 10 miles. So I did 30 miles. So I did a total of about 85 miles. And when I got back to Cherry Hill, the the rear wheel of the bike was destroyed. So I'd replaced the spokes with solid spokes to be stronger. So I was no longer breaking spokes. What I was doing now was pulling the spokes right through the rim. Look, I had 8 bad spokes. It pulled the spokes right through the rim of the bike. So the next modification I made to the bike was I put tandem wheels on the bike. You know, tandem bikes that 2 people can ride? Well, in order to hold the weight of 2 people, a tandem wheel has more spokes. I think the normal, I want to say 30, right around 30 is normal. while the tandem wheel had, I think, 44. So that was more spokes to distribute the weight across a larger number of contact points of the wheel, and that seemed to hold. And I already had to add a piece of plywood underneath my seat because I broke the seat. This is a consequence of being, morbidly obese. When you're 400 pounds, you break things when you sit on them because these things are not designed to handle that. They're just not designed for that kind of weight. And can you get bikes that'll handle this kind of weight? Sure. I can get a TerraTrike. It's like $6,500. I don't have that. I could buy a fucking... I did! I bought that car for $6,800. Oh, I bought my Kia Soul for $6,800. That's about what the bike costs. Obviously, I can't do that. But that's just saying, that's showing how hard it is to lose weight. How do you increase your energy level when anything you do to increase your energy level is either too expensive for you to do, not available for you to do, or damages your own body, or hurts? Well, just suck it up, Buttercup. Okay, let me give you something that hurts, and it's going to hurt every day for years, for the foreseeable future. It's going to hurt. You tell me to grin and bear it and suck it up for a week? Sure. A month? Maybe. Second month? Third month? Fourth month? Fifth month? How long can you handle it? How long can you suck it up, Buttercup? It's a lot harder than you think. And on top of that, if you fuck up, you could permanently injure yourself. Now you're never going to lose weight. It's such a vicious catch-22. It's horrible. It's absolutely horrible. But it's either do it or die. I don't have a choice. If I don't lose the weight, we're dead. I got maybe 5 years. Maybe. How long can you push a machine? I'm a machine. Your body's a machine. How long can you overload a machine before it fails? Before it blows a gasket, develops a leak, or breaks down, or, it's like a race car. You pin that RPM gauge one too many times, you blow the engine apart. Well, the same thing. I push the equipment too hard one too many times, so it's a race. It's a race to, can I lose enough weight to reduce the load on the machine before the machine fails? If the wear and tear happens faster than the reduction in load, the machine's going to break. If I can get the wear and tear below whatever threshold there is to avoid permanent damage before the permanent damage occurs, means basically I have to get ahead of it. So right now there's a race. On the one, you have losing weight, and on the other, you have damaging your body. And it's a race to see which one gets to their goal first. If the damaging your body hits its goal first, you're fucked. But every time you lose weight, you bring the damaging your body down while still going up. If you can bring the loss of weight to a greater rate than the rate you're damaging goes up, and on top of that, the rate that it goes up is going to go down as you lose weight, then you win the race. So, like, for example, as soon as I lose about 100 pounds, when I get down below 350 pounds, I can start riding the bike. And that's going to further increase the calorie burn, which is going to further accelerate the weight loss. But I have to get to that point without using the bike because it's a $1,200 bike that has about $1,000 in modifications to it. I mean, I can't afford to just break the bike. I would love to do aquarobics. There's no pools. I live in the desert. I don't have access to a pool. Even in Pennsylvania, I didn't have access to a pool. The only pool within driving distance to me was the YMCA. And a YMCA membership is ridiculously expensive. It's like $400 and something a year, and that was 3 years ago. I didn't have it. I didn't have $400. Well, you're going to die otherwise. I don't care. Telling me I'm going to die doesn't make the money appear. You know, yeah, that's like telling a cancer patient, well, if you just had $500,000 for the cancer medicine, you'd live. Well, you're basically saying, fuck you, you're gonna die because they ain't got $500,000. Okay, so the same thing here, you know. Well, it's your life. Get a pool. Sure, give me the money. Yeah, I mean, just the water cost alone for a pool. Holy shit. I mean, wow. Um, we keep hoping that eventually we can convince a somehow get a community center built here, because having a pool would be amazing. It would be life changing. Um, right now, I would just be happy with a gym that has showers, because a gym membership costs money, and if that gym membership doesn't have showers, you can double the cost of the gym membership, because you're gonna have to you can't go to the gym for an hour or two and not get a shower. You can't do that. And if I have to come home and get a shower, that's expensive. Getting a believe it or not, well, it might sound silly to you guys, but in our situation, a shower is expensive. We shower twice a week. In the summertime, 3 times a week. In the wintertime, twice a week. Because showers are expensive. I'll let her shower anytime she wants. Well, insurance is not going to pay for a pool. It's just not. I mean, there has to be a pool available. And even if I bought a pool, a $200 or $300 pool, first of all, I need a pretty big pool because I'm a pretty big dude. There are no gyms have a pool. None. Not even in Pennsylvania. No gyms have a pool. I've never found one yet. I think, something I haven't considered. I wonder if the local hotel has a pool. We have a Comfort Inn right here. Wonder if they have a swimming pool. If I can, get an in with somebody who works there who could maybe get me access to the pool. I mean, I'd have to be careful because, obviously if everybody else found out, everybody else would want to do it, and that would create a problem, and they would cut me off too. But that'd be interesting to see if, I mean, I can't just go get a room. That's $200 a night. That's interesting. I wonder if I can talk with them. I would pay if it was a reasonable amount that I can afford. Like, I would pay a monthly membership to be able to access your pool. That's it. No other resources, just access the pool. $10 a month, I'd pay that. Huh. Well, not where I've lived. Pools are guest only. Hell, I wonder if I can get a job at the hotel. If I got like a part-time job 1 day a week, would I then be allowed to use the pool? Then they'd be paying me to use the pool. I'm gonna look into that. I don't even know if our hotel has a pool. Let me see. Because of the water issue, our hotel might not have a pool. Comfort Inn and Suites. Let's see. Choice hotels. Well, they probably wouldn't let me do that 1 night a week. No, actually, that's not too bad. $145 a night. That's probably weekdays though. Oh, interesting. They have a washing machine and dryer. That's not something you see every day. Publicly accessible. I don't see a pool though. I do not think they have a pool. Nope. Oh no, indoor heated pool. Says they have an indoor heated pool. Interesting. I mean, I doubt they have a position for, one night a week, but I can check. Yeah, look, I'm on the stream. What's up? You sure? If it's quick, okay. But you know, in his condition, that would be bad. I mean, it could be bad. Get vaccinated. Okay. His chances just went up tenfold. Okay, it's still dangerous in his condition, but being vaccinated, very, very good. Good. But it could be airborne in a hospital. Oh, I know they're cutting back on they are cutting back on it being free for everybody anymore. You look it up. Your phone should be able to tell you, testing. It should be able to give you a list of locations. A lot of the times, you can go to places like CVS, Walgreens, stuff like that. They can do tests. That's what I mean. You go on and see if you can make an appointment. You might be able to do it for later this afternoon, tomorrow morning. Depending on how busy they are, they might be able to schedule you that soon. Well, you might not be able to if you can't find a place. Him being vaccinated is a big deal. That dramatically improves his chances of surviving. Yeah, but he's not healthy. That's a big deal. All right, coming back in a couple hours. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Try to find one of the first things I did was got rid of my bathtub because I don't fit in bathtubs. Yeah, I think some of you guys don't fully comprehend how big I am. Let's see. This is my cell phone. This thing has over 6 inches of screen. It's got a gigantic screen. Okay, it's a very big screen. What can I put next to this to? I need something that you know how big it is. Oh, pen. It's not a great metric, but here's a pen. Here's my phone. You see, it's a gigantic phone. Right? My hands dwarf this thing. Okay, that's I'm a big boy. To show you, I could hang my phone on my neck and it wouldn't look unusual. Okay, that shows you just how big I am. I'm a big boy. Right? People don't quite comprehend just how large a critter like me is. Um, well, you don't know how big the cats are, so that's not a good metric. I need something that you. This is bigger than like an iPhone 14. You know, this phone's huge. Um, yeah. So, and then of course I also have the mental issue with the COVID that makes it hard to do anything. I know it sounds dumb. It sounds dumb to me when I say it to myself, but that doesn't change the fact that I don't get up and do anything. Okay. Um. The Yeah, there's no way for me to safely stand in front of that on camera though. um. It's a bad problem. I mean, it's a really bad issue. You know, when I was driving around in my Geo Metro, I would climb out of that car and people would do double takes like, "What? How did you get in there?" and oh my god, I already told you guys the story with the guy who got mad at me for some reason in the parking lot at Walmart and wanted to fight me. And what he said, "Why don't you get out of the car? We can handle this like men." The one, um, parking lot rage incident in 3 years here. People are mostly pretty chill here. One of the reasons I like it here. People are just they're more chill. What do they call it? Manana or something like that. There's a word they use, something like manana or something like that. It's like just a slower way of life, just more chill. And you got the Karens, of course, but most people just chill, dude. And this guy was all iffy and uppity at me. I think I just spooked him because the electric car is quiet, so I kind of scared him, and he read more into it. I'm sitting here just waiting for him to walk across the crosswalk, and I don't know what his problem was. Math? Who knows? No, he didn't look like a drug user. I didn't get drug user vibes. I got mentally deficient vibes, but not drug user vibes. It's funny. So, my electric car, I consider it to be a relatively large car. But as far as cars go, a Nissan Leaf, the older one, a Nissan Leaf is a pretty small car. So, yeah, no shit. I hate that. I can't stand that. Um, so he says, "Why don't you get out and we can handle this like men?" Basically, he's chest thumping like he's got a big dick when he's actually just exuding little dick energy. And he's expecting I'm going to be like, "Oh, no, no, no." Then he'll be able to chest thump and say, "Yeah, that's what I thought." So I decided, what's he going to do? He's in a tank top and shorts. He's clearly not armed. So I reach down, I look away from him. He goes to turn away because he thinks I'm about to, submit. But in reality, I'm going to press the button to put the car in park. I swing the door open and I climb out of the car. And the guy damn near stumbles backwards when I do. Because I guess he wasn't expecting a 6'4" 425-pound monster to climb out of the car. um, the So I get out of the car, I walk up to him, almost close enough to chest bump him. I spread my arms and I say, "Okay, now what?" He takes a step back, I step forward to crowd him again to keep him uncomfortable. I'm a cat now. Meow meow. I got a new toy. Oh yeah, I'm gonna play with my toy. and I'm vicious with my toys. Um, and I was like, well, you wanted to fight, right? Now what? And he starts stuttering. He's turning red a little bit because he's, he doesn't. I keep crowding him. Every time he steps back, I step forward again to keep close to keep him uncomfortable. I wouldn't hurt a fly, but I'm not going to tell him that. And he says, "You faggot." I guess because I'm in a pink shirt, that makes me a faggot. Okay. And I was like, "What?" I was like, "You want to suck my dick?" And I said this loud. Everybody's watching us now. And I was like, I just moved here. I still have Pennsylvania plates on the car. I was like, is this how it's done? Do I just pull my pants down right here and you suck me off in the Walmart parking lot? Oh my god. he turns redder than I'm turning now. He goes running into the Walmart. And I was like, well, what are we supposed to do? I'm gonna get shot one of these days. Oh, I always wondered what it would feel like to be shot. All I gotta do is keep fucking with people like this, and someday someone's gonna shoot me. Oh my god, that was so funny. I'm vicious, man. When if the thought comes to my head fast enough for the timing to be right, I'm relentless. I don't want to beat you up. I don't want to break your bones. I just want to skull fuck you. Because when you mess with somebody's head, they can't escape. There's no, you know, you know, going into yourself against the blinding pain. There's no blaming it on somebody else. There's no running away. You can't escape your own thoughts in your skull. So the best way to mess somebody up is to skull fuck them. Because they can't escape. They can't run away. They're this. You got them. You mess with their head. Yeah, I'm definitely a target-rich environment. Yeah, yeah. If you miss me, you're a bad shot. I mean, even if I blade you, I mean, I'm still a wide ass target. Oh, that's good. Oh my god, that's epic, Rick. That is so perfect. Never mind the fact that how do you know it smells like cock? The whole bus is just gonna. Oh yeah, that's awesome. That's good. Oh my god, remember that TV show? I actually got a copyright takedown for that stream where I showed that little tiny few seconds clip. Yeah, they viciously go after for that, assholes. But it's like a Fear Factor kind of show. It was in another country. Oh my god. That's good. You see, when you mess with somebody like that, you didn't lay a finger on them, but it's 100 times more effective than if you pounded them into the floor. Because the burn just lingers. Oh, it just lingers so long. One time, I could probably show you where it's at. Let's see here. Nope. How is that 10 pages? Seriously? It's this one here. Boy, is that slow. Oh man, just grind to a halt. right, there's King of Prussia. Now, they did totally redo a lot of these exits. Not Feasterville, not Willow Grove. Is it this one? Turnpike, Route 1. Oh, I think it is this one. Is this it? Yeah, this is it. I think this is it. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is it. It looks too small, but this has been changed a lot since this happened, so it's possible it used to look like this. So this is the Turnpike interchange onto Route 1 in Pennsylvania. Now, see if I can adjust this. So this here is a huge drainage thing. And so as we were coming off the exit, traffic was backed up all the way to the turnpike. And we had to come around this curve here and then enter the toll booths here. This used to be a lot bigger. This used to be further down here. They've done some changes to this. But anyway, we are about here. Oh, they have a guardrail now. Oh, they didn't used to have a guardrail. Okay, so this is definitely different. This guardrail wasn't always here. So this guy decided that he was more important than everybody else, and he wanted to cheat. So he went halfway onto the shoulder in the grass to pass everybody so he can get to the toll booth sooner. And so I decided, well, no, I'm not going to have any of that. And I cut him off and drove into the shoulder to stop him. Well, he decided he was having none of that, and he drove into the grass. Now, when I say that's drainage, I mean the difference between the roadway and the bottom of that drain is like 50 feet. It's pretty steep. He hit it, lost it. His car turned sideways. He floors it. Somehow, I don't know how, he somehow avoided sliding down that embankment. And he managed to pull it out and get in front of me. And he was fucking pissed. He was very, very angry at me. And so we're in my Jeep. So it's a 1988 Jeep Cherokee. And if you've ever driven an older Jeep with the straight six inline six engine, they have a pretty distinctive sound. Once you know what a inline six Jeep sounds like, you can pick one out anytime you hear it. It sounds different. It's distinctive. Not a super powerful engine. It's like 190 horsepower. It's not a super powerful engine or anything like that. It's a very distinctive sound that it makes. And the first thing I did was wrap my hands around the steering wheel and I went meow meow. And my brother was like, "Don't fuck with them." I was like, "I'm fucking with them." So every time I'd get behind him, there's 2 lanes. There's only 1 lane now, so I guess they reduced it to 1 lane. Every time I'd get behind him, I'd goose the gas to catch up to him, and he would hear that engine sound, and he would, hit the gas and make sure I can't cut him off, and he would start gesturing in the mirror, with his thumb, give me the finger. At times I could see spittle coming out of his mouth and hitting his mirror as he's looking at me through his mirror, getting all pissed. And when we get about 3/4 of the way around this exit, I'm bored. Like a cat, my attention got somewhere else, and I'm bored with this guy. We get up to the toll booths, and these look different now. They look pretty similar, but it looks like they got rid of a lot of the concrete. There used to be this used to be like the Jersey barriers, the concrete walls. Looks like they got rid of a lot of it now, but they still have something there. These used to be concrete walls. So he was like here, like this would be me, and this would be him. Okay. So I'm just entering my lane here, and he's already in his lane when I notice he's still there, because I was like stopped here, and the guy had moved forward, and he was right here in this lane next to me. And the guy behind me gives me a friendly little toot. Like, hey, you know, the line's moving. Go ahead and move up. So he gives me a toot toot. And I'm like, oh shit, sorry. And I hit the gas to move forward. Well, he's just ahead of me in the lane next to me, hears the engine. And he's still angry. And so, pure response, you know, just automatic reaction, he hits the gas and hits the car in front of him. The guy in front of him sticks his hand out the window. What the fuck, dude? And the lady in the toll booth says, are you crazy? And I drive by him, or windows are all open, and I just point out my window like this. I point at him, and I go, and I cackle just like that. And this guy just snaps. He loses it. He burns out right there on the spot. And he just puts his hands on his wheels like this and goes, ugh. The toll booth lady is looking at me like, what's so funny? I was like, that guy's been road raging since we got off the turnpike. I was like, he's really mad at me. Oh, it was so good. It was so funny. I love messing with people. God, I love messing with people. It's so much fun. Oh, man. I think I still have the picture somewhere. If I find it, I'll show it to you guys. We had this other. Remember, I drove 50 to 55,000 miles a year, so I just encountered more of these morons than typical. You know, it wasn't that I was doing anything different. I was just driving more, so I just, you know, by pure RNG, I bumped into these people more often. And it doesn't help that I like toying with them. So I can show you. This one I can also show you. See here. So we were coming up to the Burlington-Bristol Bridge to cross over into Pennsylvania. So the first thing is you have two circles you have to go through. Okay. So you have let's see, where is it at? It's there's a bridge. Did they change it? Oh wow, they totally changed it. This all looks different now. Oh, freaky. Yeah, there used to be a circle here. Oh, you guys can't see what I'm pointing to. There used to be a circle right here, right before you go across the bridge, where you see it's just two lanes now. There used to be a circle here, and then another circle back here. And, or is it this one? Might be this one. No, not this one. I don't think it's this circle. No, this is not a circle. Oh, yes, it is. This is a circle. So maybe this is the two circles. Okay, this might be the two circles. Yeah, here's 130. And you got the first circle here. Then you have the second quasi circle here. See, I got the two crossovers here. It just looks weird on the map. So we come through the first circle, and then I come up to the second circle, and a car. I was in a white minivan out of 96 Plymouth Voyager, and this guy comes from this road here. Okay, he comes from this road here on the side here, and he enters the circle, and then I enter the circle behind him. So at no point in time was I ever in front of this guy. All right. He enters the circle first, and of course, people in the circle have right of way, so I wait until he passes, and then I enter the circle behind him, and we both approach the toll booth right here. We both approach the toll booth to get over the bridge. Now, we are halfway across the bridge. We're right about here, halfway across the bridge, crossing from New Jersey to Pennsylvania. And I'm just, you know, this is, you know, 5 o'clock in the morning. The sun has just come up. You know, it's daylight now, but it's still morning. The sun just came up, just after sunrise. Late night at work. And we're just getting home, and I just want to go home and go to bed. And Michelle says, "What's wrong with that guy in front of us?" I was like, "What do you mean?" She's like, "Look, he's like all mad and gesturing and shit." And I look, and sure enough, this guy is, you know, spitting and fingering and fist bumping, and in the mirror, he's pissed off about something. And good, never let him in. That's what people need to do. That's called social pressure. So we we are here, and he's pissed off at me. So, you know, meow meow, I'm gonna fuck with this guy. Why not? You know, you want to get mad at me for whatever reason? I have no idea who he is. I have no idea why he's mad. My guess is somewhere over here he had an encounter with somebody in a white van, road rage of some sort, and he thinks I'm that guy because I've never seen him before. I was never in front of him, so I couldn't have cut him off. I couldn't have gone too slow. He came from Broad Street here, or no, not yeah. He came from Broad Street here. I came from Route 130. He was in front of me. He entered a circle. I come in behind him. So this is a case of mistaken identity. He thinks I'm somebody he was road raging with before for some reason. I have no idea why. My headlights are already off, so it's not like I'm hitting him with brights or anything. I'm not too close to him. I always keep a very large distance between me and other cars. But for whatever reason, this guy's pissed at me. And so I decide I'm going to play with the guy. So from here all the way to River, which is right here, this is the intersection where the incident occurs. So all the way to this intersection here, I'm just fucking with this guy. Like, I am messing with this guy hardcore. I'll wave at him. Hi, hi, how are you? Yeah, fuck you. Hi, yeah, fuck you. And, you know, when he stops looking at me, I'll toot the horn. He'll look back, and I go, "Hi, yeah, fuck you." And I'm just fucking with this guy all the way to the intersection. And when we get to this intersection here, this is River Road, okay, or State Road. River Road's down here, but this is State Road. State Road runs parallel to Route 13. Okay, this is 413. This is Route 13. And State Road runs down here. That's new. That Wawa wasn't there before. Oh, wow. Brand new Wawa. That was not there when I left. Oh, yeah. This imagery is 2022 imagery. This is brand new pictures. Interesting. That was here. But this Wawa is brand spanking new. Oh, man. That's cool. Oh, well, living there, that would have been cool. Um, so, there is absolutely, positively no reason whatsoever for you to ever turn left onto State Road unless you live on State or River. Because if you live anywhere outside of here, you're going to take 13. 13 is going to be a much nicer, much faster road. Look at the little distance here. You're never going to take State Road unless you live there. Right? So I knew I had this guy trapped. I know where you live. I thought about this later, of course. So we get to this intersection. He's turning left right here at the intersection. So his car is sitting right here. He's turned left. And I'm sitting right here. I'm going straight. I'm in the left lane because I'm going to be turning left right here to get onto 413 to go underneath the railroad and go right to head back home. So I'll be taking this path here. I'll turn left here and then right here. That'll take me to my house in Pennsylvania. So he realizes I'm going straight, and he stops his car in the middle of the intersection. So, of course, you know, I'm a sadistic little fucker. I stop to see what he wants. He gets out of the car. So I pull forward a little bit. I want to make sure he can't back up and block my path. I want to make sure I have an escape route in case this guy's truly crazy. So I'm parked right about here, just past the intersection, and he's sitting right here, and he's walking toward me out of his car now. So I open the door to my car, and I go, "What do you want?" And he proceeds to do one of these. He gives me a Neo. He pulls his hand out, telling me to get out as he's cursing and yelling at me. At the same time, I'm pulling up my little Casio, I actually still have that camera right here somewhere. Where is that little fucker? I don't know where it's at. It's a little credit card sized camera. It's a super slim little camera. It's about the size of a credit card, and it's about this thick. It's a wonderful little 3 megapixel camera. And I pull that camera out and I go, "Welcome to my website, jackass of the day. Smile." And I go, click. This guy, I swear, I thought it was a movie thing only. I thought it was something in the movies. This guy, you saw all the blood just leave his face. I now know what white as a ghost looks like. He turns and hightails it to his car. And I was like, wait, I want a beauty shot. And he just gets in his car and hauls ass. Well, I wasn't kidding about Jackass of the Day. I actually used to have a little thing on my site where I would post a picture of Jackass of the Day. You know, somebody, got up my butt the wrong way, or I considered them to be a dick, I'd take a picture and I would post it to my site. So he went on Nerys.com. He went on there as Jackass of the Day. And as I was posting the picture, it hit me. I was like, wait a minute. He turned down State Road. That means he lives there. Because there's no reason to go down State Road. Nobody goes down State Road unless you live there. And you don't even go down State Road to avoid the cops, because the cops learn that people go down there to avoid the cops, so there's always a cop there now. Well, I'm a permanent jackass, so I can't be a jackass of the day. So no, I'm just Mr. Jackass. um, so I realize this guy goes down there every day. He lives there. So I put text on the picture, Jackass of the Day, www.nerys.com. I laminate it, and I tape it up on the light pole where he turns left. Oh my god, I skull fucked that guy for like the next 3 months. Because like 3 or 4 times he tore that picture down. And each time I'd put it back up and put it higher and higher up on the pole. Eventually it was tilted. Like you could tell that he tried to take it down, but he couldn't quite reach it. You see, I don't know when to stop. Once I figured out your button, I'm gonna push that button until you dissolve into nothing. I'm gonna grind you into the dirt. Yeah, you're gonna go through the denial and screaming and yelling phases to the acceptance that this is my life now before I give up. Play stupid games, win stupid prizes, and I'm the prize guy. Oh my god. I had fun. But this was, this is 25 years ago, 30 years ago, where the chances of you getting shot were pretty small. People weren't just going to shoot you for shit like that. Yeah, I bet he is. The number of people I've dusted in that cheap ass electric car, because it doesn't have much of a top speed, and the acceleration is not that great. It'll do 94 miles an hour. You can only really accelerate to about 88, and then the automatic software kicks in and begins reducing your acceleration until you hit 94. It's governed at 94. Um, that's because you're turning the motor at 19,000 RPM. They don't want you to blow it apart. Um, but anyway, my whole shot though is ridiculous. That car has even with the soft start, like you can't hammer it. You can't drop the hammer on that car because it soft starts the electric motor to prevent you from stripping it. Um, yeah, I bet. But even up to basic supercars, I could beat through the intersection. Now, most of those supercars were technically superior to my car, but most of the people driving them didn't know how to drive them. So, the driver is a big part of that. So, the trick with the soft start was to press the brake, press the accelerator, then ease off the brake and let the car start moving. That gets you through about 75% of the soft start protocol in the software. So that when the light turns green and I punch it, it's like a catapult. I mean, the car is not super fast. It's only a 80 kilowatt AC electric motor, but I have 221 foot-pounds of torque 100% of the time. I have full torque from zero. So you get these VTEC guys coming up thinking they're all hot shit. These guys in their Porsches thinking they're all hot shit. And I just tap that accelerator and it's like I teleport through the intersection. It's just like, I'm there. Now, once I'm through the intersection, they blow by me because they have way more acceleration than I do. My 0 to 60 is a little over 9 seconds. Their 0 to 60 is probably around 5 or 6 seconds. But the whole shot through that intersection, I can dust almost anyone. Almost anyone. They just can't touch me. And it makes them so mad. This cheap little Nissan is just kicking their ass. It makes them so mad. Even better, my minivan has a Nissan Maxima engine in it. Yeah, my Nissan minivan will kick the ass of most typical cars on the road. It'll do 0 to 60 in less than 9 seconds. It's a 6,000-pound minivan, and it hauls ass. You drop the hammer on that minivan, it pushes you into those nice red leather seats. My minivan is the only car that's faster than my electric car. Although my electric car will still beat it through the intersection. Cat hair is usually an indication that you have filament on the nozzle. And that filament's coming off and dragging into hairs. So hairs usually indicate you have dirty nozzle. So you have a little blob on the nozzle. Clean the nozzle. So heat the nozzle up, wet a microfiber towel, and go and clean off the nozzle. And if it's lines, that means too much filament. So so the way to describe this. So when you deposit filament, this is what you're depositing. Why won't this work right? Come on. This is exaggerated to make my point, okay? So when you deposit filament, this is what you're depositing on your printer. Okay? So this here is your nozzle. Okay? The dotted lines represent the hole in your nozzle. This is the shape of your nozzle. This down here, that's the filament you're laying down on top of your bed. So let me draw the bed. So this is what you're depositing. Now, this is proper ideal deposit under ideal conditions. But remember, your printer is dumb, deaf, and blind. Right? Your printer has no intelligence. There's no sensors. Can't see, can't touch, can't feel. There's zero feedback. So if what it's depositing is wrong, it has no way of knowing this. Now, how does it know how much plastic to deposit to do that? It does it by a mathematical algorithm. that mathematical algorithm has assumptions in it. No, we're going to get to that. That mathematical algorithm assumes a certain distance between the nozzle and the bed. It assumes a certain diameter of the plastic, and it assumes a certain number of turns of the stepper motor, a number of steps per millimeter of motion over time, to calculate how much plastic to put through. So it's based on how thick the plastic is, how thick the layer is, and how far the nozzle moves, and how far the filament stepper motor moves relative to how far the X and Y axis motor moves. Okay, those are all predicted values that are based on the values you input into the slicer, and that the slicer assumes the printer will comply with those values, and that the printer is properly configured by you mechanically. So if that nozzle is further away or too close to the bed, it will not adapt how much plastic it extrudes because it has no way of knowing that's the case. Okay? So what'll end up happening is, let's say you have the nozzle too close. Well, the nozzle has to be that far away to extrude that much plastic. Well, what happens if the nozzle is that close to the bed instead of that close to the bed? Okay? It's still going to extrude the exact same amount of plastic, but the space is not big enough for that amount of plastic. The space that's available is half the size because you're 0.1 millimeters away instead of 0.2 millimeters away. So that plastic has to go somewhere. So what happens is it does this. The plastic spreads out. So now it's going to take 0.8 millimeters of width instead of 0.4 millimeters of width, because you have twice the amount of plastic necessary to fill a 0.4 by 0.1 volume of space. So the plastic will spread out to take up a 0.8 millimeter by 0.1 millimeter space, which would be the same volume of space as 0.4 by 0.2. Right? So the plastic will splooge out the sides of the nozzle. Now, if you have a flat nozzle, that layer might go down flat because the flat portions of the nozzle might keep it flat. Or if you have a pointy nozzle, the plastic might actually curl up on the outside because it's not being held down anymore. And now it's at a pressure. It's being pressurized because the space is too small, so it's going to splooge out of that space. Sometimes, depending on the elastomer properties of the plastic, even with a flat nozzle, that plastic might curl up. Okay? Now, here's the problem, though. When you draw lines on the bed like this, when you create infill like that, that's not layers. That's this path being laid down 4 times. Okay? So that would be like this. I lay down the first path, and then I lay down the second path next to it. That's perfect. But now, what happens if my first path is too big? Let's use something white. What happens if my first path, here's the camera. What happens if my first path is too wide? All right, so this is the projected path that the software calculated, but this is the actual path because you were too close to the bed or you were extruding too much plastic. Well, when it's done printing this line, it's going to come over here and print this line. Now, if this line's the correct size, this line will lay down right next to it. But if this line is actually this wide, well, it doesn't know that. So let's exaggerate it. I'm going to exaggerate it just to make this easier. Okay. Well, now when it comes time to draw this line, it crashes into this plastic that's already here, because this first line laid down too much plastic. So when it comes to make the second line, it's actually crashing in to the excess plastic that extruded out from underneath your nozzle, because your printer is dumb, deaf, and blind. This is going to create a situation called snow plowing. So not only are you crashing into plastic that's already there, because remember, you're still extruding plastic. So you're extruding plastic that expects to fill this volume, but it can't now because there's something already there. And what happens is you snow plow it. It's like a plow truck going down the road, and you push the plastic to the side out of the way of the nozzle. And not only that, you're adding more plastic. So it becomes cumulatively worse as you make more lines. There's a balance point reached. And what you'll end up having is, instead of having, these nice, neat layers like this, you end up with this. So instead of ending up with these nice, neat lines next to each other, you end up with this. You end up with these peaks of excess plastic in between the paths of the filament. And then, of course, when your nozzle goes the other way to print filament, now your nozzle's coming this way, and it's crashing into all those peaks you created the first time. That's why sometimes when you have an improper distance, the first layer will go down. It'll look a little off, but it'll work. And then you'll start tearing up the first layer when you do the second layer, because you're crashing into all that plastic. And now you have no place for the plastic that's coming out of your nozzle to go. So it starts gouging and grabbing at the plastic. It's also possible for, if the snow plowing is very small, for it to start grabbing little bits of plastic with the edge of the nozzle, and it'll start stretching it out into little strings. And that's what you'll see sometimes on your print. Now, what causes there to be too much plastic there? Well, there's two things that cause that. One, your first layer is too close, or two, your first layer is fine, you're just extruding too much plastic. You got to figure out which one it is. If your first layer is too close, sometimes that's okay. You can just adjust your first layer print settings to compensate for that, because if you're getting that first layer to stick, you don't want to mess with that. So it's better to just adjust your first layer settings to compensate. However, if you're extruding too much plastic, it's not going to go away. That problem is going to keep coming back because each layer you're applying too much plastic. So here's how you figure that out. You go download a calibration cube with no numbers or letters on it, just a regular 20mm cube. And you tell your slicer to only print the first 5mm. Just print 5mm of it. You don't even need to print bottom layers if you don't want to. You just need to make sure you print 3 walls, 3 perimeters, 25% grid infill, and 3 top layers. Okay. You print that 5mm cube. It's 20mm, but you don't have to print the whole 20mm. Any first layer discrepancy is going to be worked out by the time you get to 5mm. So that's all you need. And what you're going to do is you're going to look at your top layers. Forget about the bottom layers. Forget about the walls. You're just looking at the top layers. Okay. If you have snow plowing like this, then you're going to feel those ridges on top. You're going to be able to see them. That tells you have too much plastic. If you have a slight gap, in between your layers, where you can stick your fingernail and catch those gaps in the layers, that means you're extruding too little plastic. Okay? So now, of course, everything I'm telling you assumes the printer is mechanically functioning correctly. Okay? In your slicer, there is a setting called flow rate, or what else is it called? Extrusion multiplier. It's going to be either called flow rate or extrusion multiplier. That's basically like you baby stepping, but for every layer, where you just tweak it. Okay, so in radios, it'd be like your rough tune knob getting you to the frequency you want. Then you have the fine tune knob to really tune in that frequency. That's what this is. Your flow rate multiplier or extrusion multiplier just allows you to do that final last fine tuning of the amount of plastic you extrude to get a perfect result. So I adjust it by 0.02 per 1 or 1%, 2% if you're in Cura. So your standard is 1.0 or 100%. I think in Simplified 3D it's 1.0, and I think in Cura it's 100%. So dropping it by 2 would be either running 0.98 or 98%. What you're saying is your software algorithm has calculated this much flow rate. I want you to instead only extrude 98% of that. So it's a global change to adjust your extrusion. So if your steps are slightly off, if the filament is a little bit thicker than some other filament, or like most Creality printers work best at 94%. Set up everything the way it's supposed to be set up and make your flow rate 94%, and that's where most Creality printers are comfortable. So what I would do is I would drop it right to 94%. See what you get. And what you want to do is you want to keep dropping that until you have the gaps. You want to keep dropping it until you have the little gaps. Once you have the little gaps, then you go backwards. So try 96, see how it goes. Try 94, see how it goes. Try 92, see how it goes. Oh, I got gaps. Okay, move back to 94. So that's what you do. You keep going down 2% until you have gaps on the top layer, and then you go back 2%. And that should be right about where you're perfect at. Once you do that, now that you know the printer is extruding the correct amount of filament, now you can attempt to adjust your first layer. You can't adjust the first layer until after you've gotten the correct extrusion multiplier, because if your extrusion or flow rate is wrong, then you have two different variables affecting your first layer. You have the distance for first layer, 3 actually, your first layer settings, and your extrusion flow rate. And if you get the distance just right and then realize your flow rate's wrong, well, now your distance is wrong again. Okay, so get your flow rate correct first. Once you have the value that you like for that gives you good results, now go back and play with your first layer. Now, if you have to lift the nozzle up to get a proper first layer, but then the plastic part doesn't stick anymore, increase your temperature and slow down your speed. Not for the whole print, just for the first layer. So what I tell people is you run your first layer at 30% speed and you run it at 220 Celsius. Yes, that's for PLA. And then when you go to your second layer, it'll go back to normal speed, and then you could tell it, okay, now print at 205 degrees or 195 degrees or whatever temperature you're comfortable with. Yes, it's totally possible. As long as you feed the printer 12 to 14 volts, you're good. As long as you have enough volts and enough amps, you can simply wire it up to whatever power supply you want. Um, Electric cars are a no-brainer for moving vehicles. There is nothing better. There is nothing more efficient. Your gasoline car uses more electricity per mile than my electric car does. Now, at first, you're going to have to sit down and think about that for a second. You're going to go, what the fuck? I don't plug my electric car in. You do plug your electric car in. How does your electric car use less electricity? Well, the problem is everybody loves to talk about power plants and how electric cars get charged, but nobody talks about how the gasoline gets inside your gas tank. It doesn't just get there by pixie dust. You have a gas station with a electric gas pump that pumps the gas into your tank. So there's some electricity there. Then you have the electricity to run the gas station. Now, we can ignore the electricity to run the gas station because electric charging stations are also going to have some of that. Okay? So electric gas stations are also going to have lighting. They're also going to have convenience stores. Actually, an electric car would keep you warmer. I'll explain why. So we can ignore the power of the gas station. But now, how did the gas station get the gas? Well, a truck delivered it. Well, that truck, it used electricity to make the truck. You used electricity to fuel the truck. And then all of the electricity for this entire process for the fuel that that truck will use to get to its gas station. That's all unique to gas cars. That would go away. The sales, marketing, R&D, and production to make all that equipment goes away. Then the sales, marketing, and R&D for the gas stations goes away. And all of the equipment and tools and employees and all the fuel they all use and all the electricity they all use to market those companies that make those gas stations to put the gas in your car. Now, it's good. Let's jump to the other side. Well, you've got to spend energy to build helicopters, trucks, satellites, scanners, and stuff like that to find oil deposits. Then you have to build custom equipment and transport that equipment out to where the oil is to drill and collect that oil. You have to transport that oil, refine that oil, transport the refined fuel, and all of the equipment, warehouses, offices, and everything else attached to that. So when you account for all of the electricity used from finding the oil in the ground to finally getting that oil into your gas tank, you use more electricity per mile than my electric car does. Because none of that is required for electric cars. I just plug it in. We already have a national electric grid. People say, well, what about when the battery gets disposed of? Okay, so, but no, see, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter, okay? It takes oil to power this battery. It takes oil to make this device. Where do both of them get their power from? From the electric grid. So this is a standard equation. What happens when you have a common denominator? They cancel out. So yes, it takes a power plant to make the electricity that drives my car. But it also takes a power plant to provide all the power necessary to put that gallon of gas into your car. So this is a term that we use called grid to wheels. It doesn't matter what the efficiency of the grid is because both technologies are using the grid. So if I have a coal power plant, then so do you. If I have a nuclear power plant, then so do you. If I have a solar power plant, then so do you. See what I mean? We're all tapping the grid. So any improvement to the grid improves both. Any detriment to the grid harms both. So we always use grid to wheels. Now, I can actually void that. I can put up my own solar panels and charge my car directly and not use any grid whatsoever. But most people can't do that, so we're not going to count that. Your electric car takes about the power of this kettle. So, how many kettles do Britons turn on every day? I don't see the grid exploding, do you? Okay. How many space heaters do Americans plug in every winter? Those things are 1,500 watts each. Even a fast charge on my car is 3 kilowatt hours. That's 2 space heaters. And then on top of that, remember, as we switch over more to electric cars, the demand on the grid is actually going to go down, not up. Now, it's going to look something like this. It's going to look something like this. So you start off where we begin using gas and grid power goes up. That's because it takes electricity to make gasoline. Now, as we begin to use gas and electric, it's going to spike a little bit. But then as we stop using gas, the power is actually going to come down. And when we stop using gas, the amount of power our grid needs to create for transportation will actually go below what we're using now for gas only. So, yes, our grid can handle it just fine. People say, well, I want a 400-volt DC charge my car in 10 minutes every day. Do you fill your gas tank every day? No. You can't have a 400-volt DC fast charger because you don't have 400 volts running to your house. You shouldn't trust what you hear on the news. There's a bunch of FUD on both sides. And no, we're not ready for electric cars yet, but it's not for the reason you think. I'll get to that in a minute. Okay? So, as we use less and less gas, our electrical demand will actually go down. Now, our electrical demand is always going up because more and more people are coming onto the grid. But if we look at just the part of the grid power that goes to cars, that demand will actually go down because an electric car uses less electricity than a gas car. And that's before you've even started your car and burned the gas. That's just to put the gas into your car. You've already used more power than I'll use driving my electric car. That's because an electric car is 90% grid to wheels efficient. 90%. That's unheard of. Nothing is that efficient. The only thing that's that efficient is hydraulic systems, which can approach 98% energy transfer. No, it's not achievable. No. 50 years. Now, maybe to stop a lot of the new gas car sales, yes. But to actually get those gas cars off the road, 50 years at least. No, you get 20 gallons of refined product from each barrel of oil, not 42. 20. You get 20 gallons of gas from each barrel of oil. 1/3 of the electrical usage for your gasoline gallon is just the diesel crude the ship uses to move across the ocean. Just not to build the ship, not to maintain the ship, not to man the ship, not to do anything else. Just the fuel, power that propeller across the ocean is 30% of the energy usage in a gallon of gasoline. You're already 30% to what I'm using driving my electric car. Just getting the crude here. Because while we do have a lot of oil reserves in the US, it's the wrong kind of oil. It's not the kind of oil we need for the gasoline cars that we run. So that's why we export 75% of our oil, because we don't use that kind of oil. So it's more profitable to sell that oil to other countries that do use that kind of oil. There's countries that use a lot of diesel. We actually don't use a lot of diesel, pretty much just our trucks. In Europe, a lot of their cars are diesel. In the US, almost none of our cars are diesel. It's like a couple percent. So we import a different kind of oil that's easier for us to refine. It's more profitable for us to refine into gasoline. So that oil has to be shipped here on tanker boats. Then you have to add in making those boats and manning those boats and maintaining those boats. It's the amount. Actually, you see, what you have to realize is that the only thing that matters is money, not energy. I'm talking about an energy usage point of view. Now, would you power your house with a gasoline generator? If you have half a brain, you're going to tell me, no, of course not. That'd be dumb. Okay, gas is 10 cents a gallon. You're going to power your house by a gasoline generator now? Fuck yeah. Because 10 cents a gallon would be a hell of a lot cheaper than what my electric company is charging me. Okay? So when it comes to fuel, the energy consumed doesn't matter to the infrastructure. What matters is how much does it cost? And even though gas uses more electricity than my car does, it doesn't cost them the same as it costs you in your outlet. Okay? For example, they can burn the oil to make their own power out in the field, but you have to factor that into this cost equation here. Right? But because their cost is close to zero, they're okay doing it. Even though the environmental damage is huge, they're not factoring the environmental cost. They're not factoring the energy cost. They're factoring the dollar cost. And even though that energy is very inefficient and very wasteful and very polluting, it's also very cheap. And that's what they care about. And that there's nothing wrong with that. That's from a business perspective, cost is everything. Okay? Rich people have the luxury of caring about being good to the environment. Poor people don't have that luxury. Well, no, because like for example, you also have to factor in all of the electricity used to produce and ship and maintain and pilot and fuel the helicopters, the trucks that go out and find the oil. Well, how much power does the offices and the R&D and the sales offices and marketing offices at the oil fields, how much power do they use? How much power does Exxon's corporate office use? How much power does all of the people who work for Exxon, how much power are they using? And to produce all the equipment they use and the computers they use? Because none of that would exist with an electric infrastructure. We don't need companies to sell us electricity because electricity is just commonplace. You get power by whoever's connected to your house. So they don't have to advertise to you or market to you or sales to you to give power to your house. So all of that electrical usage goes away. It doesn't exist anymore. Now, on the flip side, those jobs also go away. And that's a different problem, okay? Because those jobs are employing people. Well, those jobs won't be needed anymore, okay? And all the resources those people in those jobs use will stop being used. But when you try to compare electric cars to gas cars, you're not counting all that energy. But you need to be. So what you have to remember is when you produce an electric car, you compare that to producing a gas car. And an electric car is better in every way, shape, or form because it has fewer parts. And those parts are going to last longer. So it will always be cheaper, both in dollars and in environmental impact, to produce an electric car than to produce a gas car. The way they say the carbon footprint is so high for a electric car is because they're counting the lifespan of the battery. But that's wrong because the lifespan of the battery is not part of the construction of the car. The lifespan of the battery is the equivalent of fueling the car, which means you now have to compare that with fueling your gas car. Your average gas car for an average 250,000-mile lifespan, which is way more than most cars will ever get. Average lifespan for a car is 9.9 years and 100,000 miles from production to junkyard. All right, but let's go with the optimistic 250,000 miles. You're going to burn 10,604 gallons of gasoline in the time that you drive that car. So 250,000 miles, average fuel economy of 24.5 miles per gallon. That's 10,204 gallons of gas times 5. That's 51,000 barrels of oil. So all of the electricity necessary to get 51,000 barrels of oil out of the ground, refined into 10,204 gallons of gasoline, and then put into your car. You've now exceeded the amount of electricity my electric car will ever use, and we still haven't started your engine and burned that 10,204 gallons of gasoline, putting all that pollution into the atmosphere. There is no comparison between electric and gas. Wherever gas is, electric's here. Okay? Wherever gas is bad, electric's here. Good. The difference, it's not close. It's not gray. It's not, oh, it could be if we do this. It could. No. The difference is so stark, so dramatic, so monumental that we should be making a worldwide push to ban gas cars now. We should straight up ban them. But there's a problem. There's one Achilles heel to electric cars, and you can thank the United States government and GM for doing this. 1999, roughly turn of the century, people were starting to make a push for electric cars. Okay? There's a movie you can watch called Who Killed the Electric Car? There's a lot of propaganda and wishy-washy green stuff in that movie, but there's also a lot of good information in that movie too. And the important thing you need to realize is GM succeeded. They were looking at it from a business perspective. They didn't understand the full consequences of an electric infrastructure yet. Electric car would kick the ass of any farm implement you have. There's a reason all heavy-duty trains are diesel electric. Because no motor can handle what an electric motor handles. None. They can't touch it. You can't be comparing it to the little tiny electric motors that we use on a daily basis, okay? The motor in your leaf blower and the motor in your shaver. You can't compare it to those motors. When you start getting into kilowatt range electric motors, they're everlasting. You would have to fucking nuke it to kill that motor, okay? Little motors, you could burn them up because we overdrive them. But that 80 kilowatt motor in my electric car, in theory, anything can fail. There's always a chance something can fail. But in theory, taken care of in the right environment, my kids could still use that electric motor. Train is the exact perfect example. The only reason the train isn't all electric is because of storage limitations, not because of any limitation of the electric motor. Now, GM did not fully comprehend at the time how dangerous electric cars were to their business model, were to their profit model, okay? So at the time, they made a serious effort to make an electric car. They came out with this super advanced, highly refined car called the EV1. Now, I just told you about the super advanced concept car called the EV1. Forget about it. It's irrelevant. All right? That was a specialized, niche, two-door coupe. Okay? Irrelevant. What is relevant is they were making handmade prototypes of these cars for $80,000. Now, first you might say, $80,000 is a lot of money. $80,000 is chump change. Listen to what I said again. Handmade, bleeding edge prototypes. How much is a Camaro? $40,000? How much was the prototype handmade Camaro? $250,000? $500,000? Electric cars are so goddamn cheap that the handmade prototypes were already down to $80,000. And they had bleeding edge technology that was brand new. We're talking magnesium seat frames, plastic body panels, traction control.
These are technologies that at the time didn't exist. They were brand new. You would eventually see these technologies be put into the market via Saturn cars. Saturn cars were some of the first to introduce the plastic body panels and the traction control and other leading edge technologies that would eventually become standard on cars. But at the time, back in the 90s, this was unheard of bleeding edge technology. So when you're going to build a bleeding edge prototype, you throw everything in it, including the kitchen sink. And that's what GM did, because they wanted to make the best of the best. Make that prototype the best. And then when you go to mass production, you figure out what can stay and what can go. All right, but for the bleeding edge prototype, you know, that they're going to be showing off at car shows, you put everything in the kitchen sink into it. So these cars were so few, you couldn't even buy one. You could only lease it. And they based that lease price on what they thought they could mass produce the car for. They thought they could mass produce that car for around $35,000, $40,000. That's what they estimated they could mass produce that car for. One of the key factors in that car is the battery. The battery is everything, because that's the heart of the car. Unlike a gas car, you can't just dump more gas into it. You have to keep recharging that battery. So that battery has to last. And it has to be profitable. It has to be equitable. Now, at the time, they were contracting with a company called Ovonix. And Ovonix was developing the battery for the EV1. Now, they were a little bit behind, and GM got stir crazy, and they got antsy, and they wanted to rush it. So GM tried releasing the EV1 with a lead-acid battery. Horrible choice for battery in a car. Heavy, short-lived, no power, hates the cold, horrible, nasty battery. But it allowed them to get the car out right away. And even with the horrible, nasty, heavy, bullshit, garbage, lead-acid battery, the car was still amazing. And everybody who drove one still loved it. Now, eventually, Ovonix did successfully make the battery. And in the later years, they started to put the nickel metal hydride batteries in the car. The car got almost 100 miles range on a lead-acid battery. It got 160 miles of range on the nickel metal hydride battery. Now, that's not that much range. But remember, your average American drives 34 miles per day, and you can plug it into any household outlet to recharge it. Oh, but it takes 10 hours to recharge. Who gives a fuck? You're sleeping! Who cares if it takes 6 or 7 hours to recharge the car? You're asleep! Oh, but I want to go to Grandma's house, and she's 200 miles away. Then you get in the fucking gas car! You own a house, you have a garage, you already have 2 cars. So you use one for 99% of your driving, which will erase 99% of your gas bill and erase 70% of your maintenance bill, because electric cars require 0 maintenance. I mean, if you abuse it, sure. You hit a pothole, you're going to have tie rod and bearing issues just like a gas car would. But in regular, low-stress environments, just driving back and forth to work, the cars are basically 0 maintenance. You know how I put 65,000 miles on my 2012 Leaf, and I have 47,000 miles on my 2016 Leaf. Do you know how much maintenance I put into the car? Now, I'm not counting consumables. So I'm not counting, washer fluid, wiper blades, tires. Those are consumables. But do you know how much maintenance I put into either of these cars? 0! Not a penny! No, they effectively don't need maintenance. We're not talking about repairs. You break a window, that's a repair. You wear out a tire, that's a consumable. That's like saying because you had to refill your gas tank, that's maintenance. No. Maintenance would be non-consumable wear items. So that would be things like brake pads. Actually, brake pads are consumables. But in an electric car, they turn out to not be a consumable. I'll get more into that later. So how many bearings have I changed on my car? None. How many electrical issues? None. How many basic tie rod, bearing, repairs, whatever on my car? None. And there's a reason for that. In a gas car, you're beating the shit out of every piece of that car every time you start it. Because you have an engine that's going in the front of that car from the time you start it to the time you stop it. You could feel it by touching any part of your car. You're going to feel the vibration in your car. You're vibrating every joint, every bolt, every screw, every wire terminal in that car is being vibrated constantly from start to end. On top of that, you have fluids in the car. Brake fluid change basically doesn't exist in an electric car. The only reason you flush fluid in an electric car is because the system isn't 100% sealed and they absorb water over time. That's it. It never actually wears out. If you could keep the water out, it would last forever. Coolant. There is no coolant change in an electric car. There's a little tiny coolant tank that cools the charger, the OBC in the car. But because there's no hydrocarbons attached to that, because there's no head gasket, there's no connection between the boom boom and the fluid flush, that never gets contaminated. It never goes bad. It lasts forever. There's no oil changes. There's no power steering fluid changes. None of that exists. The car is almost as close to zero maintenance as it's possible to get. In fact, most people who keep a car for less than 150,000 miles will never have to maintain anything on that car in the entire time they have it. Even your brake pads become an effectively non-consumable item because the regenerative braking is so effective, it quintuples the lifespan of your brake pads. I've never changed a brake pad on an electric car. I've never changed a brake pad on an electric car. Now, this one, I might have to eventually, but that's because I live on a dirt road. So the dirt and dust is getting into there, and it's being ground every time I press the brakes. But even still, I still can't tell the difference. This car has 47,000 miles on it, and I still can't tell the difference between when the brakes were new. The facts are accurate. No, not 20 gallons of each barrel. 20 gallons of gasoline. You do get other things from the barrel. The fracking what's it called? There's a word for it. It's not fracking. Diffraction? There's a process they use to distill out what's inside the gasoline. And each barrel has a certain amount of gasoline, a certain amount of oil, a certain amount of diesel. There's a certain amount you can get out of each barrel. So it's not like you get 20 gallons of gas and now you can't get any diesel. That's not quite how it works. You're going to get both diesel and gasoline from the gas. So you get, on average, 20 gallons of gas. It's 19.4 gallons of gas from each barrel of oil. Cracking. That's it. That's the word. The cracking process gives you all of these things, and including some other oils, things that we use for plastics, things that we use in engineering. There's a whole bunch of different things. Matter of fact, that alone is reason enough to ban gasoline engines. There are so many things that our lives depend. No, I wish. There are so many things that our lives depend on that we can only get from petroleum, that the idea that we're burning it in combustion engines is criminal, because we're going to lose a lot more than gas if we run out of oil. Everything you touch that's made out of plastic, most of the electronics that you deal with, most of that stuff has some core component that comes from petroleum. We desperately need to stop wasting our petroleum in combustion engines. So GM, back to the EV1, had a requirement for Ovonics. The battery had to last as long as an engine and cost as little as an engine. That means it had to last 200,000 miles and had to cost $2,500 or less, because 200,000 miles and $2,500 is what GM projected was the lifespan of a gasoline engine. So they wanted the battery to be as cheap as and as long-lasting as a gasoline engine. That would put it on par with cost, meaning you wouldn't lose any money. Yeah, I don't doubt it. Ovonics succeeded. They were going to be able to produce the battery for retail price $2,500, and they tested it. It had an 80% SOC of 250,000 miles minimum. Before Toyota would invest the money to start using the Ovonics batteries in their cars, both the Prius, which was originally nickel metal hydride powered, because we didn't have lithium batteries yet, and also the RAV4, which is the big deal that I'll get into in a minute, okay? They tested it on a track. Charged it, discharged, charged it, discharged, charged it, discharged. They had zero appreciable degradation in the battery after 250,000 miles. At that point, Toyota gave up and said, okay, the battery's good enough. We'll buy it. Now, the range wasn't that great. Remember I told you the EV1 went 160 miles? But remember, the EV1 is a special niche case. The EV1 was a two-door coupe, so it was hyper advanced. But the real winner here, the car you should be looking at was not the EV1, because the EV1 doesn't matter. What mattered was the battery. The battery is what mattered, because the battery is what makes an electric car possible, not whether you have a two-door coupe or a four-door SUV. That doesn't matter. The battery is where all the magic sauce is. And Ovonics succeeded. Flying colors. Toyota took a RAV4 glider. In automotive terms, a glider is the car without the drivetrain. So just the chassis. Okay, so that's a glider. And they took a RAV4 glider and simply stuffed an electric motor and the Ovonics nickel metal hydride battery in it. They got 90 to 110 miles to a charge under normal usage. 90 to 110 miles a charge 25 years ago using a nickel metal hydride battery and 90s car technology. And the car was not specially built for the battery. They just took a RAV4 glider and stuffed the battery inside of it. And they already got 90 to 110 miles of charge with a projected retail price of $40,000. That was 30 years ago. They did it. Done. Problem solved. Go to electric cars. But here's a problem. Here's where the problems came in. At the time, in the late 90s, 54% of GM's profit, 54 cents of every dollar they earned, came from after they sold you the car. It came from service plans, parts, warranties, repairs, interest rates on loans, accessories to add to the car. 54% of GM's profit came from after they sold you the car. Now, I want you to think about this. They're evil. They're scumbags. They're pieces of shit. And our government colluded in a conspiracy to help them kill it. But forget about that for a moment. Think about this as a businessman from an economics perspective. You are now building a prototype car that is already 70% cheaper than other prototype cars, that you are projecting you can rapidly move to mass production at already existing retail prices, meaning no price premium to have an electric car, in a car that requires fewer parts, in a car that's going to require no maintenance. Because they leased these cars, they were required to bring the cars in regularly so mechanics could tear them down and go over them. Every single mechanic report they ever got, no repairs, no repairs, no repairs, no repairs. Change the wiper blades, no repairs. Fix the door seal, no repairs, no repairs. The cars were effectively maintenance free. And there's a reason for that. When you compare a gas car to an electric car. Now, remove the parts that are common to both cars. Both cars have windows, so don't count those. Both cars have 4 wheels and 4 brakes, so don't count those. Both cars have wheel bearings, so don't count those. Okay? Take away the parts that are common to both cars. When you take away all the parts that are common to both cars, you have a gasoline car with hundreds of moving high-wear components versus an electric car that has one single moving part that will last longer than your kids' will be alive. You're going from a gasoline engine with dozens and dozens of parts and a transmission with hundreds of moving parts. So you're going from, several hundred moving parts to one single moving part. And that one single part is so big and so heavy duty, it's never going to fail except by pure RNG or you abuse the fuck out of it. Meaning in regular day-to-day usage, you can effectively call that a non-wear part. Because that motor will outlive 3 of you. It's because it's not this little tiny electric motor in here that if you breathe on it wrong, it dies. It's an electric motor that's this big that would take 4 people to pick up, and it's got a shaft that big and a bearing that big. It's never going to die. Unless you do something stupid to it, it's never going to die. Sure, there's RNG. Sometimes a perfectly non-wear part just dies. Manufacturing flaw, materials flaw, whatever. That happens. But in general, on day-to-day usage, that part is effectively everlasting. You've effectively taken a highly machined, huge energy effort, massive quantity of moving parts vehicle, and you've turned it into what is essentially a solid-state component. What's the nice thing about solid-state components? They don't typically fail. The failure rate for solid-state parts is so much lower than for non-solid-state parts, and most of that comes from the fact that there's no moving parts. And the few moving parts you do have are so overbuilt in order to handle the kind of loads that they have to handle. You can't just take a little brushless, 5 kV motor and stick it in your car. It's a gigantic 80 kilowatt motor. That motor is huge. It's never going to fail. And because it's solid state, there's effectively no maintenance. Even your air conditioning system should theoretically last forever. Because you don't have the vibration shaking the fuck out of every Freon line in the car, which is eventually going to rub a hole somewhere and it's going to leak. That doesn't exist in an electric car because the car's not shaking. It's solid state. The only moving part is that smooth electric motor going. You don't have these pistons going shaking the living fuck out of the car. I mean, it's shaking the car so hard that they have to engineer motor mounts just to keep it from shaking the car apart before it leaves the lot. There's no comparison. It's like gas cars are here, electric cars are here. There's no comparison. In every single possible category, electric cars are better. And not better by a little bit, but better by a ridiculously huge number. Except in 2 places. One place requires technology we don't quite have yet. The other place is intentional. Okay? And that the two things that electric cars are lacking, right, for the bulk of the US is storage capacity and price. Now, storage capacity is not really an issue anymore. They could easily put a battery in your car that'll let you go 600 miles. That's not even remotely difficult. The problem is you can't afford it. It costs too much. The advantage of the nickel metal hydride battery was that it cost the same as the gasoline engine it was replacing. It cost $2,500. Even though you can only go 100 miles. Remember, the RAV4 EV went 90 to 110 miles. There are still RAV4 EVs driving on the road today with their original batteries in them 25 years later. 25-year-old nickel metal hydride batteries still driving. Because with a battery, you need You need three things with a battery. You need capacity, you need lifespan, and you need price. All right, that's the trifecta for EV batteries. Capacity is how far you can go per charge. Lifespan is how long will the battery last in your car. Price, how much does it add to the cost of the car? The nickel metal hydride battery from Ovonix nailed two of those. And it was good enough for the third. So it didn't have great range capacity, but it did have enough. Especially if you combine it with today's heat pump technology. My fucking $38,000 Nissan Leaf drives the same distance as a Toyota RAV4 EV from 25 years ago. Why doesn't my car have a bigger battery? Because lithium-ion batteries cost a fucking fortune. They don't last very long. You know, they're good for like 500 to 800 charge cycles. You know, what we should be using is lithium iron phosphate batteries. They're good for life of the car. Literally, you can put 500,000 miles on a lithium iron phosphate battery and it'll just look at you and go, is that all you got? But the problem is they're bigger. So they take up more space in the car. So although your lifespan goes up, your capacity goes down. So the nickel metal hydride batteries had excellent lifespan. They were guaranteed to 250,000 miles, 80% SOC, that's state of charge, meaning after 250,000 miles, they will still hold at least 80% of what they held when you bought it new. That's how they rate batteries, the 80% SOC. It had the price, $2,500, okay? And it had good enough range. Is 100 miles good enough for everybody? Especially because in the wintertime with resistive heaters, that was probably 50 miles. Yes, it is. It's good enough for most Americans because most Americans drive 34 miles per day. People like to say, well, what happens if I go for... I don't care what happens if you have to drive further. I care about what you have to drive every day. The only time what if I have to go further comes into play is if you live in an apartment and you can't have two cars. That's the only time that comes into play. All right, so we don't worry about apartment dwellers. All right, we get the technology into as many hands as possible so that we can get the R&D dollars flowing to improve it. But that's not going to happen until we get the cars into people's hands. And GM realized that they were going to lose their shirts on electric cars because 54% of their profit comes from after they sell you the car. And the vast majority of savings in an electric car would come out of that 54%. And GM was like, fuck that. Keep the dirty gas cars. They're more profitable. So GM killed the electric car. They used they bought controlling shares of Ovonix so that they can control where the patent went. Now, the key here is Ovonix had what's called a controlling patent. Actually, just like 3D printing. Who was it? What's the name of the big commercial industrial 3D printing company that had the patents for 3D printing? Oh, I can't remember the name of the company. The big industrial company that makes Stratasys. MakerBot's a consumer company. Stratasys had the controlling patent for 3D printing. Now, the key here is not that they had a patent, okay? They had the linchpin patent. They had the Jesus nut patent, okay? They had what's called a controlling patent. A controlling patent is when your patent is so critical and so complete that nobody can make anything similar to yours without violating your patent. Okay? So, for example, you might get a patent on a pen, but it's going to be specific to how your pen works. So I can come up with a different latch mechanism or a different pivot mechanism or a different spring mechanism. And I can make something similar to your pen that'll do the same thing, but it won't violate your patent. A controlling patent prevents competition because the patent is so all-inclusive that no one can make something similar without violating your patent. It's the closest a legal patent can get to controlling an idea, where that patent is so strong that you have a lock on the industry. That's what Stratasys had. That's why nobody could make consumer 3D printers until that patent expired, because any way you attempted to make a 3D printer would in one way or another violate their controlling patent. Well, Ovanic's patent on the battery, the traction battery, the nickel metal hydride traction battery, was a controlling patent. So no one else could make a similar battery without violating the patent. I love when people say, well, why doesn't Duracell, now that the patent's expired, why doesn't Duracell make it? Let's see. Market cap for Duracell. Market cap for GM. Okay? Duracell is the equivalent of the homeless guy selling bottled water on the street corner compared to GM. The amount of capital that they have for R&D, GM spends more than that on the window. Okay? There's no comparison. You need the capital of an automaker to make an automaker level product like this. The way Tesla got around that was by using off-the-shelf parts to sell $200,000 cars. That's how Tesla got around that. They were able to use off-the-shelf parts and put it in a premium vehicle so they could charge a premium price, which allowed them to build the capital. And now they're making their own stuff. The original Tesla Roadsters were all 18650 cells. Yeah, the battery in your laptop. Basically, they tore apart a bunch of laptop batteries. And just stuck the batteries everywhere in the car until they had enough to have enough range to go somewhere. Yeah, but the power in an electric motor, I'm telling you, dude. Okay, you get in your... Okay, first of all, most of us drive little 4-banger, 6-banger sedans, minivans, and little tiny pickup trucks. So don't talk to me about power, because 90% of us have none. So obviously 90% of us don't care. It's not enough to not want the car we have. Okay? Now, I love this. This is just fun. Okay? You get in a gas car. Let's say it's a Spritey gas car. You know, it's not a high-end car because most of us can't afford a high-end car. But it's a stick shift. It's got a nice small block V8 or a big block V6, you know. Think Nissan Maxima or something like that. It's got a little bit of guts to it, okay? You get in a car. Clutch, first gear. Clutch, second gear. Clutch, third gear. Clutch, fourth gear. And you're doing 65 miles an hour down the highway. Now, let me show you an electric car with sound effects. $65 miles an hour. Okay? Imagine the pull your car has in first gear. And now it never stops. It yanks you into your seat so hard, you almost let go of the steering wheel because you weren't gripping it hard enough. You weren't expecting it to take off like that. That's in a Nissan Leaf, the shittiest electric car on the market. In a Nissan Leaf, it drives you into your seat and it holds you there all the way to 90 miles an hour without making a sound. You want power? You want an electric motor, because it's going to give you a hard-on and a jizz bomb you've never seen come out of your junk when you hit the throttle on an electric car and go, oh, fuck, I want more of that! I had to be careful when I first got my electric car, because I would drain the battery in a fucking hour. Because it is so addictive to punch that pedal, and it's just... Yeah! Oh, I want to do that again. It is so addictive the way those G's just hit you, and there is no curve. It's not like a gas car, which is, you know, and then you hit the next gear, and then you get another push. It's just full power, full torque, from zero all the way to your maximum speed. It is so addictive. Oh my God, it's just like, if you're a gearhead, you hate an electric car until you drive one. And then it's just like all power. It's just all power. It's just, you don't have the interaction. All right? Now, if you're okay, there's a difference between power guzzlers and drivers. An electric car is not a driver's car. It's a powerhead's car. You know, all the fastest drag cars now are electric. They look up on the kilovolt or the Godzilla or whatever it is. It's so goddamn fast. But there's also another kind of person with a car. You have drivers. They put the shoes on. They put the gloves on. All right. They got the clutch. You know. They got the manual steering. You know. They got the manual transmission. You can feel everything the car does. You synchro those gears to match that acceleration and hit that curve and hit that climb. And you're downshifting and you just slide that baby right into gear without a single clunk. That's a different kind of driving experience. You're not going to get that with an electric car. You're never going to get that with an electric car. What an electric car is either the ultimate performance car or the get me to work and back every day in the most comfort, quiet, and cost effectiveness as you can. That's what it is. The electric car is to replace the minivan. It's to replace the runaround pickup truck. It's to replace the daily grinder going back and forth to work. On the weekend, you get in your 6-speed manual and you become one with the road and the transmission. But do you need that for your daily grind back and forth to work every day? I mean, sure, I guess if you're wealthy enough to be able to afford that, great. But for most of us, I just want to use the least amount of gas possible and get me there in the most creature comfort as possible. I just want to grind back and forth to work. When I drove up 519 miles to Denver, Colorado, I didn't give a fuck how much power the car had. I'm just cruising along at 75 miles an hour with the air conditioning on and an audiobook playing, and I want to be comfortable. And that's what electric cars will give you. If you want the driver experience, you're not going to get that from current electric cars. Because there's no roar, there's no shifting, there's no feedback, there's no feel. It's just a smooth electric glide. That is a different kind of experience. But we're not talking about that. No one's talking about that. People who are lying to themselves are talking about that. Otherwise, you'd see the country littered with 6-speed manual cars. And you don't. What do you see? You see Kia Souls, Kia Sorrentos, Toyota Camrys, Nissan Rogues, you know, the Toyota Siennas. You know, this is what you see on the road. You don't see 6-speed manuals on the road because that's not what people want. You know, the fourth time you get stuck in stop and go traffic going from Levittown to Philadelphia, having stop, stop. You're gonna fucking hate your stick shift. Okay? About the 300th time you have to do that. When you drive a stick shift in traffic, you start to drive like a trucker. You ever wonder why a trucker goes so slow? Because he's not trying to get to his point as fast as he can. He's trying to figure out what the average speed of the traffic is so that he can figure out what gear he needs to be in to maintain that average speed and then just sit there in that one gear. Sure, cars are going to pass him, but then they're going to get stuck and slow down, and he'll catch up, and then they'll pass him, and he'll catch up, and then they'll pass him. But he's just cruising along. That's hard to do in a car because everybody likes to fill that space in front of you, and so you have to hit the brakes and go through all that shifting again. Well, the performance is a big difference. But even a base model Tesla is going to fucking thump your typical family car. I mean, my Nissan Leaf thumps your typical family car. But once you get the taste of one of those performance packages, it's hard to forget that. It's hard to let that go. Now everything else feels lacking in comparison. I've never driven in a Tesla, and I don't want to. Because if I ever drive in a Tesla, I'll never be able to forget how much of a piece of shit my Leaf is. But yeah, oh yeah, once you get a taste of that, it's hard to go back. One of my favorite driver's cars, I wish I still had it. God, I wish I still had it. I got rid of it, and it was the right choice to get rid of it because it was a sin to let that car rot. I had a Volkswagen Thing, a Type 181 Thing. Let me tell you, put the top down, take the 4 doors off, manual transmission, manual brakes, manual steering, everything is manual in that car. You take the twisties at 35 miles an hour, feels like you're in an F1 race car or a motorcycle taking those turns at 100. It feels just, you feel every bump, you feel every curve. The feedback is just incredible. You feel it all through the wheel and the stick as you're driving. You can feel the road like you're touching it. And you're so low, you could reach out the open door because there's no door there. I took the door off. You could reach out and run your fingers along the road. I mean, it's not fast. I mean, the car tops out at like 50, 55 if I want to blow an oil gasket. But let me tell you, just for going out on a Saturday or Sunday drive, you know, when in the fall, when the weather's nice and the trees are changing color and you're cruising down that 20-mile stretch of beautiful back road, let me tell you, there's nothing like it. Driving that car was just a blast. It was a fun car to drive. You just felt everything. You became part of the car. My Leaf, very comfortable, climate controlled, super quiet. My 400-watt Bose sound system. I just zone out, listen to the music and the audiobooks as I drive back and forth to work. And that's what it's there for. So, GM realized they were going to lose their shirt on electric cars because they were going to be so much cheaper and so much longer lasting that literally, I'm telling you, when we actually go all in with electric cars, unless we allow price gouging, you're going to see eventually 500-mile range, $10,000 electric cars because they're just so much cheaper. When we start creating incentives to make manufacturers make cross-compatible vehicles to the point where you will never buy another car ever again. You'll buy a glider. It'll be a chassis with 4 wheels, a battery, and a motor. And then you'll go into the body shop and you'll pick what body you want for your glider. Your frame will have different extension points and stuff like that to work out. And I need a pickup truck, but I got kids, so give me a 4-door pickup truck. And boom, 4-door pickup truck body on your chassis. And you know, 10, 15 years later, we don't got the kids anymore. Let's go to a coupe. Chop some of the frame, put the 2-door coupe body on the car, and now you have a sprightlier 2-door coupe. That's where electric cars could take us. When you can get to the point where you can walk into, you know, auto parts store and I need an electric motor. Okay, class 1, 2, or 3. And that'll be based on size and weight, you know, power requirements. Oh, class 2 motor, and you'll buy the class 2 motor and it'll fit in any class 2 electric car. That's eventually where that's going to go. And that's what they're afraid of. Because that's going to turn cars into the automotive equivalent of what LED lights became. You know, look how cheap LEDs became once we started using them in mass production like this. I mean, my first light string of LED lights was $35.99 for a 40 LED string. I bought it like that. Because I worked at Radio Shack. I know how much blue and white LEDs cost. And there was like 6 of each on that string. The economy of scale for solid state components kicks in very, very quickly. Just a few short years later, and you could buy a 100 LED string of warm white LED bulbs for $5 at Five and Below. And they would use so little electricity that you can leave them on 24/7 year-round and use less power than your regular Christmas lights would use in a week or in a couple days. The difference was just mind-blowing. I still have some of those light strings from over 20 years ago. almost 20 years ago. This is like 2004-ish, I think, if I remember right. Almost 20-year-old light strings, they all still work. Now, some of the later cheaper ones that were made poorly, some of those have failed. But those original $40 high quality ones, incredible. I mean, DeLorean Alpha 5 EV, yeah. Now, GM realized they were going to lose their shirt. They were going to lose their cash cow of profit when they see these companies. They can look forward 5 years, 10 years, 15 years. That's something that we as normal people are very bad at doing. We are very bad at long distance planning. We're just not good at it. Our brains are not wired for it. They're wired for here and now. It's difficult for us to plan for next week. Um, but corporations don't become Fortune 100, Fortune 500 corporations without being able to plan for the future. And GM realized they were going to lose their profit cow on electric cars. So they wanted to kill it. So they bought Ovonics. They bought controlling shares of Ovonics so that they can control the battery. Oh, GM needed to get the battery outside of US control. They needed to get the battery out of the country. But that was going to create a problem. So they had to be sneaky about it. So what they did was they sold the controlling patent for the batteries to Texaco, knowing that Texaco was going bankrupt, was going to be bought by Chevron. So Chevron bought Texaco, which gave them that battery patent. And that battery patent was owned by Chevron and Ebasis. And GM maintained, what would you call it? In property, we call it first right of refusal. So my dad was leasing 99-year lease for land for our store, and that was half the block. The other half of the block was also owned by our landlord, and she agreed to give him first right of refusal. What that means is if somebody said, I want to buy that land, he had the right to say, no, I'm going to take that land. He would have to pay whatever they were offering, of course, but he had that first right of refusal. So he had the ability to say, nope, I'm going to buy that land. Well, GM maintained this equivalent through ECD basis for the battery. And basically, they wouldn't refuse to make you batteries using the patent. They wouldn't refuse to license it to you, but they would refuse to license the patent for anything that could be used in an automotive capacity unless they got a major automotive order, meaning from like GM or Toyota or something like that. And big enough order to be worth their while. And none of them wanted to order it for the same reason. They saw the writing on the wall. They saw how cheap electric cars were going to make cars and how much of their profit, which comes from after they sell you the car, was going to go away with electric cars just because they were going to be cheaper to make, last longer, require less maintenance, and cost less. Just going from, $40,000 a car for $20,000 for a car cuts your interest rate to 1/3 because that annual percentage rate adds up big time when you start getting into bigger numbers. So you're going to pay almost 3 times the interest on a $40,000 car as you would on a $20,000 car. Now imagine down to $10,000. All that interest goes away. That's all free money to them. And the United States government helped them do it. The United States government had a tax credit that was available for small and commercial operations who needed to buy medium duty trucks. So think those, those flowers, 1-800-Flowers delivery vehicles, things like postal vehicles, things like small cube trucks, not the big semis, but the small ones that you don't need a CDL to drive half the time. The medium duty commercial trucks, had to be over 6,000 pounds. Your regular consumer level car was never going to be over 6,000 pounds. So the government inserted a loophole at the request of the auto dealers to allow it just had to be business and over 6,000 pounds, but otherwise basically no restrictions. Why do you think the Hummer was so goddamn popular at the turn of the century? Why do you think there were so many dentists' offices who owned Hummers? Because the car was free. They could write it off their taxes with a tax credit by claiming it was a business purchase by sticking their dentist name on the side of that Hummer. That's why so many Hummers have little business signs on the side of the door. You can sometimes see the shadow from them. Because by making it a business purchase and it being over 6,000 pounds, even though it wasn't really a commercial vehicle, the loophole was loose enough to allow that. And GM promptly canceled the EV1 and started building the Hummers in the factory that was building the EV1. Yeah, that was all collusion between the government and GM. That's one of the few conspiracies that actually exist in this country. Most conspiracies are bullshit. Most conspiracies are common, obvious things that we just choose not to understand or see. They're not hiding it. Conspiracy requires a hidden agenda. And for most of what we call conspiracies, there's no hidden agenda. They're open about it. I mean, they don't even try to hide it. We're just willfully ignorant of it. This was one of the few that I would actually call a conspiracy, even though it's available to public. There's a great 60 Minutes episode that talks about this. Oh, we're not telling anybody to do with the tax guy from the government is saying, oh, we're not trying to control the market. Oh, wait a minute. You don't think applying tax rates has a controlling effect on where the market goes? Really? That's what the 60 Minutes guy told him too. And he just kept bluffing. Like, nope, 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 nope. We're just going to put our head in the sand and pretend that's not what we did, even though that's exactly what we did. It's obvious that's exactly what we did. And they did all this for profit. And now the problem is, now that the patent is expired, well, the problem is you still need automotive level capital to be able to mass produce a battery. Making batteries on this scale is not cheap. It requires a huge amount of capital investment. And pretty much the only corporations on the planet that have sufficient capital to do something like this are auto companies. They're the only ones that can really afford it. It's not that it's not profitable, it's just the initial capital investment is huge, and it's going to take you a decade to get it back. And the only ones who can afford to do that are auto companies. That's why Tesla has to take such a roundabout method of getting to affordable cars. That's why they have so many problems too, because being an automaker is not an easy thing. And so the automakers have control over it. They can decide whether or not that goes forward or not. Right now, pressure is forcing their hand, and they don't like it. But they got an extra 20 years. They scored an extra 20 years of fucking us over for gasoline profits. And remember, GM doesn't care what the price of gas is. They don't profit off gas, although they'd be dumb not to have investments in gas. They profit off of high-maintenance vehicles that are expensive. Electric cars are the opposite of that. They're low maintenance and not expensive. They're only artificially expensive right now because batteries aren't being made at mass scale yet. Not the kind of mass scale that we need to bring the price down. And the lifespan is too short and the expense is too high to put a large enough battery into the car. And in order to restrict that even further, because the battery is such a large percentage of the price of the car, you only get that in expensive models. Even the cheapest electric car available, the Nissan Leaf, is actually a pretty goddamn nice car. I got aluminum wheels, a hermetically sealed cabin, a heat pump heating and cooling system with individual zone control, heated seats, heated steering wheel, 360-degree view cameras, a Bose sound system in the car, a full color screen navigation and voice interaction. Remote connection. I can turn my phone on, and from my phone, I can go boop and turn the air conditioner on in a car. I could be in the grocery store on a hot day, go boop on my phone, and by the time I get out to my car, it's already cooled down because the air conditioner is running. It's a $38,000 car. That's not a cheap car. A cheap car is $15,000. That's a cheap car. And so they're restricting who can get it. Even the tax benefits are designed for the rich. You say, well, they have a $7,500 rebate. It's a rebate. I'm sorry, a tax credit. Okay? That means in order to claim the $7,500 tax credit from the federal government, you have to already owe the IRS $7,500 in base fit. So your SS fit doesn't count, your Medi fit doesn't count, your matching fit doesn't count, your state sit doesn't count. Just your base fit. You have to owe. Fit is federal income tax. You have to owe the IRS $7,500. In order for you to owe the IRS $7,500, you have to be earning $70,000 a year and not own a house, because there's tax benefits for that too, and they're cumulative. So if you want to take the tax benefits for the house and the car, you need to make $140,000 on average. That puts you in the top 8%. $70,000 puts you in the top 20%. So only the top 20% of income earners in the country will ever see the $7,500 tax rebate. So it's literally a rich guy's coupon for an electric car. So the people who actually need the $7,500 rebate, the poor people who are burning everything on gas and maintenance, they can't get it. Isn't that nice? Isn't that just peachy? So these companies have no real incentive to make a cheap electric car, because poor people aren't buying electric cars because they cost too much. They don't get the tax break. What are you going to do? You know what I want to do? I want to eat them. I want to eat every last one of them. I just want to cook them on a barbecue and just imagine cutting one of those steaks off and adding some Green Hatch chilies to it and some Sweet Baby Ray's barbecue sauce. Oh, it just sounds good. Oh, man. What are you going to do? What are you going to do? But that's the deal with electric cars. So we gotta, right, the only battery technology we have right now that's truly viable for electric cars is lithium iron phosphate. It's substantially safer, and it has a substantially longer cycle life. That's what we need. Oddly enough, lithium iron phosphate is actually an older technology. The reason lithium ion became so popular is because it was cheaper to make, and it had a higher power density, and it had a higher power capacity, meaning you could punch more amps out of it. So more go juice, basically. But it's the best compromise. What I want to see is, I want to see a Ford Lightning that's affordable. I want to see a minivan with a 400-mile range using lithium iron phosphate batteries. You know, what you would do is you would give up the fold and go seating, and you would just make the entire floor of the battery pack. So by giving up the fold and go seating, you would gain the space necessary to put a large enough battery pack in it without having to make the car bigger and heavier. Although they will be a little heavier, because lithium iron phosphate has a lower power density, therefore you need a bigger battery, therefore you have more mass in order to get the cycle life that you need. But that would be nice. But I would be happy with a car that went 150 miles. Just a 40 kilowatt hour battery would be enough to allow most people to go 150 miles for most of the life of the car. And 150 miles is enough. That is enough for 75% of the country to get by, 90% if you can have two cars. Then the other thing we need is infrastructure for charging. Right now, if you live in an apartment, you're kind of screwed. The reason an apartment user needs a 500 or 600-mile range is because they can't charge the car at home. If they could charge the car at home, it wouldn't be a problem. 150 miles would be plenty. But could you imagine having enough power running to an apartment complex for, 800 people to all plug in their cars at the same time? I mean, while the grid could easily handle that, the local infrastructure couldn't. That would require a substantial upgrade of the local infrastructure to be able to do that. Probably the best thing we could do is, limit the cars to 1 kilowatt of charging. So now you just need 800 kilowatts in order to charge 800 cars, or say 400 cars. So you need 400 kilowatts. That's feasible. That would still be an infrastructure project, but the government could provide subsidies to help with that. But a 1 kilowatt charge rate would allow 99% of people to fully recharge their car every night. So if you have 150 miles range and you drive, 40 miles that day, you're going to be able to recharge at 5 miles per hour. So it's going to take you 8 hours to put that 40 miles back into the car. That's how long you're going to be asleep. Okay? So at 1 kilowatt hour, the average person could recharge the average mileage they drive every day by plugging into a 1 kilowatt charger. If they did it right, if the batteries became cheap enough, I could see, subsidies for putting solar carports over the entire parking lot for an apartment complex, and then having a battery bank in the ground at the apartment complex. And then, the solar panels, while everybody's at work, the solar panels are going to be charging that big battery or feed the power back to the grid. And then when you get home at night, you'd recharge the car from that. That's potentially feasible, but that requires a bit more infrastructure. It's also going to work a lot better in the south than it would in the north. But there are things we can do to make this viable. There are things we can do to make it viable. And once enough people have electric cars, once the drive is there to get the last, 20 percentile, the poor people, get them into electric cars, then you're going to see the R&D drive. That's when you're going to see the drive to push for R&D. Also, if the batteries last long enough, then buying a used electric car is fine. Okay, that used electric car has 200,000 miles on it, but the battery's good for 500,000 miles, so go ahead and buy it. Would I buy a Nissan Leaf with 100,000 miles on it? Not on your fucking life. Not a chance in fucking hell. Would I buy an EV1 with 200,000 miles on it? In a heartbeat. All right. Would I buy a Toyota RAV4 EV with 150,000 miles on it? In a heartbeat, because I know that battery is going to last twice that. So they have to fix the longevity issue. They got to get the price down and they got to get the longevity up. Once we do that, then you're going to see the R&D dollars pour into it, and the technology is going to improve and get better and better and better and better. We could eventually go to, especially people like me, who you put 3 solar panels above your car as a carport. 4 solar panels, okay? 4 solar panels will give you 1,600 to 2,000 watts of power. 4 panels, right? Now, your effective power out of those panels is going to be closer to about 1 to 1.3 kilowatts. Guess what that is? That's a trickle charge for an EV. Start subsidizing used panels. Start promoting the reuse of used panels back into residential and commercial usage to build carports that are made of 4 solar panels. Right now, when you park, you literally plug your car directly into the solar panels. Like they would have to figure out a DC protocol. Ideally, you'd build a DC-DC MPPT type controller directly into the car. So you would literally have like a big Anderson plug or something like that. You'd plug it into your car, and then your car would just soften and negotiate the power input from the solar panels and use it to recharge the car. You're going to be at work for 8 hours. Why not have the car charging for 8 hours? 4 solar panels is less area than a parking space, which means you could put 1 kilowatt of charging capacity, even after losses. We're talking almost 2 kilowatts of charging capacity, but after losses, you're going to get about 1 kilowatt. Clouds, angle, etc. For every carport you install, you're going to get 8 hours worth of charging while you're sitting at work. And if you work to create a standard to build the DC-DC converter into the car itself, you don't need anything but the solar panels. No MPPT charge controller, no inverters, no batteries, no capacitors, no buffers. Literally, you take the wire coming down from the solar panels and you plug it into your car. And then as from the government's perspective, you just subsidize to encourage the manufacturers to put this universal DC-DC charger into the car, and you make it wide compatible. You make it 12 to 300 volts compatible. You make sure that built-in charger can basically take, if you plug a 9-volt battery into it, use the power. Okay, you just make that DC-DC converter handle that at the highest efficiency you can, and now it doesn't matter. What? Not really. Not compared to the energy they'll produce. I believe the ROI for energy on a solar panel is less than 10 years, while the lifespan of the solar panel is 30 to 40 plus years, and that's to 80%. They can actually last much longer. So as long as the solar panels create more energy than it costs to make them, then it's a benefit. It doesn't matter how much it costs to make the panels. As long as they can offset more than their cost of production, it doesn't matter. You know, if I get a let's say I get a 513 watt Trenton panel that I'm looking at on Craigslist right now. I can't afford it, but I'm trying to figure out how to buy them because he's got 3 of them. 513 watts. So let's say I effectively get 400 out of that panel. Okay, I live in sunny New Mexico, so I might. So 400. Let's say I get 10 hours of usable sunlight per day. That's 4 kilowatts of power per day. That is... Why did you do that? I hit the wrong button somehow. That is 1,460 kilowatts per year. All right, that is 58 megawatts of power over its lifespan. It does not cost 58 megawatts to make a solar panel. It doesn't. So from both a financial and an energy and a pollution perspective, solar panels are a win-win-win. Ooh, what's this? I like new Thingiverse listings. Why is it going to YouTube? Oh, it did. Oh, I built something like this before. Not this one though. Yeah, but I've done these before. I'll grab that. Gimme, gimme, gimme. So the downside to electric cars is to the manufacturer. They don't make as much profit, and that's why they don't like them. I should post a link so you guys can see it. Oh, you can see it. Michael's Workshop. He's a mod, so his link should be visible to you. There's a Thingiverse listing right there. It's one of those little like Tetris puzzle cubes. You got to put it together to form a cube. Kind of cool. One of these. You get the pieces, and you print out the parts. Easy print, fun, doesn't cost a lot of plastic. Except, of course, I'll have to make a massive one. How big can I make it? But, it drives me nuts that the technology is there and we can't have it because of simple greed. Yeah, what I would want to do is try to print it as struts. So print each square as a set of struts. And then I could use the CR30 to print them as long as I want. So I can print 600 millimeter struts that I would then assemble into a cube. And then I would attach pieces of the cube together to form the different shapes. And then cover it with like monofilament or tarpaulin or something like that. This way I could make a just simply massive one that you'd have like 2 people for each piece outdoors to put it together. I think that'd be fun. Oh, I do think that would be fun. think that really would be fun. But the only problem is, well, I haven't tried to put a 1.2 millimeter nozzle on a CR30 yet. Because one of the ways I'm able to print ABS ASA prints in open air is by using a stupidly fat nozzle. That makes the layer bond area is so large that it can't delaminate itself as long as you don't go too fast. I haven't tried to do that yet on a CR30. I don't know if that'll work or not. It'd be fun to try though. It'd be fun to have a big giant set outside, you know, where people would just come up and just start building it. That'd just be fun. Make the cube. That would be hilariously fun. Creativity, really? Post a link. So I guess that's the thing, is start off with an Ender 3 size printer. Oh, I guess I could do the Chiron too. Because remember, size of the printer doesn't matter. It's just whether or not you're using the heat bed. Chiron uses the same amount of power as the R10 or an Ender 3 or an Ender 2, because it's the same brain board, it's the same hot end, it's the same heater cartridge, same stepper motors. Well, the stepper motors use slightly more power because they're moving more mass, but in the bigger picture, I don't think it's enough to matter. So, how would I do it? How would I make that work? I think the Bluetti UPS, it has an app that can connect to it, and I've already updated the firmware on it once. So I wonder if it's possible to be able to program that. Meaning if they could write me firmware to do it. That would make it so that if I depleted the battery and it turns off, and then I plug it back in again, will it turn back on again? I need it to turn back on. So what I can do is I can just make sure whatever battery doesn't have the automatic turn on capabilities is the biggest battery and the last to die. So if I plug the Bluetti into the Delphini, that'll give me 600 watt hours of power. The Bluetti will deplete itself charging the Delphini, and the Delphini should be able to make it to power back on again before it dies, which means it won't turn off. But now I need a way of making sure the Bluetti turns back on again. I can make it turn back on when you plug in the charger. That'll turn the unit on. It'll begin charging, but it won't turn on the AC inverter again. I'd have to hit the button to turn the AC inverter back on. I need that AC inverter to turn back on its own. I gotta contact Bluetti and see if there's anything they can do to do that for me. I think that's the one that we have on my Chiron. I think this is the one that you guys told me to get. That's for the CR6 SE, but the one I got looks very similar. Let me see if I can find the order number. Oh, wait a minute. I should have be able to sign in and look at my order history. I can't remember whether it was from Alibaba or Banggood. The Dragon, I think it was called. Dragon Hot End or something like that. Nope, it's not here. which means it must have been on Alibaba. I don't know, but you guys suggested I get it from I just haven't gotten around to playing with it. It's installed. I gotta rewire up the fans, and I gotta take apart the carriage to replace the palm wheel in the back because it got melted when it blobbed up on me. It melted one of the palm wheels, so now it's bump, bump, bump as it bounces. Be nice, or I'll kick your ass. I'll throw something at you. Or something like a bounce off his head. Yeah, I'm gonna bounce. Oh, I got cups. Yeah, go ahead. Fuck with me, cat. Those cups are for you. I got 4 shots to bounce them off your skull. He likes roughhousing the other cat, and the other cat doesn't like it. Good boy. Good boy. That's a good boy. Now he laid down. Good boy. He's got to learn to be nice, not to be so rough. He wants to play, he wants to burn energy, but he gets rough. And the other cat doesn't want to play that rough. The other cat wants to play, but he doesn't want to roughhouse. He likes biting him on the back of the neck, and he hates that. Yeah, so around here, I believe it was Mad Hatter. He had some leftover Home Depot gift cards. He gave them to me. So kick ass, dude. I appreciate that. I'm going to use that to get some gutters. And I'm going to 3D print the mounts for the gutters. I already have the self-tapping screws. So I got to make 2 versions. I got to make a deep version for the end of the carport. And I have to make a shallow version for the house. Then I can start, I want to start with the carport because that's going to be the easiest to put up and also the most profitable because the carport is 500 square feet and the roof area of the house is, I think it's I want to say 20 by 10. So that's another 200 square feet. The section of the roof that ends up on top of the carport. So that would give me, and just that 20 feet of gutter would give me an immediate collection capacity of 700 square feet of roof area. So I can immediately profit from that by capturing rainwater. The rainy season's almost over, but still, I got to get them up. Next year, I can start capturing rainwater. Plus, it'll help in the wintertime. I've got to make them strong enough to handle snow weight so that if it fills with snow, it doesn't tear them off. So I'm going to use the WeDo here with the 1.4 millimeter the E3D licensed nozzle, the license from the company with the 3 holes. I'm going to use that first. I got when we were doing that filament search a couple weeks ago, I scored a couple of rolls of green ABS. I didn't really care about the color. I just cared that it was $9 a roll. So I grabbed a couple rolls. That's enough to get me started making the mounts. I also want to try to get a couple of solar panels. I have a couple small solar panels, but they're all 100 watts, 50 watts, 100 watts. They're not big enough to do anything really. They're good enough for like in the car, charge up my battery packs in the car, but they're not good enough to do anything here at home. I need a couple of proper solar panels. I need a couple of 400 or 500 watt solar panels so I can actually have a usable input power. I'll have to get somebody to help me put them on the roof since there's no way I'm going to be able to do that myself. Probably what I'll have to do is pre-mount them to some unistrut and slide the unistrut up there, have someone go up, drill 6 holes, 2 on each end, 2 in the middle, and nut and bolt through the carport. I told you to knock it off. Nasty little bastard. Yeah. Pop you right in the head, you little prick. Be nice. He was roughhousing Noel again. Oh no, Noel was growling. He didn't like it. Exactly. He was being too rough, and Noel didn't like it. Not heavy enough to hurt him, but enough to get his attention. Yeah, be nice. Hi, baby. Is he being a dick to you? I'll bite him for you. Was it because it's not that he wants the person. He wants the roughhouse. He wants to play rough. It's like a toddler who's got energy and he goes running around the house. A dog who gets the zoomies. He's got energy and he wants to burn it. The problem is, he wants to burn it in a rough way. He wants the roughhouse. He wants to play tough with Noel, and Noel doesn't like it. I also have another project. I'm hoping this weekend to start modeling in Tinkercad to build it. So I want to start making my own windows. I want to add more windows to the house. Just not enough light. I can't do anything with the ceiling. That's too risky. You get that wrong, you end up destroying your roof. Tenacious D, yeah, it is a good show. I saw a couple little clips, but I haven't watched too much. I couldn't remember whether it was probably because it didn't have dubs, and I can't watch subtitled. I gotta see if I can find dubs. I hate when I find a new anime that looks really good and you can't get dubs for it. It's like I can't watch subs. I can't do it. There's no enjoyment, and if there's no enjoyment, what's the point? It's gotta be enjoyable to have a point. The way the windows work here is it's actually not that different from the frames on these printers. It's basically you basically have a shape like this that the window goes into, and then there's a flange that sticks out here. So it's kind of like this, except it's square, of course. So the window would fit into here like that, and then this flange sticking out would screw into the wall. And then what it is your house frame. And so you'd have one window on this side, and you have another window on this side. So you'd have that air gap in between the two windows. So all the windows in this house are 2 pieces. There's an entire outside window that screws in, and there's an entire inside window that screws in. Well, it hit me that I can make those. I can print that. ABS or ASA would be perfectly fine. PETG would probably work okay. But if I'm gonna buy plastic, I might as well get ABS or ASA, since I don't have that much PETG either. I have almost all PLA. That was one mistake I made. I should have bought. Well, that's what was always on sale though. PLA is what was on sale. I should have bought more ABS or ASA. Even better. So I'm gonna start keeping an eye out for people giving away free windows. Old windows that they want to get rid of in their house. And as long as they're single pane windows, as long as they're simple pane glass, I can cut them to any size I want with a glass cutter. And if I fuck one up, who cares? It's free. Try again. Okay. Start cutting my own glass panes and making my own little windows. Start putting in, to add more light to the house. I think that would be good to add more light. I'd especially like to add a couple of little porthole windows in Michelle's room, small enough and high enough that they don't let in heat. to make her hot because her window light can blast right in from the end there. But little porthole windows just to help illuminate her room all the way through sunset. You can have more illumination in there. The third room is probably, it's pretty fine the way it is. It doesn't need any more light. I can't really put more light here because, well, I would like to put a light in the corner there because I don't get too much light through this window because of the carport, covering it. But the carport stops about there. So if I stuck a window in that corner there, I'd get more light in here. And then if we put windows along this wall in here, my bedroom's got enough windows. I don't think I need any more in there. But the bathroom, I'd like another window. I'd like to be able to see out front of the house when I'm in the bathroom. Of course, the way this is set up here, I have the door, which is all window, and I have these two big windows. But the part of the outside I need to see, meaning if somebody's driving up, is right behind this segment of wall. So in order for me to see out, I'd have to get up and walk, 3 feet that way or 3 feet that way to see out either of these windows to see the driveway. But from here, seated position, I can't see anything on the driveway until they literally walk up the steps of the door. So if I stuck a window right there, I'd have my perfect view, see out that window right there. I also want to build a catio. I want to build a big giant catio out front or out back and have a cat door. Something I would close up in the wintertime when it was cold. But, once it got warmer, open it up. This way the cats can go outside without being in danger. They'd be inside the enclosure. So I'd like to do a catio. I think that'd be fun. I wonder if I could 3D print those components. I'll have to run the numbers on the lumber versus the plastic. Petchy would probably work okay for that, especially since it would have other pieces reinforcing it. I don't know. I'd have to run some tests, especially if I painted it white. It doesn't absorb sunlight. But it might be worth making a screened box like this big, just leaving it outside and see how it handles the sun. If I could do it out of PLA, that'd be even better. Question is, if I put screening around the frame of a PLA print, will that provide enough structural integrity to keep it from warping too much? Will painting it white be enough to keep it from warping? Heck, would simply putting a roof over it block enough sunlight to keep it from warping? Because it never gets hot enough to warp. It's the radiation that's warping it, the radiant heat from the sun. It's absorbing that radiant heat directly, and that's what's warping it. So if I could stop it from absorbing the radiant heat, then it doesn't, the actual air temperature never gets hot enough. We very rarely see 100 degrees here. We see 90, 95 a lot, but we very rarely see 100 or more here. So if I can keep the plastic from absorbing the radiant heat from the sun, then PLA might work. I got fuck tons of PLA. I got more PLA than you can shake a goddamn stick at. That I can easily print with a 1.2 millimeter on the CR30 just to make it as big as I want. I can use infill as an internal structure to make it rigid. That'll be interesting to see if I can do that. I could just go overkill on the size of the beams. Instead of a 2x4 size beam, I can make a 4x4 size beam. Just to go overkill on the strength. Make sure it's strong enough, beefy enough. So the cats can't, break it and get out. And then just netting over the whole thing to keep them from escaping. But that'll give them a substantial amount of freedom. That will allow them to, have more space, be exposed to the air, be able to, the chitter at the critters that they see in the yard without killing them or being killed. Be interesting. I was thinking about building pillars to build my porch out front, but again, cinder blocks would cost about the same amount as the plastic, and the cinder blocks are fire resistant. So I think I'd rather go with the fire resistant. At 30 inches, it just makes more sense using cinder blocks. Can't make the decking out of plastic because, again, fire risk and also slippery. Last thing we need to do is slip and fall because I use plastic for the decking. I don't want to do that. Expanded metal would be the best for strength and grip, but God help you if you fell. That's going to hurt. Fuck yourself up falling on that stuff. I'm actually going to probably use outdoor carpet. Just because I'll be able to go out barefoot. Might have to 3D print a funnel tonight so I can fill these. The vanilla extract. Had it cooking for over a year now, so I've got 24 bottles for $1 a piece. So I can try making some vanilla extract and selling it. So if you guys want vanilla, keep me in mind. I gotta get that heat shrink tubing for the lid. Make sure it doesn't come undone in the packaging. Then I gotta get stickers for the labels. All right. Holy crap! It's 4:15. I didn't realize it was that late. It went on a lot longer than I thought. About electric cars. I found somebody who's, I don't know how much contact they have. They're going to talk to Creality, see why they stopped interacting with me, see if I can get back in their good graces. I think they associated me with Naomi. So when they parted ways with Naomi, they parted ways with me because they stopped talking to me like the exact same week they parted ways with her. I don't think that's a coincidence. I think they think we're connected, and so when they stopped working with her, they stopped working with me. Hopefully, I can repair that bridge if that's the case. I've never actually talked bad about them. I've criticized their poor choices, but I've never actually talked bad about them. You're so full of it. And I work for Elon Musk. But we'll go from there and see what happens. I'm gonna try to figure out a way to start experimenting um taking pieces of the house off the grid. Solar battery power. I want to I'm gonna start reviewing more of these batteries on Life and Reese here if they're compatible with 3D printing. Build up more content. So I can hopefully, because these battery vendors send out review units like 3D printer companies do. What I really need is a couple of bigger battery units. I need some kilowatt hour range battery units. I can actually run something overnight. 500 watt hours is just not enough. You really need like 1.4, 1.5 kilowatt hours before you can start getting some usable power out of that. So hopefully I can build up enough interest to get a few manufacturers to send me batteries. And I can start experimenting more. Start connecting solar panels, start finding solar panels and working with them. Get started, I just need a few. I would love to get the car off the grid. That's just, even though monetarily it doesn't make sense, there's just something about being able to say, my car is solar powered. Actually, solar powered. There's just something about being able to say that I really like. Because I don't need much battery power. A little 50 amp hour battery would be enough. Even this pair of, that's only 500 watt hours. It's not enough. I need at least a kilowatt hour. Not capacity, but power. These smaller, cheaper batteries, their capacity is plenty, but their ability to output power is limited. Because I only need a few minutes of battery power. The cloud goes overhead and the power wanes a little bit. That's all I need. I just need it to be that. I need it to be basically a smoothing capacitor, stabilize the inverter output, so that the car will accept the charge and not get pissed off. But of course, you know why that can't work, right? You do understand. You're just trolling, right? You do understand why that can't work. Yes, no. You understand why that can't work? You understand it can never work. You see pictures like this. You mistyping. So all the time you see this. You see people showing this on the internet. A car with guess it's a Chevy Bolt. I wish I had a Chevy Bolt. They're nice. You got a pulley and spinning a generator. Well, that generator is making power that's running the car, right? Why can't that work? Okay. Here's what you have to consider. What is making the generator is making power, and you're putting that power into your battery. Now, why is that generator making power? Because it's turning. Okay. Why is the generator turning? Because it's connected to your car wheel that's turning. Why is the car wheel turning? Because the electric motor is turning. Why is the electric motor turning? Because the battery is providing power to the electric motor, which is causing the wheel to turn, which is causing the generator to turn, makes power, goes back into the battery. Now, here's the thing. You have two problems. First, making power takes energy. Second, anytime you convert from one power to another, from one mechanical interface to another, you lose a little bit. Electric car is actually very efficient. An electric car is roughly 90% efficient. So that means if I take 100 watts from my wall outlet, 90 of those watts makes it to the wheel, the road. So from the grid to the car going down the road, I'm only losing 10% of the input power. So my grid to wheels efficiency is 90%. Your alternator is about 35% efficient, 40%. Alternators are very inefficient. Let's assume they're using a generator, and let's say it's 60%. Okay? Generators don't make power. Generators convert from one type of energy to another type of energy. So your gasoline generator is converting chemical energy from the combustion of gasoline to electrical energy out of the generator as electricity. So it's not making energy. It's converting energy from one form that we don't need, chemical gasoline combustion, to another form that we do need, electricity to run our gadgets. You can't make energy. You can only convert energy from one to another. Well, what about the gasoline? Well, that's solar energy. That was made by the decomposition of organic matter and solar input and pressure. So that's, kinetic energy, solar energy, and organic chemistry. That's the source of the energy inside the gasoline. Ultimately, all energy in the universe comes from suns. Or the suns are the source of all energy. Well, we have tectonic and wave motion, which comes from the Earth's molten core, which comes from the sun when the accretion disk was heated up by the sun and made the planets. It's all solar energy. You're converting from one to another, changing this energy into that energy. You're salvaging this energy to use it here. How does regenerative braking work? Your car already has a generator in it. It's called regenerative braking. If I apply power to a motor, the motor turns. But I can also do the opposite. I can physically turn the motor and make power. It works both ways. But each time you do it, you lose some. Regenerative braking is 65 to 85% efficient in recovering energy. But here's the thing. When you apply regenerative braking, are you making energy? No. You're converting energy. Again, you can't make energy. Convert energy. We're also not adding energy from outside the system. Okay? The energy, in order to go further, the energy has to come from outside the system. But wait a minute, regenerative braking allows your car to go further. No, it doesn't. Regenerative braking does not allow your car to go further. Regenerative braking recovers energy you would have otherwise lost to another process. So when we accelerate the car down the road at 60 miles an hour, and now you have an intersection coming up and you have to stop, well, that means you have to also expend energy to stop. An object at rest remains at rest until acted upon by an external force. An object in motion remains in motion until acted upon by an external force. This is mostly drag. That's how we slow things down. We apply drag. You have air resistance. You have the drag against the wheels. You're going to apply brakes, which is going to convert a whole bunch of energy into heat. Now, where did that energy come from? That energy is potential energy being converted to kinetic energy. When you accelerated the car to 50 miles an hour, you expended energy from the battery to give the car potential energy, because the car is now moving. An object in motion remains in motion until acted upon by an external force. Now you want to slow down. You do nothing, the car will just slow down, but not fast enough. You don't want to take 3 miles of slowing down to get to that intersection. So we have something in the car called brakes that allows us to very quickly convert the potential energy of a 50-mile-per-hour moving car into stopping the car. What do we convert it to? Well, we convert it to heat. We literally take, 2 pads on a metal plate and we squeeze it. And that plate gets really hot. Your brakes get hot. You're literally converting, you're throwing away the potential energy you spent accelerating that car as kinetic energy in your brakes. Instead, we could recover that energy that we spent and get it back and use the drag created during that recovery process to instead put energy back into the battery. Now, that energy is not coming from outside the system. It's the energy you spent accelerating. So how long you drive doesn't matter. All that matters is how much power you spend accelerating, and that's how much power you can recover decelerating. Equal and opposite. If you try to apply some sort of a regen, you can't because it's the same motor. But if you try to apply some sort of regen while just driving down the road, well, the act of creating the energy is going to create drag, which is going to slow you down, which means you're going to have to increase your power output an amount equal to the drag you added to the car in order to keep it going the same speed. And because there's loss involved, you actually have to apply more energy than you're using. So if your generator is making 100 watt hours of power, you and your generator is 60% efficient, you have to generate, you have to generate, I don't know the exact number, my brain's fried, but let's call it, you have to generate 160 watts of power in order to get that 100 watts of power. So all you're really doing is losing 60 watts. Because you're spending the 100 watts to get the 100 watts, that's 0. And now you're also spending 60 more watts to overcome the loss and drag of that system. So you're actually losing 60 watts. Putting a generator on the wheel of your car like that won't add any power at all to your battery. It'll actually drain your battery faster. Because the power to turn that generator is coming from the car's battery. No, it's coming from the wheel, which is coming from where? The motor, which is coming from where? The battery. Which means the power to turn that generator is coming from the battery. Now, well, how does a sailing ship work? Well, a sailing ship works because you're deriving input from outside the system. The air on the planet and the friction against the ocean. You're pushing against the ocean. It also works on the ground. You can put a sail on a car. And again, the wind will push on the car, which is resisting, pushing on the ground, and that gives you motion. That's coming from outside the system. Okay? Now, not only is your battery powering the generator, but it also has to overcome the inefficiencies. So it has to overcome the 10% we lose getting power to the wheels, and it's got to overcome the 40% loss in power going through the generator, and then it's got to overcome the 5% going back through the charger into the car. So you'd have to expend 200 watts from the car's battery to get 100 watts from the generator attached to the wheel. Anytime you talk about, well, make this one power that one, what you're talking about is perpetual motion. You're talking about the system powering itself, and you can't do that. The laws of physics as we understand it say that's not possible. The universe, if that were possible, it would be a cascade failure of energy production, and eventually the whole universe would be a white hot Big Bang mess. Because eventually that energy level would hit unlimited amounts. It would just keep getting bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger until it consumed the entire universe. The fact that we're still here, the fact that the entire universe hasn't been destroyed by this cascade of unlimited energy creation, tells us that perpetual motion is probably not possible. Now, people say, okay, what about vacuum energy? The superposition of virtual particles and being able to capture from the antimatter particles before they recombine and destroy each other. Well, that's perpetual energy for us, but it's not actually perpetual energy. You're just taking energy from an outside source that you're not accounting for. That would be like me providing you with free batteries every day. And you saying, I have perpetual energy. Only as long as I keep giving you batteries.
The moment I stop giving you batteries, well, you run out of energy, right? Well, vacuum energy would be the same thing. Vacuum energy would be us basically drawing energy from the quantum field, from the brain of the multiverse. Um, you could kind of think of it as this universe giving energy to that universe. So, sure, you have unlimited energy here. That universe over there is wondering where all our energy is going. I hope there's nobody living there, and I hope they don't figure out how to come and ask us, hey, what the fuck are you doing with all of our energy? But it's still not perpetual energy. It's still coming from somewhere. We just don't have to pay the bill. So there is nothing. Now, if you say, well, wait a minute, how can you put solar panels on a car? Because the energy input is external. It's coming from the sun, the big giant thermonuclear fireball in the sky. Okay, so that's external. Yeah, the ZPM, the 0-point module. It's exactly what that is. They believe that that should be possible. The what's it called? Kashmir effect, or capturing energy from the quantum foam of the universe. The theory is that particles and antiparticles are constantly being created and destroyed, and there's a balance because create a particle and you create an antiparticle, and they almost immediately self-annihilate and destroy each other. But if we could interrupt that process, we can capture those particles, and then we could annihilate those particles and capture the energy created from it. So it's theoretically possible. It's not perpetual motion, but it would be free energy. It would be effectively free energy. The Expanse was actually, they just figured out how to make chemical engines really, really efficient. The Expanse required what was that called? What was the name of the guy who invented the engine? The engine was named Epstein. That's it. The Epstein engine. He figured out a very, very efficient way of generating thrust from chemical engines. Basically, they're nuclear engines. But the point is, the Epstein drive in the Expanse is the equivalent of the Heisenberg compensator in Star Trek. You can't teleport from here to there, because in order to teleport a person from here to there, you would have to measure and know the location of every single atom in the person. And the problem is the act of observing one messes with the other. I can know what direction it's going, but I can't know where it is. Or I can know where it was, but I can't tell where it's going. Can't do both. That's Heisenberg's uncertainty principle. So in order to acknowledge this to us science geeks in Star Trek, they created something called the Heisenberg compensator, which compensates for this inability to know both direction and position at the same time. Because measuring one messes with the other. So they created the Heisenberg compensator to say, yes, we understand there's a physics problem here, and we're acknowledging that physics problem by creating this fix. The Expanse is not possible unless we have the ability to move around the solar system much, much more efficiently than we do now. So the way they do that is with the Epstein drive. So they don't have to carry, billions of gallons of fuel with them when they want to go anywhere. Now, the one thing about that kept the Expanse technology more grounded well, no, you can actually see this in the duality existence of light. Light exists as both a wave and a particle, and whether it presents as a wave or a particle depends literally on if you're looking at it. I'm not kidding. Somehow, on a quantum level,
The light knows you're looking at it. We don't know how, it just does. The act of you looking at it changes its superposition from being either particle or wave. So what they did was they shot a photon at a wall with 2 slits in the wall. Now, if a photon is a particle, so a thing, okay, then it has to go through one slit or the other. It's either going to be that one, that one. There's only one, so it can't be both. There's only one. A wave, however, would cover the entire width. So a wave of energy can go through both slits. When no one's looking, it's a particle. It picks a slit and goes through. When someone's looking, it's a wave and it goes through both. We have no idea how or why. We don't know how or why. It's almost like it knows it's being looked at. And at the quantum level, it's very... there's a reason Einstein called it spooky science. Because it's very spooky. Well, the fuel pellets were for ignition. Light the engine. Now, the Epstein drive, the way space travel is handled in Expanse, creates and solves 2 problems. Well, one problem is, how do you keep your bone mass from deteriorating when you spend years in space? Well, you don't. The drives are so efficient that they are almost effectively non-Newtonian drives. Now, non-Newtonian drives have 2 critical parts that are important. One, they don't throw mass, which is not what the Epstein drive does, but the nature of not having to carry reaction mass is that you can keep the engine on continuously. What's escape velocity from Earth? 17,500 miles an hour for orbit, 25,000 miles an hour to break from the planet. No, that's not true. There is no such thing as escape velocity. I can lift off from the surface of the Earth and escape to the moon at 1 mile per hour. So why do we have to split a Saturn V at 25,000 miles an hour to get to the moon? Because we're not driving to the moon. We're ballistically propelling ourselves to the moon. Meaning, how hard of a foot do I need to put up your ass to get you to the moon? Well, I would have to kick you in the ass hard enough for you to reach 25,000 miles an hour. Why? Because you have no thrust. All you have is the initial input of thrust I give you. After that, you are unpowered. You are ballistic. So if you want to ballistically escape Earth's gravity, you need to hit 25,000 miles an hour. But that's only if you want to do it ballistically. If you could simply keep the engine running, and I keep kicking you in the ass over and over and over again, well, you can get to the moon at 1 mile per hour. You know, that's it. It's easy. Well, the Epstein drive is so efficient, it allows them to keep the engine on for the entire flight, which means they just go everywhere at 1 G of acceleration, which means they're always under 1 G. No bone degradation. That also makes traveling the solar system really fast, because your speed keeps getting faster and faster and faster and faster and faster and faster because you're accelerating. But there's a catch. The limit to your speed is the distance to your target, because you're accelerating the entire time at 1 G. That means at the 50% mark of your trip, you have to turn and burn the other way to slow down at 1 G until you get to your destination. So if you have a 6 million mile trip, you can only accelerate for 3 million miles. Then you have to turn around because it's going to take you 3 million miles to slow down at the same rate. So the limit to how fast you can go is the distance you're going. In reality, there might be cases where there are places that you go where the further away it is, the shorter the trip. because you can spend more time accelerating. And that's because they don't have AG fields. They don't have any kind of inertial dampening or artificial gravity. So they are limited to the number of G-forces their bodies can reasonably survive. Now, in order to allow combat to work, they came up with another, what do you call it? I call it poetic license, where you create technobabble to get around a problem. So the Epstein drive gets us around the fuel problem. But the Epstein drive doesn't get us around the acceleration problem. So they have juice. They have, high G juice they can inject to allow them to handle more G's for a short period of time. That allows combat to be a little more exciting. Because otherwise everybody would just die when they hit 15 G's. That makes combat a little more interesting. That also allows them to accelerate really hard in an emergency situation. So, like, I got a short distance to go. Okay, we'll do 10 G acceleration. You're going to pay for it later because you used up to do it, but you can survive the trip. So that's what they created the Epstein drive to get around the fuel limitations, and they created juice to get around the lack of AG fields and inertial dampening. Why? To make the expanse theoretically closer to what we have today, to make the expanse near future sci-fi. If you start adding inertial dampening and warp drives, that's far away sci-fi. You're now talking Star Trek type sci-fi. They want to show what could we do in the next 100 years. That's where they did the expanse. And the expanse is theoretically what we could do in the next 100 years. Unmanned drone ships with what tech? Well, the advantage of the Epstein drive for things like missiles and anything unmanned is obvious. You can accelerate the fucking piss out of it. You can design something to handle 100 Gs, then accelerate at 100 Gs. At 100 Gs, you can get going quick. Because that's the two main problems with space travel is the amount of fuel you'd have to carry. Little tiny ships like the Rocinante aren't possible without an extremely compact, efficient fuel source. If you try to power something like the Rocinante on chemical engines, well, first of all that internal space gone. They'd be stuck in a cab the size of your car at the top of the rocket, and the rest would be filled with fuel. And even then, it wouldn't even be able to make it to orbit. It wouldn't have enough fuel just to get off the planet and go into orbit. And it might have enough fuel to get to the moon if it was already in Earth orbit. Do a translunar burn and then come back. It'd probably have enough fuel for that, but it'd be a long, slow trip, and your bones would be a problem. So by creating the Epstein drive, they get around both of those problems. You can now have smaller ships that don't have to carry as much fuel. You can now get around quicker because you can go at 1G continuously. And the advantage of being able to go at 1G continuously is you eliminate the bone problems. You eliminate the health issues of space travel as long as you can apply some thrust. They even acknowledged this when they were inside the void space. The big hotel ship, the religious ship, whatever that was called. They spun it up to create artificial gravity because some injuries can't heal properly in 0G. The way you bleed, the way things work. And so people had to transfer their wounded to that ship so that people wouldn't die. Certain injuries just requires gravity for your body to function properly. Or if you do, just say, hey, before we get going, where's the kill switch? Yeah, no voice recognition, buddy. Oh my god. Can you imagine dying because you cheaped out on your voice AI? Oh my god. What a way to die. What a sad way to die. Remember, Epstein didn't kill himself. I'll forget that. Yeah, that kind of stuff is fun. I love hard sci-fi. Hard sci-fi is my peanut butter and jelly. I love hard sci-fi. My jam, I guess you'd say. I'm actually listening to a series right now that's really, really good. It's the it's um it's sci-fi because it's in the future with space travel and stuff like that. Um, but it's not your normal hard sci-fi. It's what I would call hard military. So it's a military group using sci-fi technology. Um, I like the way, as this military squad operates, they go into every detail about how they interact, how they talk, the commands they give, like you're there. And it sounds legit. Even describing certain things like, shoulder position, hand on shoulder so they can move together, and, different ways a squad interacts, overwatch, recon, infiltration. It's very, very detailed and involved. Now, a lot of it, of course, is based on the technology they have, which we don't have, but still very, very detailed, like very immersive. I like it. It's called Outriders. I wish there was more. It's been a few years. She only has two here. She only has two books. I wish there was a third, but it's a really good series called The Outriders. Yeah, you got that right. Oh, really? Oh, why did it do that? Why the hell would it do? I go to click on your thing and it jumped to the other fucking window. Howard Taylor. Let's copy that and let's see if there's any audiobooks available. Howard Taylor. Looks like none available. Looks like the only book available is Shadows Beneath. Looks like it's a book by Brandon Sanderson, Mary Robinette, Cole, Dan Wells, and Howard Taylor. It looks like his Flock Mercenary. These are comic um storybooks. Huh. I'm gonna definitely bookmark that though. Oh, that's cool. Yep, definitely gonna bookmark that. Bookmark current tab. Yeah, I saw a webcomic. I'll definitely be reading that. But I like hard science fiction. It's just what I like. Some military fiction's good. Like I like apocalypse stories, survival stories. Even though here's the funny thing. They call it Tatawaki. The end of the world as we know it. Doom preppers and stuff like that. And it's hard to talk about because you don't really want to slap people in the face and insult them. But there's no such thing as Tatawaki prepping. You can't prep for the end of the world. Unless you're a billionaire, then you can maybe sort of prep. But for the most part, you can't prep for the end of the world. In a true collapse of society scenario, okay, here's the thing that people don't understand. People don't learn the basics anymore. They can't survive off the land. They don't have the skills to survive on their own. I was like, then you're saying you want a Stone Age society that's barely agricultural, that will never have technology. what people don't understand is that technology requires bodies. And technology is largely limited by bodies. Look how basically unchanged the world was from, I don't know, 500 BC to the 18th century. The world's basically the same thing. Slight tiny improvements, but otherwise basically the same world. But barring colloquial differences and nuances and language differences, you can pluck a person at 500 BC and drop them in 1200 or 1800 or 1500, 1400, whatever, and they'll exist just fine. If you actually look at the rate of technological improvement, you say, well, wars improve technology. Yeah. Wars can create new technology if the society can support it, and wars can refine existing technology or unrealized technology, meaning you already have the technology, you just don't realize it. You don't realize what you can do with it. Like, we started dicking with radios, but we didn't realize we can do this thing called radar until, World War II really kicked off. Okay? We didn't invent radar because of World War II. Radar wasn't, in this context, radar wasn't an invention. Radar already existed. We had the ability to send radio waves. We had the ability to receive radio waves. All radar is a particular way of doing that. So we just figured out, oh, this is something else we can do with this radio technology. If you really want to see why technology is able to exist, you have to look at the history of technology in the world and then overlay it with a population graph. Then you're going to start seeing some interesting things. You're going to notice that certain levels of technology require that we have a certain amount of people. Why would the amount of people matter to a technology? Well, that's actually pretty simple. Take this phone. If you went back 200 years ago with full blueprints, full education, and everything you needed to teach everybody back there how to make these cell phones, what would happen? Nothing. Literally, nothing would happen. You would have that one working phone until it broke down. That's it. Why? I brought everything back with me, all the knowledge, all the information, even some of the basic tools. Why? Because each type of technology, each technology level requires a certain level of infrastructure behind it. Well, what's it take to get rubber? Plastics. Well, we have to know about petroleum, where the plastics come from. We have to have the ability to mine it, refine it, frack it, crack it. And we have to have the ability to transport it. Okay? What about the glass? Same thing. We would need to be able to build the machinery to make that kind of glass. Be able to mine the resources for that kind of glass. And what has happened in the last 100 years? Go look up the population of planet Earth 100 years ago and the population of planet Earth today. What's happened is it's not so much that our technology has improved. It's we now have enough working human beings to be able to support all the basic backside infrastructure that is necessary. Everything that's required to make roads. Until you can make roads, you can't make phones. Everything that's required to make electricity. Until you have electric power plants, you can't make phones. Everything that's required to refine metals and materials to the level that we have. Oops, nope. You need electricity first, and you need roads first. And you need the vehicles and machines to make those roads. And to make the material you make those roads out of. You need all of the backside technology, and you need enough of it spread out enough in a large enough quantity to support that next level, to make that next piece of technology that gets you to the next step closer to being able to make the phone. Okay? Sure, we can collect gold for all the electrical contacts, but who's going to make the microscopes to be able to integrate that? And you're going to make the chips one at a time? That ain't going to work very well. Try making a phone as a one-off from scratch. That ain't going to work. Okay? So these different levels of technology need a critical mass of human bodies all performing the backside infrastructure and basic work that permit that technology to exist. Look at how many people and how many industries go into just paving your road. Who made the big giant paving truck? Where did the metal come from to make that? Where did the machining come from to make that? Where did the asphalt come from? Where's the nearest place to get asphalt? How'd you get it here? Right? Where do the people live who are working here to do that? All of that backside infrastructure requires a number of people. So you could literally attribute technology to population. There's a direct connection between technology and population. Not the invention of the technology, but the execution of that technology. The people I go back to 200 years ago, assuming I don't have to shoot them all with my AR-15 because they think I'm a wizard, okay? But assuming they actually listen to me, they will all understand how a phone works. They will all understand how to make a phone. They'll all understand how electronics work, how to program it, because I brought all that information with me. But they can't do anything with it. They have the knowledge, but they can't actually do. No, I don't. I can't afford one. Too expensive. They can't actually do anything with the knowledge because the infrastructure doesn't exist for it. Even if I taught them how to build the infrastructure, the entire planet literally doesn't have enough bodies on it to actually make that infrastructure work. So, would I buy one if I could? Yeah, sure. It's very rugged. There's plenty of accessories available for it. It's very durable and efficient. It's simple. AR-15 is a good rifle. It's a plinking gun, but it's a good rifle. You know, it's not really it's not a combat weapon. You're not going to go into combat with an AR-15. But then again, when am I ever going to go into combat? Never. But taking care of a coyote or an intruder works fine for that. Yep, still odd. No, he never called. He was supposed to call me and tell me what I mean. He never did. But you see the technology expand when the population of the planet expands, and now there's enough people to support an infrastructure, and you then build that infrastructure, and now that infrastructure allows you to advance your technology. What? What do you want to do exactly? That's right. Be nice to me, or the blue space people are gonna come. And then zap them with my flashlight. Ah! Oh, you're talking about there's actually an entire science fiction novel on doing exactly that. They develop I think it was actually a nuclear space plane, so it's capable of, SST to orbit. And they develop these nanomaterials. So in order to this one person decides to destroy the world by creating a single atomic thick layer of material and putting it between us and the sun, basically blocking the sun. And at the last minute, right before the entire planet freezes over solid, they manage to launch one more space plane into space to rescue Earth and get rid of that shield that was blocking the sun. And one of the things that they asked was, should we keep it? I mean, if we just take the shield away, it's going to rapidly heat up the planet again. Should we maybe just move it aside and let the planet heat up slower? And then it's like, it's too big of a system for us to figure out. Just get rid of it. We don't want to take a chance of somebody else getting it. And so they just toss it into the atmosphere and let it burn up. And but there's a whole book on that. I forget what the name of it was, but there is an entire science fiction novel based around exactly that, using basically a big giant umbrella to block some of the sunlight coming from the sun to stave off global warming. And, global warming is irrelevant. I don't care about global warming. I don't care about climate change. I'm too poor to care about climate change. I won't be alive when the shit hits the fan, so I don't care. On top of that, like, for example, one of the biggest problems Democrats are having in Congress right now is that they keep worrying about climate change and global warming and clean energy. They need to forget about it. They need to completely stop caring about climate change, global warming, green energy. They need to forget all of that. Well, listen to what I'm saying instead of thinking you know what I'm going to say. Because unless you can get power in the government, you can't do shit. You can have all the best intentions you want about climate change and green energy and global warming, and it doesn't mean shit if you're not in charge. So they need to just drop every one of those subjects like a hot potato, and they need to take control of the government first. They need to do their job and fix the country. All right? They need to fix the United States of America first. And once they fix the United States of America, once they're in charge, once they're in control, and they can make all the laws, and the citizens start magically doing better, and poverty goes down, and citizens realize, holy shit, this actually, Democrats, because you only have two choices, Democrats or Republicans. You're never going to change the mind of Republicans. You might be able to change the mind of Democrats. So that's your only option. You don't vote blue because it's the better option. You vote blue because it's the only option. There is no other option. If you vote red, the nation's gone. The country is history. Get it. It's gone. But if you vote blue, there's no guarantee they're going to fix the country, but the percentage is higher than if you vote red. So, yeah, I heard about MakerBot possibly being bought by Ultimaker. It'd be interesting to see where that goes. We are not under the Dems. We're under Republicans. The last 2 years have been a Republican-controlled Congress. Biden is a useless, senile meat sack, and even if he had all the brains in the world, he's a lame duck president because he can't do anything. Without control of the Senate, the House, and the president can't do a single fucking thing. They can only do what McConnell and the Republicans agree to. Period. End of discussion. If you don't see this, you're not as intelligent as I thought you were. This is a Republican-controlled nation. They control the Supreme Court, and they control the Senate. And as long as they control the Supreme Court and the Senate, the Democrats are powerless. They can't do anything. You know, they can pass as many bills as they want in the House. McConnell won't even permit those bills to come to a vote in the Senate, which means those bills are just farting hot air into the atmosphere. They're pointless. They're adding to global warming. with all their hot air coming out of their wasteful mouths, because unless they have control of the Senate, they can't do a goddamn thing. Democrat and Republican farts. No, I don't want to sniff that. I'll eat them, but I don't want to smell them. I'll wear my nose plug when we grill them. Now, I'm not saying this because I prefer Democrats. I'm not saying this because I'm Democrat. I'm not. I'm Republican. I'm not saying this because I agree with Democrats. But you have two parties here. Only two parties. And this country's legal system has rigged our political system so that you only have two choices. Any Democrat who votes for a third party, you're just handing your vote to Republicans. Any Republican who votes for a third party, you're just handing your vote to the Democrat candidate. That's the way our system is rigged. I don't care if it's right. I don't care if you like it. I don't care if you want it or don't want it. That's reality. That's what exists in this country. Almost legally, you only have a choice of Republican and Democrat. Third party is not an option. It's not an option. Voting for third party means you're giving your vote to the other party. We've rigged our election system to do that. Bernie's a fucking Republican. Bernie Sanders is a Republican. You know one of the biggest problems we have in Washington? There are no liberals. We need liberals. Liberals literally founded this country. This country was not founded by conservatives. It was founded by college-age liberals. These people were 20 and 30 years old who founded this country. Well, stolen is more like it. We literally took it from the people who are living here. Very smart ones, because they were college age. These were smart people. They were liberals. We don't have any liberals left. Bernie Sanders, if you ask anyone outside of the United States to describe Bernie Sanders, he's right of center. He's a conservative. He's a freaking Republican. I mean, we don't have any liberals left, and we need liberals to balance the conservatives, because the conservatives aren't entirely wrong. Right? You know, a proper, normal, sane American citizen, a normal, patriotic, not lunatic American citizen is centrist. Well, I like what you're talking about there, liberal, but I don't like that. And I like what you're talking about there, conservative, but I don't like that. So I'm going to take the good parts of you conservatives and the good parts of you liberals, and we're going to vote for them together. Okay? That's a proper functioning country. Exactly. Classical liberals don't exist anymore. But people say, well, Democrats are liberals. No, they're not. The chart of left, center, right is a fixed scale. It does not change. Center is center, and center will always be center. Left will always be left, right will always be right. Okay? The people who you place on that scale, they're the ones moving. The scale isn't changing. The people on it are simply moving in position on that scale. So for the last 50 years, Democrats have been moving more and more to the center, past center, to slightly conservative, while conservatives have said, plaid speed, buckaroo banzai across the 8th dimension, out here somewhere. And so when you compare these slightly conservative Republican, no longer liberal Democrats to these extremist right-wing wackos out here at buckaroo banzai's 8th dimension at plaid speed, they look liberal compared to those. But that's only when you think Democrats define liberal, Republicans define conservative. And that's not the case. Left, center, right is a fixed scale, and our people are moving on that scale. When this started, we had people here, we had people here, and then we had sane people here. And what we've started to do is that these people have gone farther this way, and these people have gone out here like that. Yeah, centrists are considered radicals. Because now, relative to Democrat and Republicans, a centrist would be left of both of those. So if this is centrist, this would be Republicans, this would be Democrats, or whatever, you know, whichever one, left and right. Okay. Well, the Democrats have moved to here, and the Republicans have moved to here. So now this is Democrat. So people who are centrist are now left of both of those parties. So we call that radical. Probably not. I gotta get out of here after the stream. I gotta run to the post office, mailbox, Walmart. I don't have a time scale. I can do them anytime, but well, I missed the post office already, so just mailbox and Walmart. Sis and the cats are doing good. Michelle got beat up pretty bad in Denver physically, you know, exertion, and she's recovering her knees. But they're getting better. And the cats are doing great. They handled us being away fine. I figure we could probably go away 4 days without doing anything special for the cats. You know, both of their boxes, put down a big plate of food. Especially if I put like an automatic feeder, which gives them a certain amount of food every day. The trick would be keeping... The only problem with an automatic feeder is that Noel might never get any. So what I got to figure out how to do is get 2 automatic feeders and have 1 automatic feeder feed the cat box that's restricted by their hip, so that only Noel can get to his food. I have to figure a way of putting those 2 together. Make sure Noel gets something to eat while we're gone. So basically, think of it this way. You got to stop thinking of it as, well, if you're voting Republican, you agree with Republicans, and you vote with Democrats, you agree with Democrats. You got to think of it as tactical voting now, because the system is already broken, and you ain't fixing it. It's going to take a generation to fix it. So you can't vote for Republicans because they're not going to change. They are so entrenched, they are so fixated on what they're doing that that's never going to change. Democrats are almost as bad as Republicans, but they're still flexible. They still have some liberal leanings. They're conservatives, but they're close enough to center, like Bernie Sanders, for example, or AOC. People like to make fun of her because she's young and inexperienced, but she's actually not that bad. She is your future, so you better get used to it. Well, when I say I'm Republican, I mean more original Republican, like what Republicans were 50 years ago. Not what Republicans are today. Like I said, I am still here in the center. So you think of me as center, but slightly conservative leaning. So when it comes to society and overall national government, I'm liberal leaning. When it comes to individuals, I'm conservative leaning. So I am pro-capitalism, I am pro-choice, I am pro-guns, but I'm also pro-social welfare, pro-universal health care, and, you know, stuff like that. And I guess politically, yeah, I'd be a non-binary. Politically, I'm a fuck you. That's what I am. The problem is, one of the first way fascists try to rig the country is by polarizing the population. You create extremes. You take what should be a what do you call it? What should be a range, what should be a fluid environment, and you turn it into extremes. Okay? So you foster extremism. Okay? Socialism is a good example. Socialism and communism. You know that socialism, communism, capitalism are basically the same thing. There's very little difference between socialism, communism, and capitalism. So those differences are pretty important, but they're also pretty minor. Okay? There's not much of a difference. You can think of socialism, communism, and capitalism as being synonyms. What are they synonyms of? All 3 of those systems are someone's attempt to restore equity, to restore a balance of power. Well, a balance from what? Feudalism. The default state of humankind for most of its history has been either basically what is anarchy, meaning nomadic, no organization, okay? And the moment we start to put people together, we immediately switch to a tiered structure of a form of feudalism. Because there's always going to be somebody who can get more power than somebody else. And once you have more power, it's a cascade effect. Power induces power, which induces power, which induces power. And it's very easy to have a runaway effect at that point, like a diesel engine running away. The moment you have too much fuel, that's it. It's a runaway. So the default state for mankind is a form of feudalism. Capitalism, socialism, and communism are all attempts to dismantle feudalism. They're all a different person's concept for breaking down feudalism and restoring a balance of power, redistributing power more evenly across the population base, which is always going to be more fair. Feudalism, capitalism, socialism are just different ways of achieving that, slightly different ways, but they're all basically the same idea. Distribute power evenly, reduce concentration of power. That's all three of them strive to do that. Our current system is, well, our original constitutional republic in the United States is a melting pot. A constitutional republic is a mix of everything. We have the Constitution, which is a form of totalitarianism. It's an authoritarian document. Supremacy Clause, Supreme Court, etc. Okay? We also have a requirement to provide for the common good. Okay? That's a form of socialism. So we have welfare, we have assistance. Okay, we have different ways that we do that. That's all forms. We have public roads. That's all form of socialism. We also have public utilities, okay, public services and works. That's a form of communism. Okay, that's what those things are. And we vote. That's an aspect of democracy. So the proper society, okay, the ultimate society for mankind is socialism. But the only way socialism can work is if you have Star Trek level technology. You need free energy and matter replication. You need a post-need society. Socialism only works in a post-need society. We're a long way away from a post-need society. Socialism is always going to fail. Feudal lords are going to use the socialist nature of the country to acquire wealth, and then they're going to take over, and you're going to be back to feudalism again. Capitalism is currently the only system that can actually work on this planet right now. With our current level of population, society, and technological development, capitalism is the only system that actually has any real chance of working. As our technology gets better, we can shift some of that capitalism to socialism and communism, wherever it makes sense. The feudal lords, on the other hand, they want to shift those systems back toward capitalism. Because once it's capitalist and once they control the governing body, they can simply buy what they want. When it's a public works, they can't buy it. But once it's private, now it's a simple business transaction. They can simply buy it. And as long as they can eliminate the government's control to prevent capitalism from turning into oligarchy and feudalism, well, then they just simply buy what they want. And that's what we have today. The 6 people who are in charge of the planet, ultimately, have bought everything they want. Which is why they have 92% of the wealth. Because they bought it all. On your dollar. Thank you, taxpayers. And they exert this control by creating extremes, by polarizing the population, so that we're fighting at each other's throats, when in reality, we should be turning the pitchforks toward those 6 people. And they keep us from doing that by keeping us at each other's throats. You do that by hyperpolarizing the population, destroying the education system, making everybody dependent upon you, Everybody's fat now. It's going to be harder to rise up and fight when we're all fat, huh? You think that's an accident? You think that's just bad nutrition on the part of the person doing it? Okay. Bad nutrition causes 1 or 2 people to be fat. When you have 70% of a population set who's obese, that's not a failure of the individual people. That's a failure of the system. Because only a system-wide function can have such a system-wide impact. Individuals will never result in a 70% morbidity rate for obesity. That's never going to happen in an individual system. If you know anything about mathematics and numbers and statistics and spreads and probabilities, then you know that's impossible. You cannot have that kind of a distribution. That's a bell curve that can't exist. That only happens when it's done intentionally. Now, that doesn't have to be malicious. Part of the problem in this country is that we had bad information regarding food. We created the food pyramid, and we thought grains were the base of the food pyramid. That wasn't malice. There was no evil intention there. That we were just wrong. We thought that was the proper way to base the food pyramid. And so we spent the last 200 years building an infrastructure. Well, me being fat is my fault. A proper functioning society might have had a very good chance at preventing me from making that mistake. While instead, the society that we do have almost actively encourages me to make that mistake. I'm still the one making the mistake. Okay? It's still my fault. But the system in place pushed me and encouraged me into that direction. And I don't think that was malicious at first. I think we built the food pyramid. We thought that was valid science. And so we spent the last 200 years, the government doing exactly what a government is supposed to do, using subsidies, tariffs, and taxes to mold our infrastructure to provide what the people needed. Grains, fruits, meats, etc. Okay? We have now found out this is wrong. This is very wrong. Very, very bad. That our food pyramid cannot be based on grains and carbohydrates, that's what's making our entire population fat. The problem is you can't fix it. There's no way, no matter how altruistic the government is, and in fact, the opposite problem exists. You now have entrenched systems that don't want that to change. Even if it's good for everybody, they don't care because they're going to go out of business if you change it. So they don't want it changed. So they're going to fight against you to change it. Okay? So you have that problem. But even if you had the cooperation of every corporation and individual in the country, if we came together as 330 million people and said, we will change this, it's going to take 50 years. Least. And that's with full cooperation. Because you can't just take an infrastructure that's feeding 330 million people and go, change it. That's not how it works. It's going to take generations to rebuild and shift that infrastructure where it needs to be. It's going to take generations to do that. And that's not malicious on the part of the government. This is one case where they actually did something that they thought was right. And they actually did the right thing. They just didn't realize it was the wrong thing. And doctors and food scientists are finally starting to come around and realize, yeah, we fucked up. The food pyramid is bad. But now it's going to take 50, 100 years to change it. And we're going to have a lot of problems in the meantime as we try to change it. I mean, I don't care if you give a snarky comment of, I'm glad that's not my dad's fault for being fat. 70% of the country is obese. That can't happen by RNG or natural choice. That's just not how societies work. That can't happen by accident. That happens because we built a system that drives society in that direction. Unknowingly, we didn't realize it. We made a mistake. We unknowingly drove ourselves into a 70% obesity rate. That can't happen naturally. That's just not how it works. Otherwise, human beings would have been obese 1,000 years ago. Okay? That's just not how it works. You combine evolution of technology and society, which means we don't have to work hard anymore. Now, when I say work hard, there's different ways of saying work hard. You can work hard mentally, you can work hard emotionally, and you can work hard physically, and you can also work hard by simple brute force. In the old days, it was natural for a person to eat 2, 3, 4,000 calories a day because there were no, unless you were wealthy, you didn't have a horse, you had to walk. And you only use the horse when you absolutely have to because you have to feed and take care of that horse. Right? Or you had to carry everything. We didn't have cars and wagons, you know? So most of our life was a life of physical labor. We were agrarian people. So, when you were a kid, you started working on the farm. Okay, so there was just it would not, when I say hard labor, I don't mean hard labor as in lifting 100-pound bales and shit like that. I just mean you're physically active from the time you wake up to the time you go to bed. You don't have to be hard active. You're just active from the time you get up to the time you go to bed. 100 years ago, it was unheard of for a person to sit here in a chair for 6 hours and 46 minutes and never move out of this chair. That didn't exist. Exactly. Okay? That kind of a society didn't exist. But then again, this technology didn't exist then either. Now, one of the biggest problems we have today is we are polarizing our population. We're creating extremism in order to prevent people from organizing effectively. And then we stomp on anybody who does look like they're organizing. When you're the government, it's easy to organize. When you're a citizen, it's hard to organize if the government doesn't want you to. We are a feudal country. We are a country that operates under feudalism. If you don't believe me, type into your Google browser right now, feudalism. And you're going to see something about a medieval form of economic structure. Now, I want you to just start replacing those terms with modern equivalents. Think of feudal lords as corporations and CEOs. Think of the peasants and serf as the 50% of the country living on minimum wage. Right? If you start converting those terms to modern equivalents, they have a word for it. They call it neo-feudalism, modern feudalism. It's a form of feudalism. And that's the form they prefer because that gives them the most power. Countries literally came out of feudalism. Do you know what countries are? Do you know what wars are? It's different today. We're talking 1,000 years ago, 500 years ago. What's a country? A country is a monopolist, person who has complete control. But then over there, that person also has complete control of their area. And we come to a realization, my army's big enough that you can't kill me. But your army's big enough that I can't kill you either. So how about for now, we recognize each other and don't waste all of our resources, all of our capital, fighting each other pointlessly. Okay, I'm France, you're Germany. See? Now, of course, we wrap that in culture, but ultimately that came down to two feudal lords who couldn't destroy each other. So they decided it was more economically efficient if we recognized each other, kept to our own parts. But that's temporary. Oligarchy is always temporary. It's like the you gotta be fucking kidding me. I can't remember these words. It's like Highlander. There can be only one. So countries only exist as a temporary way for oligarchs to build up their resources and infrastructure while they hold that dagger behind their back. And as soon as they think they're strong enough to get the guy next door that they just agreed not to do 50 years ago, they're going to fucking take everything he's got. And that's where wars come from. Wars exist when the two oligarchs who agreed that it's more economically efficient and corporate efficient for us to not fight each other and to waste resources since we can't beat each other until they think they're strong enough to do it. And then that's exactly what they do. They go to war. That's why we have wars. In the past. We're talking about in the past. Modern society changes everything. But in the past, that's why you had wars. It's when one oligarch got froggy and thought, I think I could take him. And now he owns more. Okay? That's how empires form. It's always a drive to one. It's a drive to monopoly. It's a drive to monarchy. Monarchy and monopoly are the exact same thing. One's a political term describing the exact same thing that the corporate term describes. One person in charge. That's the whole point. Now, of course, sane people realize that these systems were fucked. That it was horrible for the people. So we came up with socialism. We came up with communism. We came up with capitalism as a way of balancing the power structure. And the idea is for these things to have checks and balances in place. Capitalism is, well, all of these systems are naturally unstable. Because think about it. Well, I got a stick and you got a stick. So we have a balance of power, right? Yeah, well, while you're not looking, I'm making my stick a little heavier. And pretty soon, my stick is heavy enough that I can break your stick. And now you're done. The balance is broken. And the participants in those systems are always striving for the edge. What is the balancing factor in capitalism? The balancing factor in capitalism is a free market. Capitalism cannot exist outside of a free market. In the market for 3D printer, one I can get for about 400 Canadian. Try to get either a refurb Chiron or an Ender 5. Those would be my two suggestions. If you want to go big and you don't mind doing a couple of upgrades, try to grab a refurb Chiron if you can. That's a monster of a machine. That's just bulletproof. If you just want a good, solid, reliable, decent build size, so Ender 3 build volume, but a little bit taller, the Ender 5 is rock solid. The bed's a little floppy, but the rest of the machine is like ironclad. It's just a good, solid machine. Consistent and reliable. It'll be there when you want it to, and it'll work. And if you want just budget, grab a pair of Ender 3s. Can't beat that with a 10-foot stick. And check out refurbs too, because if you know anything about 3D printers, they're not very hard to maintain, and there's usually not much that can go wrong with them. So refurbs are usually perfectly fine. Dual extruder. I'm a fan of the JG Artist. Aurora JG Artist D. I like it. It just seems like a good machine, but I've heard other people have problems with it. My sample size is 1, so I could be off on that. You could also add multicolor to an existing printer. You can use something like the Chameleon, or something like the it's much more expensive, of course. Yeah, it's called the Artist D. It's an IDEX dual color printer. The nice thing about IDEX is you can do a lot of interesting things with IDEX, such as multiple parts at the same time, mirror images of parts, or multicolor. But so capitalism cannot exist outside of a free market. The moment you cease to have a free market, you cease to have capitalism. You just don't know it yet. Because basically, once you get rid of the free market, that's when this guy's made his stick bigger than the other guy. And the other guy just doesn't know it yet until the hostile takeover. And it's too late. All right. So, what people don't realize is that they keep thinking, keep the government out of it, free market. That's not what a free market is. Believe it or not, a free market has to be aggressively, viciously, and violently regulated and maintained by the government, or it can't exist. The trick is when the government steps in to reestablish balance in the free market, it then must step back and go hands off again. Because otherwise you get what we have today. The corporations just buy the government, and now they're the hand that controls it. Okay? So without a free market, you can't have capitalism. Free market is the stabilizing factor in capitalism. And how does it work? Well, it's very simple. Let's say I come up with the idea of a straw, and I discover that this is amazing. Everybody wants straws. Okay? So what happens? I get rich selling straws. So what does welfare god do? Well, tomorrow welfare god's on the next block selling straws. And then, the next week Lightspeed has got his operation up across the way selling straws. Okay? Now, some of us do a better job, make better money. Some of us do a worse job. Pretty soon, we saturate the market, and the market finds a balance of the number of people making straws and the number of people buying straws. The better companies last, the worse companies don't, and you eventually find a balance. Okay? That's how capitalism works. People think that the problems we have today are the result of capitalism, and that's asinine. Companies like Amazon, Walmart, people like Bezos and Rockefeller, they can't exist in capitalism. Capitalism, this is a concept that blows people away, that they can't seem to understand, even though it's so simple. It's because you've been lied to your entire life. Capitalism abhors monopoly. Monopoly can't exist in capitalism. There's no such thing as monopoly and capitalism. It's a fiction. It can't exist. You cannot have a monopoly in a capitalist society. You can't. The only way you can have monopoly is if you can prevent someone else from entering your market. If you have a way of locking down your market and preventing others from entering that market, preventing capitalists from capitalizing. That's the only way you can have a monopoly. And the only way you can do that is artificially. Now, there are natural monopolies that exist as a function of nature. Okay? And those should never be private. That's what public works is for. I mean, look at capitalist electric companies. Yeah, well, first of all, they're not capitalist because it's not possible to have a capitalist electric company. You can't do it. Unless you can figure out a way to run 10 power lines to every house in the country, you can't have capitalism in a public utility. You can't do it. It's not possible. You can only have feudal or socialism. That's it. We call it privatization. That's called feudalism. Because there's only one sewer pipe running to your house. There's only one cable line running to your house. There's only one electric line running to your house. There's only one water line running to your house. There's only one road running to your house. So those things cannot operate under capitalism. If you privatize those things, you instantly murder capitalism and create an instant feudalism. Because whoever owns that one line running to your house has complete control, and nobody else can compete. Why do you think our utilities are so expensive? Except for cell phones. One of the cheapest things you can get today, cell phones. Why? Because capitalism is possible with cell phones. If I don't like what T-Mobile is doing, fuck you, I go to AT&T. If I don't like what AT&T is doing, fuck you, I go to Sprint. I go to Verizon. And those signals go everywhere because multiple signals can run to my house. And we're starting to break that by allowing these cell companies to combine. We're starting to turn cell phones into a feudal system. We're eliminating capitalism by eliminating competition by allowing these companies to merge. Now Sprint and T-Mobile are the same thing. We used to have 6 or 7 cell phone companies. Now we have 3. You have Sprint, T-Mobile, AT&T, and that's basically it. Cricket, I believe, got bought by Verizon. Sprint got bought by T-Mobile. And what's the other one? There was another AT&T like company. Not Orange. What's that other SIM card based cell phone company we used to have here in the U.S. They got bought by AT&T. Coke users. um, but so people, so why do we badmouth capitalism? If capitalism is so good, and if capitalism is the right direction to go, why do we badmouth it? Because capitalism is the kryptonite of feudalism. Once you accept that this country is a feudal nation with feudal lords operating under feudalism, not Straight Talk. Straight Talk's not a cell phone company. They're an MVNO. So, like, I use Hello Mobile. Hello Mobile's not a cell phone company. They're an MVNO. They're buying access to the Sprint T-Mobile network. Straight Talk is an MVNO. It's orange was part of their color. I don't know why, I can't remember. I want to say the name begins with a C, but I'm not sure. But there was another cell phone company that competed with AT&T and T-Mobile. There used to be 3 SIM card based. We used to have 5 core cell phone companies. You had the 2 CDMA companies, which was Verizon and Sprint, and then you had a couple small ones. Oh, Singular. That's the other company. AT&T bought Singular. And then you had like small ones like Cricket and Metro PCS, which actually were cell phone companies, but then they got absorbed by the big guys. But we basically had AT&T, Singular, T-Mobile, Sprint, and Verizon. And now we have AT&T, T-Mobile, and Verizon. That's it. But hey, Paul Feeney. Hey, Red Light. So capitalism is the kryptonite of feudalism. And people like Rockefeller and Bezos and Gates, they are feudal lords. They like feudalism because feudalism permits billionaires. Capitalism does not. Billionaires would not be a thing with capitalism. In capitalism, you couldn't be a billionaire. There's no way you could exert that much control that somebody else wouldn't jump in and eat a piece of your cake with. Okay? You have to rig the game in order to allow billionaires to exist. A rigged playing field is the only way that exists, and that's the opposite of capitalism. Because what does capitalism say? What's the definition of capitalism? Rather than by the state. That's the key part of the definition of capitalism. Rather than by the state. Notice, it doesn't say rather than by the government. It says rather than by the state. What is the state? Well, what's government? Well, government is a state entity. You can call them the political state. The church, when it had a lot of power, was the religious state. Corporations are the corporate state. Okay? Once you can exert state-like power over your environment, you are no longer a private entity. You're now a state entity. The definition of capitalism says rather than by the state. So once you become a state entity, you are no longer operating under capitalism. You're now the equivalent of a feudal lord. And that's what this country operates under. And they don't want to go back to capitalism because capitalism would fix a lot of these problems quickly, very quickly. And so the wealthy and rich elite of the country have gaslit and brainwashed the entire population into bad-mouthing capitalism and then thinking it's their idea to do so. Because the feudal lords know that the only way we're getting out of this feudalism is to go back to capitalism. And they don't want to go back to capitalism because then they lose their billions. That's what it is. And people refuse to see that. End stage capitalism. There's no such thing as end stage capitalism. You're either capitalist or you're feudal. The changeover is almost instantaneous. Because they were already changing the feudal lords. You just didn't know it until they exerted their state power. Then you noticed. Oh boy, then you noticed. Did you know that 6 human beings, 6 people, control over 90% of every single piece of media you have access to? Studios, filming, television, broadcast, recording, papers, magazines, internet websites, billboards, radio stations, advertising, marketing. If you look at the parent company for all of these things, over 90% of them come back to 6 parent corporations, which means 6 CEOs are in charge of over 90% of everything you're capable of consuming. You look at a billboard, there's over a 90% certainty that one of those 6 people owns it. You listen to a radio station, there's over a 90% certainty that one of those 6 people owns it. Television station, 90% certainty one of those 6 people owns it. When you have that kind of information control, and then if anybody gets uppity, well, you just have Visa, MasterCard cut them off. And now you can't function. Because the only way a non-wealthy participant can participate is online. You know, the internet. And they have a stranglehold on that because they control the money. Pareto distribution. What is that? Oh, cool. I'll have to read up on that. And I mean, we have convinced ourselves as a society that it's okay to enslave half the population with a non-living wage minimum wage, because boo-hoo the companies if they had to pay more wages. And we'll have $30 McDonald's sandwiches if we had to increase wages. Well, let me put this to you in let me attach some reality. So people today, on average, are being paid 40% less than they were being paid 50 years ago. So how did the world exist 50 years ago? How did McDonald's and Wanamaker's and Penny's and KFC, how did they exist 50 years ago if paying people almost double what we pay them today should have made all the food, you know, triple in cost? Nobody can explain that to me. We didn't come from a post-apocalyptic nuclear corporate wasteland where, you know, food was 10 times more than it is today because they actually had to pay people properly. That's because most people are idiots and don't understand how inflation works. Hey, Conrail. In 1968, median per capita income was $66,000, just shy of $66,000. Now I'm converting that to today's money. It was $7,700 a year, which converts to $65,555.64. So median per capita income in 1968 was $66,000. You know what median... Oh, and by the way, what did a KFC meal cost back then? $4, which would be the equivalent of $28 today. Okay? So back then, median per capita income was $66,000, and a 10-piece KFC meal was $4, or $28. Okay? Median per capita income today, less than $36,000. So the median worker in the country today has had their income reduced by $30,000 over the last 50 years. And you wonder why people are struggling. Now, people say, well, the prices have gone down an equivalent amount too, right? No, that's the problem. We reduced income by 40% while increasing prices at over 100% the rate of inflation. So a KFC meal today is $34, while a KFC meal then was $28. That's about the same price. Because remember, that KFC meal today comes with 3 large sides instead of 2, and it comes with 12 pieces of chicken instead of 10. So it's about the KFC meal is about the same price today as it was 50 years ago. Your income is 40% less. That's why the KFC meal feels so expensive. Even minimum wage. Minimum wage in 1960, $1.60 1968. $1.60 an hour. Do you know what minimum wage is today in the same units? $1.02. So in 50 years, we've even reduced minimum wage by almost 40%. Oh no, minimum wage is $7.25, which is equal to $1.02 in 1968. If minimum wage was converted to today, it'd be $14 an hour. And that doesn't account for CPI and some other things. It's absolutely shit insane that people refuse to see this. People who are living in poverty will violently argue with me that I'm wrong. There's nothing to be wrong about. I looked up the number from 1968. I looked up the number from today. I punched the number into an inflation calculator. There's nothing for me to be wrong about. It's boop, boop, boop. There's the result. I mean, what the government needs to do is increase minimum wage right now to $20 an hour. Right now, $20 an hour. Like that. Most of that will be paid for by the elimination of a lot of the social services that we have today. Not elimination, but cut back on what they're spending. So, if people are making $20 an hour, they don't need food stamps anymore. People say, well, they'll just increase prices. Then you increase the minimum wage again. If you have to increase minimum wage weekly, that's what you do. You see, what people don't understand is if you charge me too much for this glass bottle, well, I can choose not to buy the glass bottle. And if enough people say, that's too much money, we're not going to buy your glass bottle, you now have 2 choices only. You can either lower the price on your glass bottle so that more people will buy it, or stop making glass bottles because it's not profitable because nobody wants to buy them. Those are your only 2 choices. But what happens when you are not selling a bottle, but instead you're selling your labor? Okay? Labor is a product. It's a product you own that company wants to buy from you. And just like this, they have a choice. Pay the asking price or do without it. They say, wait a minute. I thought you said, the buyer could choose not to buy. That dynamic doesn't work with labor because labor is not a voluntary interaction. Labor is involuntary. If you don't work, you die. That's like saying breathing is voluntary. Well, I guess technically you could choose to breathe, and I'll be calling the morgue to come pick up your body in about 90 seconds. If you can somehow manage to stay not breathing that long, we'll just call the morgue to pick up your body. That's not a voluntary choice. Okay? You can't choose. When we say choose, we don't mean make a decision. Saying choose, saying choice implies freedom of choice. It implies the decision is unencumbered. If I coerce you into making a choice, that's not a choice. That's an ultimatum. That's not voluntary. You don't have freedom of choice because I'm going to shoot you if you say no. So you don't have freedom of choice. Well, if you don't work, I'm going to shoot you. I'm just going to do it in a long, drawn out, slow way that we call homelessness and starvation. Because you can't live off the land. 200 years ago, you could hoof it out west, get a land grant from the government. They want to expand the country. And you could get 40, 50, 100 acres of land. And you could grow food on that land, cut down wood on that land, build your house on that land. You could do all this without asking any permission, without needing anything from the outside. Maybe if more people came out there, you can trade some luxuries. Barter. I got milk, you've got meat, let's trade. But you could do that. Okay? Then you could say it's a voluntary choice. It's not a great choice, but it is a voluntary choice. Today, it's not a voluntary choice because you're legally not allowed to live off the land. It's illegal. You go to prison if you try to live off the land. You've got areas now passing laws that say from 2 a.m. to 6 a.m., what was it? No vehicles over 6 feet tall or 22 feet long. Basically, people who are living in small converted vans and RVs, they're trying to make sure it's illegal for them to be there. Because obviously, if you're living in your car, you want to live in a nice area where you're not going to get mugged. Well, that nice area doesn't want you there. And we create benches that are uncomfortable to lay down on. Instead of fixing the homeless problem and making the person not homeless, we spend more money than it would cost to house the people to make it illegal or uncomfortable for them to exist within eyesight of you. It would literally be cheaper to build some cheap homes, hand them a set of keys and say, here you go, it's yours. That would literally be cheaper. But then you have, morons and NIMBYs throughout the country. I worked for my home. How dare you use my taxpayers to give them a home? Fuck them. You're a moron. You'd rather spend more money on law enforcement to torture and humiliate them than to put them in a home. Because, it's okay if you're spending my money to punish the people I think are bad. But God forbid if you spend my money to help the people who I think are bad. Even if punishing them costs more. I mean, make this make sense. You know what I mean? What are you going to do? People are so selfish, entitled, and greedy. Then you get morons who say, well, I'll wait until you open your doors and let the homeless vagrant live in your extra bedroom. If you can't see the difference between me letting an unknown person live in my home versus putting up a cheap little square box home that they can live in on their own, if you can't see the difference between those two things, you're too stupid to have this conversation. If he goes into his own little home and he fucks himself up, that's on him. If he comes into my home and fucks things up, that's on me. If you can't understand that difference, you're insane. You just want to punish people you consider to be bad. Even though Your system put them there. But this is the way the country operates. I think it was it Utah? I want to say it was Utah. Utah was going to start a project. The bean counters came up with the idea to build a whole bunch of little studio homes, like literally apartment size, like RV sized homes, like tiny homes, equivalent of tiny homes. Build a farm of them, make a little community, and give them to homeless people free of charge, no strings attached. You know, obviously it'd be policed, and you know, crime wouldn't be tolerated, but otherwise, free. It's theirs, no strings attached. They don't have to pay anything back. Just get them off the streets and into shelters. Individual shelters they can own. Because if you've ever stayed in a shelter, you know you're just going to get robbed. You're going to lose everything if you don't get raped. All right, so having your own, that's why they form camps with tents, because it's safer than shelters. It also preserves some level of dignity. So they came up with this idea to build these little tiny homes and just give them to people. And all the people who owned their homes threw up a holy hell fit. I worked hard for my home. I paid for my home. It's not fair you give them a home. Let's forget about the fact that it's basically a box, okay, with enough space for a sink and a bed. Why did the bean counters come up with this idea? Because they ran the numbers. The money they were spending on healthcare and law enforcement and local cleanup and facilities was greater than the cost of just building them homes and giving them to them. It was actually going to save taxpayers money. Taxpayers would actually save money. It's like, okay, if we build them a home, it's going to cost us $10,000. If we don't build them a home, it's going to cost us $13,000. So by building them a home, not only do we fix their lives or potentially fix their lives, but we save the taxpayer $3,000 per. I made those numbers up. Those are just numbers I made up for this description. Okay? But nobody would have it because I have my home. It's not fair you give them a home. No. Even if it's the right thing to do, even if it's the cheaper thing to do, even if it's the morally correct thing to do, no. I earned what I have. Fuck you, fuck them. That's how fucked up people are today. Christian beliefs, my ass. The spawn of Satan Christianity is what this country is. Because Christians wouldn't say that. If you actually believed a smattering of the words in that fictional book you call a Bible, you wouldn't behave like that. Do unto others, help thy neighbor, you know, all that crap in that book. They don't believe a goddamn word of it. They only believe it when it's for them. God forbid you actually try to apply those words to anybody else. Oh, no, 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 no. I earned my house. Absolutely insane. Absolutely insane. What are you going to do? How much power would a 3D printer need to run 24/7 on solar power? How much batteries would I need? I really, really want to do that. I want to be able to print 24/7 without restriction and without having to power. So let's assume 70 watts to be safe. Times 24. That's 1680 watts. I would need a 2 kilowatt hour battery. A 2 kilowatt hour battery would be enough to run a printer. Well, I'm assuming a little extra just in case. So, the reality is, though, you only need overnight. But if you don't get enough sun the next day, your print fails. But I can always put it on an AC backup. So, 700 watt hours would probably be enough. You just need that 12 hours overnight. You probably only need about 600 watt hours. Probably 600 watt hours would do it, but just to have a buffer, let's call it 700. Exactly, Ender 3 size printer. 700 divided by 12 would mean I would need 58 amp hours. That doesn't seem like a lot. So a 100 amp hour battery would be plenty. Times 12, that's 1.2 kilowatt hours. So under optimal condition, that would be a full 24 hours of usage. And even under worst case, that would easily get you overnight. That's not that much power. I mean, it's still expensive. Boy, if only I had 3 more of these. If I had 3 more of these, I'd have enough. I only got 2 of these. Because what would 2 of them get me? Not enough, I know, but... So 20 times 24. Why'd you do that? That's 480 watt hours. That's not enough. I would need at least a 3. And that theoretically 3 should be enough to get overnight. Yes, if you use the proper print surface. PLA doesn't really need a heated bed, but it helps. Now, of course, if you have PEI, glass, PEX, or silicon dioxide, then you need a heated bed. But if you print on a build tack, fake tack type surface, then you don't need a heated bed. But a heated bed helps. So the easy solution for that is you always start your prints in the morning. If you start your print in the morning, then you can start your print with the heat bed on, because you're not using any battery power, because you have the solar power charging the batteries. So any power you use is being replaced by the solar panels. So you can leave the heat bed on for the first half an hour, and then just program your G code to ratchet down that heat bed until it turns off after half an hour. Then after that, you're good to go. You don't need the heat bed anymore. But, so as long as you make sure you start your prints during the day with enough daylight left to replenish the power you use for the heat bed, then you're good. You just need to make sure the batteries are fully charged when the sun goes down. Pretty much any solar panel will power a 3D printer. The only thing you need the batteries for is to make it overnight to the next morning. Now, clouds, weather, stuff like that can affect power input, but you can compensate for that by overkill. Put twice as many solar panels on it. Now, even if you have half the sunlight, you've still got enough power. That'll also push your usable power spectrum earlier in the morning and later in the evening. So if you need 60 watts and you're providing 100 watts, as soon as you lose 40 watts worth of sunlight, you're now depleting your battery. But if I got 200 watts of solar panel connected to it, and I lose half my sunlight, I'm still making 100 watts. Which means not only am I still powering the printer, but I'm still putting juice in the battery, keeping it topped up. So in this situation, you'd probably, a single 300 watt panel should be more than sufficient to both power the printer and keep the battery fully charged almost until sundown. In fact, you can go one step further. If you manually align your azimuth, and then you, manually align your declination, and then use an auto tracker for your azimuth, then you could probably go all the way to sundown, like until the sun is on the horizon, and probably still get usable power. You just point the panel, you adjust your declination and point the panel at the sun, and like once a month you'll have to change it as the sun moves in the sky. And then use an auto tracker of some sort to reset the panel here in the morning. When the sun comes up, track the sun over. In fact, you might even be able to reset the panel with 0 power. I'm thinking the excess solar power can go into moving the panel against a clock spring. And when the panel loses power, release the motor, and the clock spring will drag the panel back over to the start position in the morning. This way you're not even wasting power resetting the panel every day. It'll be pointed at the where the sun's going to come up in the morning. That would be interesting. That's not that bad. I mean, theoretically, I could buy one more of those batteries and make a go of it, because well, I need 4. I need 4 batteries, because I would have to do a 2S2P configuration. I need 24 volts. I need 24 volts, then I can getting rid of the AC adapter might gain me 5 watts. You know, getting rid of that power supply and just running it direct off DC, that might gain me, 5 or 10 watt of capacity per hour, not having to go through that power converter. Damn, that's interesting. I really want to try that now. I gotta figure out how to buy the panel. Oh man. I can use an Ender 5 too. It's the same thing as an Ender 3. The question is 480 watt hours enough to go overnight? I don't think it is. With sun tracking, I think it might be, but it's going to take me a while to set that up. Because I have to afford the parts. It's going to take a while to get the parts. So no matter what, I need 2 more batteries. Now, oh, leach heat from the fridge for a heat bed. That's pretty cool. That's actually pretty damn cool. Yeah. Let's see. Do I have any config? Okay, this is one of those rare cases where I don't need a lot of power. I need energy, not power, because it's a low power device. It's 60 watts, without the heat bed, less than 200 watts with the heat bed. So even my smaller batteries are enough to do this. So if I have 4 16 amp hour batteries, I could put them into a 2S2P configuration. And what would that get me? That would get me 32 times 12, 24. That's 768 watt hours. That should be enough. So I might have the batteries I need to do this. Even if I don't have 4 16s, I know I have 4 12s. That'd be 24 times 24. 576. That's close. Might not be enough to make it overnight. With the sun tracking, probably would be. Without sun tracking, that might not be enough. The only way that might be enough is if I used 2 200-watt solar panels and angled one for optimal morning pickup and angled the other one for optimal sunset pickup. So basically point at one at the rising sun, point at the other one at the setting sun, and then they would produce a lot less power during midday, but that's okay. As long as I'm making 100 watts, that's all I need. That's enough to power the printer and keep the batteries full. There's even enough power there to run a light, so I can run a bathroom light on it. So I can run the entire print operation, including being able to go in at night and turn on a light, all off solar power. But optimally would be 4 16 amp hour batteries, because that would get me over the 700 watt hour mark. And that's what I need. I need to get over 700 watt hours. That'll give me enough lenience. 300 watt panels will probably do it. Have one panel aimed at the rising sun, one panel aimed straight up, and one panel aimed at the setting sun. As long as it wasn't overcast, that would probably provide enough power. But obviously the best thing to do would be a 300 or 400 watt panel on a tracker. Yeah, I got nothing better to do. So I'm going to have to dig around my batteries and see if I have 4 16s. If I have 4 16s, then that could work. I know I have a whole bunch of 8s, but they're not big enough. Because that's only 400 watt hours, 380 watt hours. For 4 8s, that's not enough. True, but now you're adding a lot of cost. The whole point of this is to take off the shelf stuff and just do it. Yeah, I know. You gotta remember, 2-dimensionally, doubling quadruples area. 3-dimensionally, doubling octuples area or volume 8 times. So when you double your screen size, you have 4 times the screen area. When you double your 3D volume, you have 8 times the volume because you're doubling each dimension. So it's 2 times 2 times 2. No, 2 times 2 is 4, and 2 times 4 is 8. The power doesn't matter. Any heat bed power at all is going to require a substantially larger battery. Period. Like even just running an Ender 2 size heat bed, a 4x4 heat bed, and you're jumping from 60 watts to 140 watts. You're more than doubling the power requirement by using the heat bed at all. Now, if you can afford a 1.2 kilowatt hour battery, then you could run like an Ender 2 with heat. However, for anything other than an Ender 2, anything bigger than an Ender 2, like Ender 3, now you need, double that again. You need more, like, you're going to consume 200 to 220 watts. So let's assume a worst case of 220 watts times 24. Now you need a 5 kilowatt hour battery. Now you're getting expensive. 5 kilowatt hour battery. You need about $1,100 in batteries. 5 kilowatt hour battery is going to cost you about $1,100 or $1,200. While a much smaller battery, how much are these batteries? Now we're pretty sure that 16 amp hours is enough. So let's see what 16 and 20 cost. 16 AHLIFEO4. So you're looking at about $60 a pop for a 16 amp hour lithium iron phosphate battery. Can you get them any cheaper? About $100 a pop for 20 amp hour. $290 will get you a 100 amp hour, and that'd be more than enough. But I would rather go with 2 batteries, since then you get easy 2P to 24 volt. You wouldn't need any kind of converter or regulation. Looks like I can get 15 amp hour for 60. So for $180, or no, you need $240. So for $240, you can get a 30 amp hour 24 volt battery. That would get you 30 amps times 24. That would get you about 720 watt hours, which would be enough. So so far, what I'm seeing here, your cheapest option is $240 if don't have any batteries. So you'd get 4 15 amp hour batteries. You'd put them in a 2S2P configuration, and that would get you 24 volts, 720 watt hours. So you can plug the printer directly into that. You might be able to get cheaper. Hunting around for something a little more DIY, or here we go. What's this one here? That's only 10 amp hours. That's not enough. $50. 12 amp hours we already figured is borderline, like you're pushing it with 12 amp hours. You're better off going with the at least 15, 16 amp hours. Ideally, you want 20 amp hours. So this 4-pack 20 amp hour is $376. That's actually exactly what you need. But, you know, it's $100 more than a 16 amp hour. But if you can afford it, that's, what is that? 40 times 24. That's 960 watt hours. That's a kilowatt hour. You could almost run the heat bed 24/7 with that for $100 more. Oh, that's a nice deal. $65 with a 5% coupon for 18 amp hour battery. That's nice. 2 of those would get you 36 times 24, 864 amp hours. That's nice. How much would that cost? 65.5 times 4 times 0.95, $250. That's your best deal right there. Almost 900 watt hours for $250 plus tax. That's your optimal buy. Oh, no, you won't. Well, you could get it for that price, but it would take you 6 weeks to get it. No, yeah. No, it'd take you a month. Because that's 5% off is for subscribe and save. So what you could do, and when you do subscribe and save, you only get the discount on one. If you ordered 3, you still only get the discount on 1. But it's every one. So you could order subscribe and save and then say renew every 2 weeks. And then as soon as the second one ships, cancel it. But that would get you, well, it would take you 2 months. Because every 2 weeks you'd get a battery. After the 4th battery shipped, you would cancel the subscribe and save. And then you can get it for $250. So you're better off just paying the 5%. What's going on? We're ohming around on Amazon here. Checking continuity. Let's see. Oh, what? Oh, no, that's an SLA battery. We don't want that. We don't want SLA. No, no, no. Let's see. Anything cheaper? Oh, here's a 20 amp hour for $87. Like, I would need to buy 2 of those to go with the 2 that I have. See. What about eBay? What is available on eBay? Oh, wow. You're never going to win them for that price, but there's a couple of 8 amp hours for $10 and $15, but they're being bid on. So this is 10 amp hour for 46. This is 7 amp hour, no good. It says 3.7. Oh, that's for a single cell. I would need 8 of them. That would be $400. It's way too much. $12 amp hours, too small. $60 for 20 amp hours? Is that a single cell or is that a 12-volt battery? It says 12.8 volts, 20 amp hour. That's $60. Wow. But that's no BMS, so you would need a BMS. Yeah, 256 watt hour. So you'd have a kilowatt hour if you got 4 of them. That's $360 for a kilowatt. That ain't bad. That ain't bad at all. But you'd have to spend the money on a BMS. Yeah, these prices are pretty rigid. You're unlikely to find cheaper. All right, let's change the search. Let's just skip through all this crap. And how much is 20 amp hour? 20 amp hour is the safest. I said bite me. You. $55? Is that a drop in? No. That's for the, yeah, it's 83. Well, 80 if I buy 3, and I would be. Is this a drop in replacement? Meaning, does this have a BMS built in? I don't know. And that's really annoying. Does it have a built-in BMS or not? Usually it'll say drop-in replacement, which means you can use it like a 12-volt lead acid battery, and it'll just take a charge. Retro clocks are cool. It can discharge at 20 amps, which is over 200 watts, so that's more than enough for the printer. You know what might be a cheap source of a battery? E-bike battery. E-bike battery might be a really cheap source of a battery for this kind of thing. Here's $75 for a 20 amp hour. But this here is 36 volts, 20 amp hour. I could regulate that down to 24 volts. It does have a BMS. I just don't know how these work. I don't know how safe they are. But e-bike parts might be the way to go for getting a cheap battery. You might be able to get e-bike parts cheap. How big is this one? 48 volt, 13 amp hours? Really? That can't be right. 48 times 13. That's 624 watt hours. That seems like a very tiny amount for so much power in a battery. I'm gonna save that. I'm gonna ask some people about that. Oh, it's gonna be it's not lithium iron phosphate. It's lithium iron. I bet you that's what it is. Yeah, I bet you it's not lithium iron phosphate. I don't want lithium iron. Way too dangerous. Yeah, I bet you this is regular lithium. It doesn't say, so it's probably lithium iron. We saw what happens with lithium iron. No, thank you. No, thank you. I have to keep poking around. Huh? I don't even like you. I want to bite you. Can I bite you? Really? I can? You'll let me? You'll let me bite you? Exactly. I take whatever to be a yes. That would be so nice of you if you let me bite you. Yum, yum, yum. Oh, I'm scared. All right, guys. I'm going to get out of here. I'm going to look into see if I can get a solar panel. I think I have enough batteries. I have an MPPT charge controller. I have pure sine wave inverters if I have to. Although oh. This is a way I could use the battery boxes I already have. Got so many of them. But I would need two of them. I wonder if I put Zener diodes in place, could I run two battery boxes off of into one printer? Like, could I take the 12 volt out from one battery box and 12 volt out from another battery box, put them in a series connection to get 24 volts to the printer? Could I do that? Because I do have two identical batteries. I do have two anchors that are lithium iron phosphate, and they'll put out 10 amps. That would give me 600 watt hours off the 12 volt DC port. Although some of these newer battery boxes are actually more efficient on the AC side than they are on the DC side. Meaning you actually get more amp hours out of the battery. You use the AC inverter. Some of these newer ones are that efficient. But then I can't double up. The best I could do then, nope, because I have to discharge them evenly or one of them is going to turn off when it's done discharging. If one of them turns off, then it's not going to turn back on again when the sun comes up. And I want it to be seamless. I want it to just work. I got to think about this. I want to try to figure out a way to run one 3D printer completely on solar power. Just one. Just want to run one 3D printer completely on solar power. And let's make a budget. I'm going to use parts I already have, but I'm going to count what those parts actually cost. And I don't know if it's possible, but I want to try to keep a $400 budget with a reserve of $500. So we'll go to $500 if I absolutely have to. I don't have the money, so hopefully I can use the parts I have. But try to keep it under $400, and then run a 3D printer completely off the grid. I want to see if I can do that. I can set this up anywhere where there's sun and just 3D print forever without having to worry about power. I have enough to make it overnight and enough to recharge the next day and still power the printer. That means I'm going to have to go overkill on the solar panel, but power shouldn't be a problem as long as I can hit 700 watt hours. I mean, obviously I want 1.2 kilowatt hours, but in theory, 700 watt hours should be enough. Now, the advantage of going over a kilowatt is I put a lot less strain on the batteries. I'd only be using half a charge cycle every day instead of a full charge cycle. The batteries will last longer, but let's get real. I mean, the battery's going to last 15 or 20 years. So I really don't have to worry about the battery. If I have 4 16s, I can make a go of it almost right away. Because even a 100-watt solar panel should be enough as a test to see what happens. I did that in the car. The solar panel was enough to run the Ender 2 and keep the battery fully charged. So it should be enough as a test to get a gauge how viable it is. All right. I think that's going to be next week's subject. See where I can go with that. See what it takes to solar power a 3D printer completely on the sun with batteries. That'll be interesting to see if we can go somewhere with that. Maybe 3D print an enclosure to have the batteries and charge controller underneath the printer and the printer sitting on top of it. So it's all one unit. Then this way you can have a T4 connection coming out of that. And this way you can just pick the whole thing up and take it wherever you want. It'll be all one piece. And then you use MC4 connect to your solar panels and you're good. So yeah, I want to try that. Just gotta, I have a couple of solar panels, so I gotta see what wattage they are. If I have more than one, like 200 watters would be enough to do it. 100 watt would be enough, but getting overnight would be a little tough. 200 watters would ensure that I charge deep enough into nightfall. Because with 200 watt panels, I should be able to effectively charge from like 5 a.m. to 9 p.m. summertime at least. We'll see. I'm going to work on that. Maybe we'll do a Life of Nerys live stream. Maybe I will do that. So lifeofnerys.com. Maybe I'll do a live stream this Saturday on Life of Nerys. We'll see how busy we get. We'll go from there. Easy 3 Nano. What's that? Yeah. No. I've got like 3 of those printers and they all died. Unless they got a new one. But I don't know. The Mars looks pretty good. Hmm. Yeah, 2x2x2. Can't see the dimensions. They have this thing that says build size, but then you can't read the numbers. Like, what's the point if you can't read the numbers, you idiots? Um, I would love to have that little orange one. Mm. All right, that's it. I will see you guys next week. Maybe. No guarantees. Maybe we'll punch up a live stream on Saturday. We'll see. We'll see. I'm starving. I haven't eaten since last night. I didn't make any breakfast this morning, so I'm gonna go make a big giant salad. I am like hankering for a big giant salad. I will see you guys later.